Chapter 300. Xiao Lulang didn't know anything about the token. Naturally, he didn't know that Editor Tsin would take the token to Immortal Music House. That was a veritable brothel. The Qinglu Yamen, such as the Hanlin Academy, could never step in without permission. Who would have thought that Editor Tsin would be so bold? However, for the next 2 days, Editor Tsin didn't come to Hanlin Academy for duty, nor did he send anyone to ask for leave. On the first day, everyone was puzzled, but they didn't think of the worst. They only thought that he might be sick or that something urgent had happened at home, so he couldn't report to Hanlin Academy. The second day was the same. Editor Yang had the mentality that he used to be my subordinate, so he sent someone to Editor Tsin's home. Editor Tsin was an ordinary scholarly family in the capital. Father Tsin was a scholar who opened a private school to support the family. Mother Tsin was a concubine's daughter from an old official's family, so she had some family property. The Tsin family wasn't considered wealthy in the capital, but they had a house to live in and servants to order around. Unexpectedly, the Tsin family also planned to go to Hanlin Academy to find Editor Xian. They thought that Editor Tsin was on duty at Hanlin Academy. This kind of situation had happened before. The busiest time in Hanlin Academy was when Editor Tsin didn't return home for 3 days. But this time, it was obviously not the case. Both parties immediately reported to the authorities. The authorities solved the case very quickly, or perhaps the case itself wasn't that difficult. They found Editor Tsin's body in the corner of Immortal Music House's west gate. We've seen many cases like this. Another person who wanted to sneak into Immortal Music House was beaten to death as a thief. Immortal Music House's threshold was high. Ordinary people couldn't enter, but it couldn't stop people from having wishful thinking. Coincidentally, Immortal Music House's west gate was a place where sundries were piled up. The guards of Immortal Music House weren't to be trifled with. Coming uninvited was a thief, so they would be beaten to death. The Tsin family didn't believe it, and Hanlin Academy didn't believe it. However, Editor Tsin had indeed changed out of his Hanlin Academy uniform and was wearing a newly made navy blue brocade robe. He had also shaved his beard. It was obvious that he was going to meet someone important. Perhaps they put it on him after they killed him. The Tsin family said. Killing an official of the imperial court was different from killing an ordinary person. However, this conjecture was quickly denied because the government constables found the carriage driver that Tsin Xiu had hired that day. The coachman explained that when Tsin Weixiu got on the carriage, he was wearing Hanlin Academy's official robes. After getting off the carriage, he changed his clothes and shaved his beard. I sent him to the Cool Breeze Inn. After that, I saw him go in the direction of the Celestial Music House. With this, Tsing Xiu's path and purpose were basically determined. Moreover, with Tsing Xiu's identity, it was indeed impossible for him to openly enter the Immortal Music residence. In that case, the only way was to climb over the wall. The people of Immortal Music House didn't know that he was an official of the imperial court and only thought that he was an ordinary lecher. Naturally, they didn't hold back. This kind of matter could be brought to court. After all, they had killed someone. No matter what, Immortal Music House had to take some responsibility. However, in this way, Tsing Xiu's reputation would be completely ruined. In the end, Immortal Music House gave some consolation money and ended this matter. Paper can't wrap fire. The news of Tsing Xiu being beaten to death in a brothel still spread within the Hanlin Academy. Although no one talked about it openly, they were all discussing it in private. You guys say, why would such an upright person like Tsing Xiu suddenly go to a brothel? Could it be that he was instigated by Xiao Xiu? In our Hanlin Academy, apart from him, no one else had an affair with a brothel girl. Shoo, lower your voice. Scholar Han, you are not allowed to discuss this matter. Did I say anything wrong? The day before Tsing Xiu disappeared. I saw him talking to Xiao Xiu. I don't know what they said, they were very emotional. Just as they were discussing this, Xiao Lulang walked over from not far away. They instantly fell silent. After exchanging glances, they each scattered. However, Xiao Lulang heard everything that he should have heard. Of course, he didn't instigate Xingqiu. However, when a person was ostracized, even breathing was wrong. Ever since he made up his mind to marry his precious granddaughter to Royal Prince An, Grand Secretary Yuan had people gather the poetry collections that Royal Prince An had left outside over the years. He carefully looked through them. He was indeed a talented and ambitious person. Many of the poems that had been passed down to this day were written when he was a hostage in the Qin country. Although he was still young and inexperienced, he was in a foreign land, shouldering the lifeline of a country, enduring humiliation, and still having such youthful lofty sentiments. He was indeed a rare talent. Grand Secretary Yuan had people deliver the poetry collections to his granddaughter. He understood that his granddaughter was talented and arrogant. She didn't like ordinary people, but a gifted scholar like Royal Prince An should be able to enter her eyes. Grand Secretary Yuan didn't know that the little Taoist nun's face was as black as charcoal when she saw the poems on the table. Why did he want her to read poems? She only wanted to read novels, all right. Speaking of which, it had already been so long. Why hadn't the third book of Chronicles of the Cloud Court come out yet? Wasn't it supposed to be one book a month? It had already been 1 month and 3 days. Had he become arrogant? In Jadewater Alley, the old chancellor had just finished writing the last word when he put down his brush and sneezed fiercely. Achoo! He had just taken over the directorate, so his salary wasn't high. The main reason was that all his savings had been robbed by the old matriarch and he wanted to get a new carriage. In order to cope with his increasing expenses, he had no choice but to return to his old profession and write novels. He hadn't written for many years. His previous pen name had long been forgotten, so he used a new pen name, Zui Xingmengdi. Just hearing it made one feel very emotional. His first comeback novel told the story of a sick and weak hostage of an enemy country who caused chaos in the imperial court and a love and hate relationship with the princess of the Great Xia dynasty. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he indicated at the beginning that this was a dream of the hostage. However, even so, it still made people unable to stop chasing after it. The first 2 books sold very well and he made a small profit. The third book should have been handed in a long time ago, but there had been a lot of things to do at the directorate recently, so he had delayed it. In order to express his apology, he decided to personally send the original manuscript to the study room that he was working with. Today, the little nun also went to the study room to rush the manuscript. The old chancellor couldn't help but prick up his ears to listen. Behind the bookshelf, the page boy was introducing other novels to the little nun. The little nun flipped through a few books in boredom and said, "Not good. It's not as exciting as the story of Zui Xingmengdi." The old chancellor thought that she would say that his story had new ideas, but unexpectedly, she said that it was exciting. The old chancellor cleared his throat. It seemed quite exciting. The little nun said, "The part where the princess royal divorced the prince consort was quite good. The princess of the imperial family shouldn't have suffered such grievances. The princess royal was actually just an unremarkable supporting character in the novel. The plot about her wasn't written in detail and the divorce of the prince consort was only briefly mentioned. He didn't expect her to have such a deep impression. She was a soulmate." The old chancellor coughed lightly and couldn't help but have some interest in communicating with the other party. Perhaps he might be able to find more inspiration. This Taoist priest also likes this book. The little nun said, "It's okay. The writing is passable." The old chancellor thought, "I'm the chancellor of the directorate, but I'm only passable in writing." However, in order to lower the threshold of the audience, he did deliberately weaken his writing style and added a large amount of vernacular to ensure that it was easy to understand. However, in order to cater to the aesthetic of scholars, he also added a lot of original poems. Usually, this kind of part would be skipped by ordinary people and wouldn't affect the progress of the plot. The old chancellor asked again, "What do you think of the character Princely?" Princely was the main character in the book, the sickly hostage who subverted the entire Great Xia dynasty. The little nun curled her lips and casually flipped through a novel she took off from the shelf. "He's good at scheming, but not at love. He's blind." The old chancellor. The little nun sighed. "He doesn't want the great general of Great Xia and wants the sixth princess. If he's not blind, then what is? He's so black-hearted and sickly. He and the mighty and cold General Fu are a match made in heaven. Doesn't he see that General Fu is infatuated with him?" The old chancellor's mouth twitched. "When did General Fu become infatuated with Princely? Why didn't I know?" The little nun sighed. "And the Empress of Great Xia, she's also blind. How can she like the Emperor of Great Xia when concubine Hua is so good to her? Isn't it good to be together with concubine Hua? Concubine Hua flirted with her so many times." The old chancellor, "No, concubine Hua didn't flirt with her. Concubine Hua and the Empress have a pure superior-subordinate relationship." "No, miss. No, Taoist. How did you read the book? What did you see? Concubine Hua and the Empress of Great Xia are mortal enemies. They both stabbed each other in the heart." "Wait, that's not the point. The point is that they are both women. General Fu and Princely are both men. You. Is it okay for a little girl like you to have such a strong taste?" The old chancellor's heart was pierced by thousands of arrows. He felt that he could no longer look at this book in the eye. In the blink of an eye, it was June and summer had completely arrived in the capital. Last winter, the capital was exceptionally cold. This year, it was exceptionally hot. Because some daughters fainted in class, the girls' school even had a few days off. The news of the little nun of the Yuan family returning to the capital quickly spread in the capital. But what really made the news was the marriage between the little nun and Princeton. It was said that Grand Tutor Zhuang intended to marry the Yuan family and had already sent someone to collect the marriage invitation. After the marriage invitation, as long as the two's birth characters did not clash, the marriage could be discussed. This year, the little nun of the Yuan family was not the only daughter to be discussed. Zhuang Yueshi, Du Xiaoyun, Gu Jinyu, and the other daughters were all of marriageable age. Their families had already started to deal with it. Gu Jinyu also ended her life at Xiaoyu Zhuang and returned to the manor to wait for the marriage arranged by old Madame Gu and concubine Xu. Old Madame Gu furrowed her white eyebrows when she saw that Gu Nianji was tanned and looked haggard. "How did you end up like this? Didn't you say that you were only going to stay at the manor for a few days? What have you done? How can I bring you out in this state?" Gu Jinyu did not speak. She did not curry favor with old Madame Gu like before. Old Madame Gu was furious and said impatiently, "Don't go out these few days. Stay in the boudoir and recuperate." Gu Jinyu said softly, "I want to visit mother." It would have been better if she did not mention this. Now that she mentioned it, old Madame Gu was furious. That damned Yao Shi used her to deal with concubine Ling and moved out of the manor. When others asked her, she could only vaguely say that she moved back with Gu Yan. The noble ladies and daughters in the capital thought that Yao Shi and Gu Yan moved back to the manor to recuperate and did not say anything. They knew that Gu Yan's health was not good. Hearing that Gu Jinyu wanted to visit Yao Shi, old Madame Gu naturally did not allow it. "You're not allowed to go anywhere. If you still think of yourself as the daughter of the Marquis' estate, then stay in the manor obediently." "Yes." Gu Jinyu respectfully responded. But although she agreed verbally, she turned around and secretly left the manor. Mother. She came to Jade Water Alley. After getting off the carriage, she eagerly entered the courtyard. Yao Shi was sitting in the hall playing the lottery. At this time, the children and the family had gone to school to work and had not returned yet. Gu Yan had also gone to school. Only she and Nanny Fong were idle at home. Actually, they were not idle. In the morning, Auntie Lu called her over to help her daughter embroider a wedding dress. In the afternoon, the Wan family's maidservants came to ask for guidance on needlework and cooking. The Wan family's maidservants had just left. Her days were quite fulfilling. The baby in her belly was growing day by day. She could already feel the fetal movement. Occasionally, she would miss Gu Jinyu. But when she heard that she had gone to the manor outside the city to relax, she could not call her back. Hearing a familiar voice, she paused. Just as she was about to turn around, Gu Jinyu had already walked over. He planned to throw himself into her arms as usual, but he suddenly saw her slightly bulging belly. When the weather became hot, it was easy to show off one's belly if one wore less clothes. Yao Shi's body was thin, making her 5-month pregnant belly look very prominent. Gu Jinyu glared at her. Mother, you're back. Yao Shi smiled knowingly and took her hand. She nodded and said, and, Mother is pregnant. It's been 5 months. In that case, concubine Ling was pregnant when she was still in the manor. Halfway through her words, Gu Jinyu realized that she had mentioned someone she should not have mentioned. She said guiltily, Sorry, Mother. I shouldn't have mentioned that person. Concubine Ling had harmed Yao Shi for more than 10 years. Yao Shi was indeed unwilling to mention her. Yao Shi skipped this topic and patted the chair beside her. Sit down. Let Mother take a good look at you. Gu Jinyu sat down. Yao Shi raised her hand and stroked her hair. She said with heartache and shock, You've become tanned and your hands have become thicker. Have you had a hard time in the manor these past few months? Marquis Ding An's manor had many manors. There were quite a few outside the capital. Yao Shi did not know which one she had gone to. Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and did not speak for a while, but a tear fell onto the back of Yao Shi's hand. Yao Shi immediately panicked. Jinyu, what happened to you? Gu Jinyu did not reply. Instead, she stood up and knelt in front of Yao Shi. She choked out, Mother, Jinyu was wrong. Yao Shi was completely confused by her actions. Her heart also began to panic. Get up and speak. What happened to you? Did something happen to him? Don't scare Mother. Gu Jinyu shook her head with tears in her eyes. She held on to Yao Shi's hand that was about to help her up. She sobbed and said, Mother. I've let Mother down. Yao Shi panicked. What happened to you? Second young miss is too much. Isn't it just not visiting Madam for a while? Madam is your mother. Would she mind this? Granny Fong walked out of the kitchen with a smile. In her hands was a plate of fried peanuts. She said to Yao Shi, wasn't Madam craving for this just now? It's done. A pregnant person did not have any resistance to food. Her attention was immediately drawn over. She said to Gu Jinyu, you also have a taste. Granny Fong placed the peanuts on a small stool to the side and helped Gu Jinyu up. The floor is cold. Madam understands that second young miss is being filial. There is no need to blame yourself. Is second young miss living well in the manor? I see that second young miss has grown taller. Her body is not as thin and her face is not as pale. Gu Jinyu's original thinness was all thanks to Consort Shu. He did not eat sweet food or fatty food, making him look weak and frail. Now, although he was a little darker and his skin was a little rougher, it was true that he was a little rounder. Yao Shi took a look and found that it was true. Gu Jinyu was interrupted by Granny Fong and could not continue to confess to Yao Shi. She followed Granny Fong's words and said, "I miss Mother too much. I haven't come to see Mother for so long. I didn't even know that Mother was pregnant. I'm really unfilial." Yao Shi sighed, "So it was because of that. You scared me to death. I thought that something had happened. I don't blame you. But why did you suddenly go to live in the manor? Are you unhappy at the Marquis's estate?" "No." Gu Jinyu lowered her head. Gu Jinyu lowered his eyes. "That place is very close to Father's residence. I can go over and keep Father company." "I see." The relationship between father and daughter was very good. Yao Shi did not suspect anything. The mother and daughter chatted for a while. Granny Fong kept them company. Later on, Yao Shi was tired and went to take an afternoon nap. Granny Fong then brought Gu Jinyu to the front yard and said to Gu Jinyu, "Second young miss, no matter what you wanted to say to Madam, I hope that you will not say it again." Gu Jinyu was stunned. Granny Fong said, "Madam suffers from very serious depression. It was not easy for eldest young miss to cure her. This servant does not wish for Madam to fall ill again. Furthermore, Madam is pregnant now. She cannot be provoked. I did not think it through." Gu Jinyu lowered her head sadly. "I originally wanted to apologize to Mother. I did something that let elder sister down. I stole elder sister's credit and caused elder sister to be hurt. I don't want to hide it from Mother anymore." Granny Fong naturally knew about these things, but she did not expect Gu Jinyu to have the courage to admit it. Chapter 301. When Gu Jiao returned to Bisui Alley, Gu Jinyu had already left. Nanny Fong had been guarding the door. When she saw her return, she hurriedly went forward and told her about Gu Jinyu's visit. "I know." Gu Jiao nodded. Nanny Fong noticed her stiffness and asked worriedly, "Eldest miss, what's wrong?" "I'm fine," Gu Jiao said. Today, she met a tough opponent at the martial arts center. Her arm was actually numb. She hadn't met such an interesting opponent for a long time. Looking at second Miss's appearance today, she seems to be sincerely repentant. Nanny Fong said thoughtfully, "What did she experience at the farmstead that made her change so much?" Gu Jiao paused and said, "She didn't go to the farmstead. She went to Ciu farmstead." Nanny Fong was surprised. "Eldest miss, has seen her before?" "Yes, I happened to see her once." Gu Jiao told her about her visit last time. She actually went to that kind of place to suffer. Nanny Fong suddenly didn't know what to say. Nanny Fong had watched Gu Jinyu grow up. Nanny Fong could tell whether she was sincerely remorseful or putting on an act. Second Miss seemed to have really changed. Then, would eldest Miss forgive her? Gu Jiao didn't say anything and stepped into the house. After June, the sky turned dark late. When Xiao Lulang returned from Hanlin Academy, the sky was still bright. Little Jing Kong went for a walk with chickens. Gu Jiao was arranging rooms for people next door. Before the old lady regained her memory, in order to make it easier to rob the old chancellor of his private money, she asked the old chancellor to connect the two houses and open a door on the wall of the backyard. As soon as Xiao Lulang arrived at the backyard, he saw Gu Jiao carrying several clean mattresses over. He stopped her. "Is there a guest at home?" Gu Jiao said, "It's Gu Yan's secret guards." Not only had they arrived, but they had also brought Yu Ya from the hot spring villa. This was Gu Jiao's order. Gu Yan had lived in the farmstead for so long, but the only servant he hadn't chased out was Yu Ya. Even Nanny Fong had been chased out by him once. There were more and more things to do at home. Gu Jiao thought that it would be good to have a clever maid. Fortunately, there were many empty rooms next door. After the two families were connected, they could be considered one family. Thus, senior servant Fong had already moved in and didn't have to squeeze in the same room as Madame Yao. Xiao Lulang also helped to move some things. The two secret guards were usually nowhere to be seen. Yuya was at the scene the entire time. It was her first time seeing Xiao Lulang. She was so excited that her eyes almost popped out. Yeah. Was this the son-in-law? Son-in-law is so handsome. Gu Jiao tilted her head. Oh, I think so too. Yuya's explicit praise didn't affect Xiao Lulang, but Gu Jiao's understated words made Xiao Liulang's heart feel strange. He cleared his throat and said calmly, I'll go see if the people from Jingkong are back yet. After saying that, he turned around and left. Looking at his strange walking posture, Yuya quietly moved closer to Gu Jiao and asked with an indescribable expression, but eldest miss, why does the son-in-law walk with his hands and feet in the same direction? There was no need to learn martial arts today. When Gu Yan returned from Qinghe Academy, he saw the secret guards and Yuya, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Young master. Do you still remember the servant? Yuya asked happily. He had almost forgotten Yuya's name. After a long time, he frowned and said, Beansprout. Yuya's face darkened. All of a sudden, everyone came back. After dinner, Xiao Lulang checked the children's homework as usual. He didn't bring his experience in Hanlin Academy back home. He restrained himself and tidied up his emotions. He patiently tutored little Jing Kong, who had been arguing with him the entire time, as well as Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan, who had been daydreaming all night. At night, when everyone was asleep, he took out the ancient book and continued to study the formulas. Gu Jiao gently pushed open the unlocked door. Can I come in? Come in. Xiao Lulang said. Gu Jiao pushed open the door and entered with a bowl of lotus seed soup in her hand. The weather was hot, so the lotus seed soup had been chilled with well water to cool down and relieve the heat. Xiao Lulang was wearing thin pajamas. Because he had sweated a little, the pajamas stuck to his body and inadvertently outlined the contours of his body. His young body exuded a vigorous masculinity that perfectly combined with his youthful aura. Gu Jiao's eyes grew on his body. Xiao Lulang coughed softly and said, It's so late. Why aren't you asleep? Gu Jiao placed the lotus seed soup beside his hand. Lotus seed soup. Xiao Lulang, have you eaten? Gu Jiao shook her head. Xiao Lulang, then do you want to what? Eat together. Or do you want to eat first? There was only a bowl and a spoon. You eat. Xiao Lulang quickly pushed the bowl in front of her. Gu Jiao sat down in front of him and looked at him with her chin in her hands. I don't want to eat. I made it for you. If Xiao Lulang continued to refuse, it would be inexcusable. He paused, took the bowl, and tasted it gently. The bitter lotus seed heart was picked, and mint and osmanthus sugar were added. It was cool and sweet, but not greasy. Is it delicious? Gu Jiao asked. It's delicious, he said. Gu Jiao curved her lips. Xiao Lulang finished the bowl of lotus seed soup. Gu Jiao kept looking at him with her chin in her hands. Actually, the weather was hot, and she didn't wear much. She wore a thin summer shirt over her pajamas. She didn't grow much in the past 2 months, but her figure became more exquisite. Xiao Lulang swore that he didn't mean to peek, but she was sitting in front of him. He inadvertently glanced at her. Gu Jiao's lapel was slightly open, revealing a small section of pink undergarment lace. This was supposed to be a normal attire, but in the darkness of the night, it gave off a sense of privacy and charm. "Why are you sweating?" Gu Jiao tilted her head and asked, "Is the lotus seed soup not cold enough?" It was strange that he could sweat while eating something cold. Xiao Lulang didn't know how to explain. He wasn't just sweating. His heart was beating faster. This had nothing to do with the feelings between a man and a woman. It was purely a man's instinct. In the middle of the night, a man and a woman alone, she was so gentle and quiet. Although this girl was very likely to be an irritable kitten who liked to explode, she was too deceptive at this moment. Just when Xiao Lulang didn't know how to answer, Gu Jiao suddenly stood up and leaned towards him across the table. The distance between them was shortened. Her warm breath and fragrance assailed his nostrils. The pink undergarment lace was right in front of his eyes. He quickly closed his eyes, but the blood rushed to his head in an instant. Gu Jiao gently wiped his sweat. He still didn't dare to open his eyes. Suddenly, he heard Gu Jiao chuckle softly. Then, the sound of clothes sliding could be heard. "The clothes are done. You can open your eyes now." This. Xiao Lulang suddenly didn't know whether to open his eyes or not. Gu Jiao couldn't stop laughing. If she wasn't afraid of waking up little Jing Kong, she would have laughed out loud. Xiao Lulang didn't feel the shadow in front of him leave for a long time. He could still smell her fragrance and breath. He was a normal man. It was impossible for him to be indifferent when a woman was so close to him in the middle of the night. He took a deep breath. He wanted to tell her to go back to her room and rest. Before he could say anything, he heard her say, "Look, what's outside the window?" He turned his head, opened his eyes, and looked at the moonlight outside the window. Everything was as usual. "There's nothing," he said as he turned his head. At this moment, Gu Jiao supported herself on the table and moved forward. When Xiao Lulang turned his head, he saw Gu Jiao's movement. However, it was too late for him to avoid it. "Jiao Jiao," little Jing Kong's sleepy voice suddenly sounded from inside the curtain. Gu Jiao retreated. Xiao Lulang's lips touched the air. He wanted to avoid it when he couldn't, but if he really avoided it, Gu Jiao came to the bedside and lifted the curtain. Little Jing Kong didn't wake up, but he seemed to want to pee. He covered his little butt and said, "Jiao Jiao. Let me do it." Xiao Lulang came over and carried the half-asleep little guy to the backyard to pee. Some things couldn't be continued once they were interrupted. Xiao Lulang put the little guy back on the bed. The weather was too hot. Little Jing Kong only wore a small red doo-doo and slept on the mat. Xiao Lulang closed the curtain and said to Gu Jiao, "It's getting late. Go back to your room and rest." Gu Jiao said, "Oh." She took the bowl out, washed it, and went back to the east room. Xiao Liulang's mind kept flashing with images that he shouldn't have. It took him a lot of effort to calm down. He forced himself to study for an hour. He thought that he could clear his mind and reduce his desires. However, as soon as he put down the book, the thoughts that he shouldn't have had came back again. Chapter 302. What's wrong with me? Although I've been restless before, I've quickly suppressed it. This time, this feeling of not being able to control himself made Xiao Lulang feel at a loss and even a bit irritated. Could it be that after reading so many sage books, in the end, he only became a beast? He shook his head and forced himself to get rid of these distracting thoughts from his mind. The effect was not satisfactory. It was as if the more he forced himself to suppress it, the more it was like boiling lava, burning his entire chest until it was boiling hot. In the end, He had no choice but to get up and go to the ancient well in the back courtyard to get a bucket of water and take a cold shower. Gu Zhao, on the other hand, was much more heartless. It was true that she teased him, and it was not false that she slept with him after teasing him. A certain person fell asleep with her head against the pillow. However, she was destined to not sleep well. She had a dream again. She dreamed of Xiao Lulang, who was an official in the Hanlin Academy. Xiao Lulang was from a humble family and had defeated Royal Prince and to become the new top scorer. Many people were jealous and envious of him. The Hanlin Academy was also Imperial Tutor Zhuang's territory. It was easy to imagine his situation there. However, gold would always shine. No matter how his colleagues tried to suppress and ostracize Xiao Lulang still had a chance to display his intelligence. However, it was not in the Hanlin Academy, but in the Ministry of Justice. It turned out that there was a murder case in the Ministry of Justice. The murderer was caught by a passing Hanlin official and handed over to the Ministry of Justice. However, not long after, the murderer's family came to the Hanlin Academy and said that the Hanlin Academy had caught the wrong person. His father was not the murderer. That was a 9-year-old child. No one would believe a child's words. Only Xiao Lulang went to the Ministry of Justice. In the end, Xiao Lulang found that the child's father was not the murderer. Xiao Lulang helped the Ministry of Justice catch the real culprit and was greatly appreciated by the Minister of Justice. Now that the matter had progressed to this point, Xiao Lulang seemed to be truly successful in his career, finally seeing the light of day. But who would have thought that on his way back from the Ministry of Justice, Xiao Lulang would be hit by a young Taoist nun who fell from a building. He was knocked out, and so was the little nun. In broad daylight, a man and a woman were lying on top of each other and fainted together. Those who didn't know what was going on all thought that something had happened between the two. At that time, Xiao Lulang was wearing the official uniform of the Hanlin Academy. The news quickly spread. Xiao Lulang's reputation was ruined, and his career as an official had come to an end. When Gu Zhao woke up, she sat on the bed and hugged the quilt with a toothache. Her husband was really good at going against the current. He was smart, but he was also unlucky. Being hit by someone on the street was about the same as winning the lottery in her previous life. How could something like that happen? It was actually quite easy to avoid it. She remembered that when Xiao Lulang was leaving the Ministry of Justice, he had been stopped by a Hanlin official surnamed Yang and scolded. If it weren't for that delay, Xiao Lulang could have perfectly avoided the disaster. Gu Zhao got up before the sun rose. Xiao Lulang also got up early in the past, but he never got up earlier than Gu Zhao. Today was an exception. He was fetching water from the back courtyard. First, he fetched water from the ancient well, then he carried buckets back to the kitchen and poured them into the water jar. Looking at his sweaty appearance, it wasn't hard to guess that he had been working for a long time. "Why are you so early? You didn't sleep last night, did you?" Gu Zhao asked in a strange tone. He had too much energy and needed to do some physical work to burn it off. Otherwise, he would be too hot. Of course, Xiao Lulang didn't say this. He said seriously, "I slept. It was a little hot, so I got up early." It was quite hot, especially since the ancient people wore a lot of clothes. Gu Zhao felt that the capital was hotter than the countryside. She slept and her pajamas were soaked in sweat. She fetched water and went back to her room to take a bath. Listening to the sound of the water, Xiao Lulang's blood was boiling in his chest. He felt that he had wasted the whole morning. Little Jing Kong didn't go to school today. He practiced martial arts in the back courtyard for a while. After breakfast, he went to play with Xiao Xiaobao next door. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan were also on vacation. They slept in their room. Gu Zhao didn't tell Xiao Lulang what she saw in her dream. She went to the medical center as usual. Xiao Lulang went to the Hanlin Academy. As soon as he entered the main entrance, he saw many Hanlin officials standing in the open space in front of the hall. The atmosphere was so intense that he didn't know what they were discussing. He always had nothing to do with the crowd. He didn't plan to join them, so he went to his office. But before he took 2 steps, he saw Ning Ziyuan at the corner of the corridor waving at him. He thought about it and went over. Ning Ziyuan pulled him to the other side of the corridor and gossiped in a low voice. "Did you hear? Royal Prince An made a great contribution this morning." "Oh." Xiao Lulang answered perfunctorily. He wasn't interested. "Hiss," Ning Ziyuan gasped, "he's your opponent. Aren't you curious about what he did? You're the top scholar, and he's the second. Logically, you should be faster than him. If he's faster, well, it's normal to be faster than you. You can't beat him in terms of family background." This was the truth. A poor student might not be able to reach the starting line of others even if he worked hard for 8 to 10 years. Some people were born at the end of their lives. But Ning Ziyuan still wanted to say, there was a murder on Beifong Street. It was reported in the middle of the night. The murderer was arrested this morning. Royal Prince An arrested him. Xiao Lulang asked. Ning Ziyuan said, "That's right. He was on duty." When he passed by the Ministry of Justice, he met his uncle, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice told him about it. Based on the bloodstains at the scene, he led his subordinates and arrested the murderer. He can't leave the Ministry of Justice now, so he asked someone to come to Hanlin Academy and ask for leave. He said he'll come back in the afternoon. Why do you think he's so powerful? Not only was he born into a good family, he was more outstanding and hardworking than ordinary people. How could ordinary people live like this? The entire Hanlin Academy was shocked by Royal Prince An's case. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside the door. "You got the wrong person. My father is not the murderer." "It's not him." It was a child's voice. Xiao Lulang looked in the direction of the voice. Ning Ziyuan said, "Let's go and have a look." He thought Xiao Lulang would refuse. After all, he wasn't the kind of person who liked to watch a show. Who knew that Xiao Lulang would actually follow? There was a commotion outside the door. A child dressed in cotton clothes, less than 10 years old, was thin and small, and his clothes were messy. Perhaps because he had been running all the way, he was sweating profusely and one of his shoes had fallen off. He tried to rush in, but was stopped by Kong Mu of Hanlin Academy. His eyes were red, but he held back his tears. "Your Hanlin Academy has caught the wrong person. My father is not the murderer. He didn't kill anyone. He was a child after all." When he heard that a Hanlin official had helped solve the case, he thought that his father had been arrested and brought to Hanlin Academy. He screamed at the top of his lungs, but no one present believed him. Kong Mu was a little impatient. "How would we know if your father is the murderer? Even if you want to make a scene, you should go to the Ministry of Justice. Hanlin Academy is not the place to hear cases." Where is the Ministry of Justice?" "I finally found Hanlin Academy." The child finally couldn't hold back and cried in despair. It was obvious that he couldn't walk anymore. The soles of his feet were covered in bloody blisters. The child of a murderer. Not many people really sympathized with him. Just as he was crying uncontrollably, a tall and slender figure came in front of him. "I'll take you to the Ministry of Justice." His crying stopped abruptly. He raised his teary eyes and looked at the handsome face in disbelief. Really? Everyone looked at Xiao Lulang as if they were looking at an idiot. Helping the child of a murderer. Was he crazy? I'll take a leave of absence, Xiao Lulang said to Kong Mu. Kong Mu was probably shocked by his behavior and didn't say a word. Xiao Lulang hired a carriage and took the child to the Ministry of Justice. The child's narrative ability was quite clear. Xiao Lulang learned from him that he had abdominal pain in the middle of the night. His father went out to find a doctor for him, but he didn't return for the whole night. The next day, he heard that his father had been arrested as the murderer. His mother had fainted. Xiao Lulang asked, "Is there anyone else in the family?" He shook his head. "No. Sir, my father wouldn't kill anyone. He really wouldn't. Believe me." Xiao Lulang only believed in evidence. If his father really was the murderer, then he had to understand that the imperial court didn't wrongly accuse anyone. If his father wasn't the murderer, then the imperial court would give his father justice. Xiao Lulang took him to the Ministry of Justice. Seeing that it was a Hanlin official, the guard of the Ministry of Justice was very polite. He took Xiao Lulang to the side hall. There, Royal Princeton was discussing the details of this case with his uncle, Assistant Minister Qin. Because the murderer wasn't willing to confess, they had to find more evidence to punish the murderer. "Sir Qin, someone from the Hanlin Academy is here," the guard reported outside the door. Assistant Minister Qin didn't understand. "Why is someone from the Hanlin Academy here?" Royal Princeton shook his head. "I don't know." He was also very confused. "Come in," Assistant Minister Qin said. Xiao Lulang walked in with the child. "It's you." Royal Prince An's brows furrowed as his gaze fell on the child. "Who is he?" "He's the suspect's son. He went to the Hanlin Academy," Xiao Lulang said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Assistant Minister Qin had heard about the new top scorer. Seeing that he was leaning on a cane, he guessed the other's identity. It was this brat who stole his nephew's top scorer position. The child said, "My father isn't the murderer. He didn't kill anyone." "Who told you to bring him in? Hurry and take him out." Assistant Minister Qin shouted harshly. Seeing that Xiao Lulang didn't move, he said coldly, "Someone come." A guard walked in and took the crying child out. Xiao Lulang looked at Royal Princeton. He didn't say a word, but Royal Princeton felt like there was a thorn in his back from his gaze. He sighed. It was already suspicious for him to appear on the street in the middle of the night. When Wu Yang found him following the bloodstains on the street, he was planning to bury the tools used to commit the crime. "My father wasn't suspicious. My stomach hurts. He went out to get a doctor for me." "You're the suspicious ones. You're wrongly accusing a good person." The child's stubborn roar came from the corridor outside the door. "Can I go take a look?" Xiao Lulang asked. Normally, the Hanlin Academy couldn't interfere with the Ministry of Justice's work. Royal Princeton was purely helping his uncle. However, since he was involved, it wasn't a big deal to let Xiao Lulang take a look. The corpse was placed in the Ministry of Justice's ice cellar. Xiao Lulang first went to take a look at the corpse, then went to see the child's father. "That child's father is a butcher," Royal Princeton said to Xiao Lulang. It was as if he was telling Xiao Lulang that people who killed more often seemed to have an easier time killing people. "You've got the wrong person. The murderer isn't him," Xiao Lulang said. Assistant Minister Qin was so angry that he laughed. "You think it's not him just because you say so?" Xiao Lulang said, "The wound is on the right lower abdomen of the deceased. The back of the knife is above and the blade is below. The tip of the knife is slightly tilted to the left of the back. This is an oblique stab wound. It's not easy to stab with the right hand at this angle. The murderer used his left hand to hold the knife, so his dominant hand is most likely his left hand." Royal Princeton frowned. You're saying that he's left-handed? Xiao Lulang nodded. Royal Princeton said, that butcher. Xiao Lulang said, I've tried. He's not left-handed. Royal Prince An's expression became serious. Assistant Minister Qin sneered. What nonsense are you talking about? How could the royal prince catch the wrong murderer? Assistant Minister Qin wasn't like this in the past. He was too confident in Royal Princeton and felt that as long as it was sent by Royal Princeton, it couldn't be wrong. Are there any footprints at the scene? Xiao Lulang asked. Yes. Royal Princeton handed the drawing that the artist drew from the scene to Xiao Lulang. One side of the footprints is deep and the other is shallow. He should be injured. The suspect's leg is also injured. Xiao Lulang looked at the drawing and said, this isn't an injury. He was born with a limp. The injured footprints are messy and have different depths. These footprints are very regular. Royal Princeton was speechless. He wanted to ask how he knew. His gaze swept over the suspect's leg and he instantly understood. There were no signs of fighting at the scene. It was more likely that the murderer was an acquaintance. Moreover, the murderer was a man about 5 feet tall. Assistant Minister Qin didn't believe it at first. However, even if he didn't believe it, there were others who believed it. Another assistant minister surnamed Ming brought the guards to find the murderer. According to the characteristics provided by Xiao Lulang, the murderer was arrested and brought to justice without any effort. Assistant Minister Ming's eyes were crooked from smiling. Oh my God, this was simply a merit that fell from the sky. Who would have thought that you could catch a fake murderer? He patted Assistant Minister Qin's shoulder and said with a smile, the one who makes the first move doesn't necessarily have the upper hand, right? Assistant Minister Qin's mouth was about to fly off. Assistant Minister Ming went to the Minister of Justice to ask for credit. Of course, he didn't forget to bring Xiao Lulang along. The Minister of Justice was very surprised. How do you know all this? Hanlin Academy wouldn't teach this, right? Xiao Lulang paused and said, my eldest brother was a coroner. In order to support his mother and young Xiao Lulang, Brother Xiao gave up the opportunity to study and became a coroner. The Minister of Justice suddenly understood. He had heard about the background of this new top scorer. He heard that he came from a poor family. However, he didn't expect that he had a brother who was a coroner. The Minister of Justice asked, your brother is now, Xiao Lulang said in a low voice, he passed away. The Minister of Justice didn't have a good impression of Hanlin Academy officials. Perhaps it was because he didn't enter Hanlin Academy in the beginning, so he said that grapes were sour. However, he felt that Xiao Lulang was different from those Hanlin Academy officials who thought they were a cut above the rest. He accidentally chatted with Xiao Lulang until late at night. When Xiao Lulang came out of the Ministry of Justice, it was already noon. It was around the same time as Gu Jiao predicted. On the other side, the news that Royal Princeton had caught the wrong person had already spread to Hanlin Academy. Assistant Minister Yang angrily rushed to the Ministry of Justice. What was wrong with Xiao Lulang? Did he think that he was arrogant just because he was a little smart? He actually dared to undermine Royal Princeton. Did he still want to work in Hanlin Academy? Why didn't he secretly suggest a plan to Royal Princeton and slap Royal Prince An's face in public? Assistant Minister Yang was furious. The carriage was parked in a small alley near the Ministry of Justice. As soon as Assistant Minister Yang jumped off the carriage, he was put in a gunny sack by someone. It wasn't too far from the Ministry of Justice to Hanlin Academy. The reason why he hired a carriage in the morning was because the child couldn't walk. Now, Xiao Lulang planned to walk back. He took a shortcut. When he walked through the secluded alley, he had a feeling that something was going to happen. He looked back but didn't see anything. Strange. He suddenly had the illusion that he had survived a disaster. In a stable near the Ministry of Justice, Assistant Minister Yang was being beaten up by a gunny sack. "Help, ow, help, ow ow ow, ow, you bullied my husband, hee hee hee." Gu Jiao's small fists landed on his body like snowflakes. Assistant Minister Yang was beaten up to the point of doubting life. No one would believe that he had been beaten up by someone outside the Ministry of Justice's main gate. Gu Jiao was so excited from beating him up that she only remembered the important matter after a long time. She forgot that there was a little Taoist nun to save. It wouldn't be good if she fell to her death. In her dream, she didn't fall to her death because Xiao Lulang acted as a cushion for her. Now, there was no human cushion. Humph. Gu Jiao kicked Assistant Minister Yang, took back her gunny sack, and ran towards the alley where the little Taoist nun fell. Unfortunately, she was a step too late. The little Taoist nun had already slipped and fallen from the third-floor window. Gu Changqing had just come out of the barracks when he saw his little sister sneaking around the Ministry of Justice. He was curious about what the little girl was doing, so he urged his horse to go over. Halfway there, a loud noise came from above. A small figure broke through the window and fell from above. Gu Changqing's eyes moved. He flew up and caught the little girl in midair, then slowly landed back on his horse. The little Taoist nun looked at him in shock. Her eyes lit up. General Talisman. Her head tilted and she fainted. Chapter 303. When the little nun opened her eyes again, she was already lying on a bed in the clinic. She froze for a moment, then remembered that she had just fallen down the stairs. She might have fallen to her death. The little nun closed her eyes. Since she was already dead, she might as well sleep. No. Suddenly, a proud young man's voice came from outside. Then, a deep and magnetic voice said, "Then, let's ride a horse." "Do you want to ride a horse?" What kind of beautiful voice was this? And what kind of spoiling tone was this? The little nun was so engrossed in her novel that she threw off the quilt, got out of bed, and opened the window. She saw a well-built man in dark light armor. His hair was as black as ink, and his thick eyebrows were slanted to his temples. His facial features were deep and stern, and his temperament was cold. His eyes were filled with endless tenderness and love. This was the General Fu from the novels. She looked at the young man opposite the General Fu. He wore a light blue robe, and his body was thin. His cheeks were pale and sickly, but his features were exquisite and as handsome as jade. Most importantly, his temper was especially stinky, especially black-hearted. The sickly hostage, Prince Li Yunting. Didn't she say they were a good match? The scene was so beautiful. The little nun looked at the two people under the tree and swallowed her saliva. Creak. The door was pushed open. Dr. Song came in with a bowl of medicine. Miss, you're awake. Shoo, don't be noisy. The little nun stared at the two people in the courtyard. Dr. Song strangely walked forward and followed her gaze. He smiled and said, "So it's the two young masters Gu. Miss, do you want to thank them?" The little nun frowned and looked at him. Dr. Song thought she didn't hear him clearly, so he repeated his words with a pleasant expression. "Miss, do you want to thank them?" The first sentence. The little nun said. "Ah." Dr. Song thought for a moment, then said with uncertainty, "So it's the two young masters Gu. They're brothers." "Yes." "Biological." "Yes." "Oh." The little nun lowered her head. Dr. Song's face was inexplicable. Why are you so disappointed all of a sudden? Dr. Song checked the little nun's pulse and let her drink the medicine. After asking Dr. Song, the little Taoist nun learned that she was saved by the heir of Marquis Ding in Manor, Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing and the little Taoist nun had met once before, but the little Taoist nun hadn't taken a good look at him. Sister. Sister. Soon after Dr. Song went out, Yuan Tong came in a hurry. Sister, are you all right? I just went to buy a box of osmanthus cakes. How did you disappear? I'm dying of anxiety. Fortunately, someone came to deliver a letter, saying that you came to the medical center next to the girls' school. The letter was sent by Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing only recognized her after saving her. It wasn't that Gu Chongqing didn't take a good look at her face last time. It was just that it would be difficult to find a second Taoist nun like her in the entire capital. The little Taoist nun sat down on a chair by the window. I'm fine. I just tripped and fell down from upstairs. How did you suddenly fall down from upstairs? Yuan Tong looked at the little Taoist nun. She pinched her face, then her arms and legs to make sure she was fine. The little Taoist nun said, the room was too stuffy. I wanted to open the window to get some fresh air, but my foot suddenly slipped and I fell out of the window. Yuan Tong indignantly said, it must be because they didn't clean the floor properly, causing sister to slip. I'll go find that tea shop later. The little Taoist nun shook her head, forget it. It was my own carelessness. Yuan Tong wanted to ask her sister who brought her to the medical center, but she was suddenly interrupted by a hateful voice. Yuan Tong. Yuan Tong clenched her fingers and coldly looked out the window. Gu Qingfeng stood outside the window with his arms crossed. Oh, it really is you. Yuan Tong gritted her teeth. Bumblebee. Gu Qingfeng asked, what are you doing here? Yuan Tong chuckled. Why do you care what I'm doing here? Gu Qingfeng, are you sick? Yuan Tong, you have medicine. TCH. Gu Qingfeng rolled his eyes in disdain. I'm just asking if you're sick, so I can introduce you to a reliable doctor. Qingfeng, don't be rude. Gu Chongqing was startled by the quarrel. The little Taoist nun stood up and slowly bowed to Gu Chongqing. Many thanks for saving my sister, Master Gu. Gu Qingfeng looked at Yuan Tong proudly. Did you see that? My big brother saved your sister. Yuan Tong's words were stuck in her throat. She glared at Gu Qingfeng, childish. The little Taoist nun was fine. After resting for a while, she paid the consultation fee and left with her sister. Gu Yan wouldn't talk to the Gu brothers, so he returned to Gu Jiao's courtyard. Gu Qingfeng habitually walked towards Gu Jiao's courtyard, but Gu Yan blocked the door. This is my sister's courtyard. Gu Qingfeng snorted, so what if you have a sister? Gu Yan, of course you do. If you have the ability, you can have a sister too. He didn't have a sister. He would never have one in this lifetime, at most he had. Forget it, that girl wasn't even the Gu family's daughter. In another room, Gu Chongqing and Gu Jiao talked about the recent news. The assassin who set me up at the military camp that night should still be in the capital. Tang Ming is also investigating the whereabouts of that power. Tang Ming and Gu Chongqing had a common enemy, so they temporarily abandoned their opposing positions and worked together to investigate the truth of that power. In the end, they really did find some clues. Immortal Music House. Gu Chongqing said, that person is related to Immortal Music House. What's Immortal Music House? Gu Jiao had never heard of it. Gu Chongqing hesitated, but still said, it's a brothel. Oh. Gu Jiao was very calm. She didn't have the bashful reaction of a normal girl when hearing about a brothel. It's definitely not possible to investigate openly. It's easy to alert the enemy and make a secret investigation. Gu Changqing didn't set foot in that kind of place, but if it was necessary to solve a case, he couldn't care less. Gu Jiao understood and asked, "Is it hard to enter a secret investigation?" Gu Changqing, "Do you know who's behind Immortal Music House?" Gu Jiao, "Who?" Gu Changqing, "The Empress Dowager." Gu Jiao's brows wrinkled, "Great aunt." Gu Changqing nodded. Gu Jiao shook her head, "Great aunt would not harm the Tang family, nor would she assassinate Tang Ming. She would also not provoke discord between the Marquis Ding and Fu and the Marshals Fu at this time." Gu Changqing was deep in thought. That's where the problem lies. Originally, the Marquis Ding and Fu and the Marshals Fu belonged to different camps. There was no need to provoke them. Unless that person felt there was a need to provoke them. Jiao Jiao. Gu Changqing looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao also looked at him, and Gu Changqing sternly said, "Although the matter of you inventing the bellows and mortar was not announced to the public, there were still people who knew it was you. You received the Emperor's appreciation and you also received the Empress Dowager's protection." Gu Jiao thought for a bit, "So that person felt that the two of them would make peace because of me?" This idea was simply too naive. Even if Gu Jiao did not deliberately inquire, she knew that her great-aunt and the emperor had already fought over 100 rounds in the palace. Although Gu Changqing knew that his sister was highly regarded by the two, he did not believe that they would let go of their many years of enmity. More importantly, your relationship with the emperor and the Empress Dowager is not known by the common people. Even in the palace, there are not many people who know. Gu Jiao said, "But that person knew." Gu Changqing said, "That's right." Gu Jiao picked up a tea leaf. There was a traitor by great-aunt's side. Gu Changqing analyzed, the Empress Dowager's leprosy in the past should also be related to this person. Although it was the emperor who did it, the success must have been due to this person's help. So I was thinking that the power behind Immortal Music House was not the Empress Dowager, but it was someone that the Empress Dowager was willing to protect. Gu Jiao's gaze turned cold. It was also someone who betrayed great-aunt. The news that Xiao Lulang solved a case for the Ministry of Justice quickly reached the emperor's ears. The emperor was busy dealing with Empress Dowager Zhuang these days and forgot that he had a new top scorer in the Hanlin Academy. Working for Imperial Tutor Zhuang, he must have been bullied a lot. The emperor suddenly felt ashamed. How could he have forgotten the person he promoted? Fortunately, that child was sturdy enough and was not abused to death by Imperial Tutor Zhuang. The emperor reached out to make it easier for a palace maid to dress him, Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei said, "This servant is here." The emperor said, "Is it the Hanlin Academy's turn to give a lecture to the Crown Prince today?" Eunuch Wei smiled, "Yes, is it still inviting Scholar Han? Your Majesty should go to the morning court first. This servant will send someone to invite him." The emperor said, "No, call Xiao Lulang over." Eunuch Wei was shocked, "Your Majesty, Xiao Lulang is only a scholar." To give a lecture to the Crown Prince, it was usually the highest-ranking official of the Hanlin Academy who personally appeared. At the very least, it would be a lecturer or a reading attendant. How could they let a new scholar take the stage? Then it will be him. The emperor had made up his mind. Eunuch Wei could only brace himself. Yes. Chapter 304. The princes of the imperial palace of an appropriate age had to go to the study every day to study. The study was located in a side hall of the throne room. In the country of Zhao, only third-rank officials and above had the right to go to the throne room for morning court. Therefore, teaching the princes was the only opportunity for officials below third rank to set foot in the throne room. But they still couldn't enter from the front door. Xiao Lulang was led by Eunuch Wei to the throne room from the side. They walked through the corridor and arrived outside the study. The other princes have already finished their homework. You will be teaching the crown prince alone. Eunuch Wei reminded him. The princes and the crown prince had classes together. The teachers were all highly respected officials. The difference was that the crown prince had more work to do than the other princes. After the princes finished their classes, he still had to continue. The crown prince had classes with the teachers in the morning. In the afternoon, he had classes with the emperor. He was occasionally sent out for training. The only prince who didn't need to attend classes was the eldest son, Ning Wang. When Xiao Lulang arrived outside the upper study, he coincidentally bumped into the princes coming out. The third prince, Rui Wang, had a sickly complexion. It was clear that he was having a hard time in class. The fourth prince was distinguished and elegant, light and indifferent. It looked like he knew everything. The fifth and sixth princes had serious expressions. It was unknown if the homework was too difficult or something else. Xiao Lulang bowed slightly. He didn't look sideways. He was neither servile nor overbearing. Eunuch Wei bowed to the princes. Rui Wang stopped and asked, Eunuch Wei, who is this? Eunuch Wei smiled and said, replying to Your Highness Rui Wang, this is Xiao Xiuzhua from the Hanlin Academy. Today, he will be teaching the crown prince. So young. Rui Wang's eyes widened. He didn't say his rank was so low. In comparison, his rank was nothing. This teacher looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old. He was already teaching the crown prince. And he looked so familiar. Rui Wang stared at Xiao Lulang's face. Xiao Lulang calmly let him look. After all, Rui Wang was not the crown prince and was not close to the young Marquis of Zhaodu for a while. He could not see that Xiao Lulang resembled him. Third brother, are we leaving or not? Didn't you say you were going to bring me and fourth brother to your residence to play? The sixth prince urged. Coming. Rui Wang didn't think about Xiao Lulang anymore and left in a hurry. Xiao Xiuzhua, please. Eunuch Wei gestured. Xiao Lulang stepped inside. His younger brothers had all finished their lessons, and he was the only one who stayed behind to continue learning. The crown prince was already somewhat unhappy, and when he saw that the Hanlin official giving the lecture was actually Xiao Lulang, his entire being felt unwell. Why are you here? He almost stood up in shock. Xiao Lulang calmly cupped his hands and said, this humble subject is here to lecture the crown prince on the orders of His Majesty. You are lecturing me. What was Imperial Father thinking? Why would he send this guy to lecture him? Did he already have no place in Imperial Father's heart? What kind of knowledge could a brat who was still wet behind the ears have? The crown prince's face turned green and white. It was truly wonderful. On the other side, Gu Jiao also entered the palace. She had come to visit her great-aunt. She had the Rinshou Palace token that her great-aunt had given her, so she smoothly entered the palace. When she walked past the throne room, she didn't know that Xiao Lulang was inside. She just unconsciously glanced in the direction of the throne room. The throne room was too grand. It stood towering above 100 steps of stairs and stood loftily under the bright sky. It was grand and imposing, and the heavy aura of history assaulted the face. It was solemn and dignified, and it caused others to be unable to help but feel reverence in their hearts. The throne room was a place that every official of the Zhao country dreamed of. Only by entering the throne room could one truly be called an important official of the court. To get to Rinshou Palace, one had to pass through the imperial garden. Gu Jiao had just walked there when she was stopped by a familiar and gentle voice. Older sister. It was Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu walked briskly towards Gu Jiao. She asked in surprise, older sister also entered the palace. Did you come to visit imperial concubine Shu? Gu Jiao looked at her coolly. Gu Jinyu was used to Gu Jiao's indifference. She smiled and didn't take it to heart. She explained, Imperial concubine Shu is ill. Grandmother heard the news and couldn't eat or sleep well. So she had me enter the palace to visit Imperial concubine Shu on her behalf. Gu Jiao and Gu Jinyu had not interacted much, but she remembered that she used to call old Madame Gu's daughter, Gu Gu Gu. Seeming to sense the change in her attitude, Gu Jinyu lowered her head and smiled bitterly. Older sister probably doesn't know. Not only did I falsely claim credit for the bellows, I also almost stole older sister's glutinous rice mortar. I told Imperial concubine Shu that I had an even better invention. In the end, it was exposed and caused Imperial concubine Shu to be embarrassed in front of His Majesty. I heard that I also implicated the fifth prince. Right now, Imperial concubine Shu probably doesn't want to see me at all. Gu Jiao had no intention of chatting with her and didn't respond. Gu Jinyu said, older sister is going to see Imperial concubine Shu. Why don't you come with me? Gu Jiao was about to say that she wasn't here to see Imperial concubine Shu, but before she could speak, she was interrupted by a youth's stern shout. You're that wild girl from the countryside. Gu Jinyu's expression changed slightly. She turned and bowed to a youth in embroidered robes. Greetings to His Highness the Fifth Prince. The fifth prince was 17 this year. He was the same age as Gu Qinglin, but 2 months younger. He had inherited Imperial concubine Shu's beauty and was considered outstanding among the princes who were already very good-looking. However, his domineering and arrogant attitude did not please Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't even lift her eyelids. She only glanced at him carelessly. The fifth prince stood in front of the two and looked at her in surprise. What's with your attitude? Why aren't you bowing when you see me? Logically speaking, she was supposed to kneel and pay her respects. However, since they were relatives, she was allowed to do a curtsy. Gu Jinyu reminded Gu Jiao in a small voice, older sister. Gu Jiao was indifferent. The fifth prince's anger flared. You're very bold. Gu Jinyu quickly stepped forward and said softly, Fifth prince, older sister has just entered the palace and is not familiar with the palace rules. I will properly explain it to older sister later. Fifth prince, please forgive older sister this once for the sake of grandfather and eldest brother. When the old duke and Gu Chongqing were mentioned, the fifth prince's expression softened. No matter how insensible he was, he understood that his maternal grandfather and eldest cousin brother were his backers. On the surface, his maternal grandfather had resigned, but he was secretly working for imperial father. His eldest cousin brother must have had some accomplishments in the military camp. However, the fifth prince still had no intention of letting Gu Jiao off so quickly. He said coldly to Gu Jiao, were you behind what happened last time? Gu Jiao looked at him strangely, completely unable to understand what he was saying. The fifth prince scoffed. You're too much. Since you could invent those things, why didn't you tell my imperial mother in advance? You caused so many misunderstandings. Even my homework was questioned by imperial father. It's all your fault. What kind of tyrannical bandit logic was this? What did she know and what she didn't know? What right did she have to tell consort Shu, who had nothing to do with her? Gu Jiao crossed her arms and looked at the fifth prince like he was an idiot. Gu Jinyu quickly mediated. Fifth prince, it's not older sister's fault. Older sister already told me. I didn't tell imperial mother. Gu Jiao also didn't deliberately tell Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu's words were clearly pushing the blame onto himself. But the fifth prince didn't buy it. Don't speak for her. I've always heard about her. She clearly returned to the capital, but she didn't move back to the manor and didn't come to pay respects to my imperial mother. Older sister is married. How can a married daughter move back to her maiden home? As for paying respects to Imperial Mother, isn't she here now? Gu Jinyu continued to give Gu Jiao meaningful looks, indicating for Gu Jiao to give in. Gu Jiao remained indifferent. The fifth prince's hair stood on end again. See. She has no sincerity at all. She clearly doesn't care about Imperial Mother and me. The fifth prince had been sullen recently. First, he was grounded by the Emperor. Then, he was ordered to study hard. No one was allowed to help him with his homework. His teachers were also much stricter with him. He didn't have any fun at all. Today, everyone had agreed to go to Third Brother's Manor, but he had to stay in the palace because he hadn't finished his punishment report from Imperial Father. He more or less wanted to vent his anger on Gu Jiao. If it was Gu Jinyu, perhaps she would let him have his way. But Gu Jiao wouldn't let him have his way. Gu Jiao looked at him and said, "I'm not here to visit Imperial concubine Shu, and I'm not here to pay respects to you." Saying this, she tilted her head slightly, indicating for the fifth prince to move aside. The fifth prince had only been a little angry at her, but now he was completely enraged. "I treat you as a relative and only ask you to pay respects to me. But you don't want face when I give it to you." The fifth prince said coldly, "Kneel." Gu Jinyu's face paled. "Your Highness. Move aside. Otherwise, I'll punish you too." The fifth prince rarely spoke so harshly to Gu Jinyu. It could be seen that he was truly angry. Gu Jinyu didn't dare to make another sound. Gu Jiao frowned in annoyance. "I'll say it one last time. Move aside." The fifth prince said angrily, "You're shameless. Come, slap her." Two strong eunuchs walked forward and reached out to grab Gu Jiao. But they didn't even touch Gu Jiao's clothes before they were thrown onto the grass. The fifth prince was so angry that he stomped his feet. "How dare you commit a crime in the palace?" He raised his hand to grab Gu Jiao. So noisy. She had such a bad temper. Coincidentally, there was a water tank with water lilies nearby. Gu Jiao grabbed the fifth prince's collar and threw him into the water tank. "Ah!" the fifth prince screamed. He fell into the water tank while sitting and was soaked. His hands quickly grabbed the sides of the tank and he struggled out of the water tank with a big water lily. The huge commotion shocked Empress Xiao, who was passing by. It was a sunny day today. Empress Xiao was supposed to accompany Qin Chuyu to the Imperial Garden to play, but Qin Chuyu ran away after a while. She was strolling around leisurely. Hearing the commotion, she walked over and saw the fifth prince sitting in the water tank in a sorry state. He wanted to climb out but couldn't. Although the fifth prince looked a little sorry, he was really funny. The fifth prince was very handsome, and with a pink lotus flower on his head, it really made people unable to restrain their laughter. Ahem. Empress Xiao cleared her throat and covered her mouth with a handkerchief. She ordered the servants, "What are you waiting for? Go and help the fifth prince up." "Yes." Eunuch Su personally led the servants and pulled the wet fifth prince out of the water tank. It was summer. Being soaked in water didn't make one feel cold, but it was ugly. The fifth prince's face looked even worse. The servants didn't dare to laugh at him. They held it in. Empress Xiao walked over slowly. She glanced around and asked, "What happened?" "Greetings, mother." The fifth prince bowed sullenly. Gu Jinyu also bowed, "Greetings, Empress. May the Empress have good fortune and peace." Empress Xiao's eyes fell on Gu Jiao, who was beside Gu Jinyu. "Which palace is she from?" Gu Jinyu hurriedly said, "Empress, she is my elder sister." "Your elder sister?" Empress Xiao had never seen Gu Jiao, but she had heard of her. But sometimes people's brains short-circuited. She couldn't remember Gu Jiao's elder sister. Besides, Gu Jiao's appearance was really unsightly. Empress Xiao frowned and withdrew her gaze from Gu Jiao. What happened? Empress Xiao asked the fifth prince. The fifth prince glanced at Gu Jiao. He didn't intend to tell on her, but he couldn't stop the eunuch from gossiping. A eunuch got up from the ground and knelt down in front of Empress Xiao. Empress, this girl is so bold. She dared to attack the fifth prince in the palace. If you hadn't arrived in time, the fifth prince would have been killed by her. Empress Xiao's expression turned cold. How could she assassinate a prince in the palace? Empress. Gu Jinyu knelt down and risked his life to plead. There was just a misunderstanding between the fifth prince and my sister. She didn't want to kill the fifth prince. Your Majesty, please understand. Oh, the Imperial Garden is so lively today. Noble Consort Zhuang's faint voice came from the entrance. She was followed by Consort Yu. Consort Yu was Rui Wang's biological mother. They had always been close. This was the first time Noble Consort Zhuang came out to the garden after Princess Ning's miscarriage. She didn't expect to encounter such a wonderful thing. Noble Consort Zhuang bowed slightly to the Empress. Consort Yu bowed, greetings, Empress. The fifth prince bowed embarrassedly, Noble Consort Zhuang, Noble Consort Yu. Noble Consort Zhuang seemed to be in a good mood today. When she spoke, she smiled slightly. What's wrong with the fifth prince? Did he go for a swim because it's too hot? Why is there a flower on his head? Flower. The fifth prince's expression changed, and he quickly raised his hand to take off the water lily on his head. Thinking that he, a prince of a country, had a flower on his head in front of so many people, he was ashamed and resentful. He couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Empress Xiao looked at Gu Jiao and sighed. The fifth prince had a little disagreement with this girl. I'm investigating this matter. Noble Consort Zhuang smiled and looked at Gu Jinyu and Gu Jiao beside her. So, the fifth prince was pushed into the water by her. Since such a big thing has happened, it's better to call Consort Shu here. After all, the fifth prince is her son. Empress Xiao nodded. Call Consort Shu here. Yes. Eunuch Su went to Changchun Palace to report to Consort Shu. Knowing that her son was pushed into the water, Consort Shu ignored her illness and went to the Imperial Garden under the hot sun. Empress Xiao couldn't remember who Gu Jinyu's sister was, but how could Consort Shu not? She had a red birthmark on her face and was too ugly to be seen. Who else could it be but her niece who was raised in the countryside? She held the fifth prince's hand with heartache and turned to glare at Gu Jiao fiercely. Did you push the fifth prince into the water? I think you're going against the heavens. Empress Xiao said. Consort Shu, the matter hasn't been clarified yet. Miss Gu and this eunuch each have their own story. Let's listen to what the fifth prince and this girl have to say. Consort Shu gritted her teeth and said, I only asked the Empress, did she push the fifth prince into the water? The eunuch beside the fifth prince cried, Your Majesty. It's her. She hit the servants and pushed the fifth prince into the water. Consort Shu trembled with anger. She clenched her fists and said to Empress Xiao with her last trace of reason, Your Majesty, this person is my niece. Please hand her over to me. Empress Xiao asked, What are you going to do? Consort Shu looked at Gu Jiao coldly and said, She has no mother to raise her. Of course, I will discipline her on behalf of my brother and sister-in-law. Guards! Take her down. As soon as she finished speaking, Eunuch Qin's voice sounded from afar, The Empress Dowager is here. Empress Xiao and the other concubines hurriedly turned around and bowed respectfully. Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix carriage came to the Imperial Garden like a golden phoenix flapping its wings. Her momentum instantly shocked everyone. The Imperial Garden was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Empress Xiao, as the head of the concubines, had to speak boldly, Mother, why are you here? If I didn't come, I wouldn't know that all of you are so good at making trouble for me. I invited a doctor from outside the palace, but he was blocked by you on the way. You wanted to kill him. What? I just came back to the palace, and you want me to be well. The only thing she didn't say was that they stopped the Empress Dowager from practicing medicine and wanted to kill the Empress Dowager. Mother, please forgive us. Empress Xiao knelt down with the help of the palace maids. Since the Empress knelt, noble consort Zhuang and the others could only follow suit and kneel on the ground. Come here. Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently. She said this to Gu Jiao. Empress Dowager Zhuang still wanted to put on airs in front of outsiders. What she meant was to let Gu Jiao walk to the side of the phoenix carriage, and then she would continue to be a trembling empress who would bring disaster to the country. Who knew that Gu Jiao would misunderstand? She supported herself with one hand, got on the phoenix carriage, and sat very obediently next to her grand aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang, everyone, Empress Dowager Zhuang. Oh, I've spoiled her. I have to spoil her even if she collapses. Chapter 305. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. Of course, Empress Dowager Zhuang's image wouldn't collapse so easily. After all, she was still very unreasonable to others. Consort Shu was about to speak up for the fifth prince when Empress Dowager Zhuang glared at her coldly. Consort Shu's face turned pale with fright. Empress Dowager Zhuang came quickly and left quickly. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix carriage was already far away. Although the fifth prince was indeed wronged, who had the courage to snatch him from Empress Dowager Zhuang? Empress Dowager is too biased. Why don't you ask what happened to the fifth prince? Consort Shu felt wronged. Empress Xiao glanced at her coldly. Consort Shu, be careful with your words. Consort Shu realized that she had misspoken and hurriedly bowed. I know I was wrong. Noble Consort Zhuang suddenly asked Consort Shu, does your niece know medicine? Consort Shu was speechless. How did she know? She had never seen that girl. Gu Jinyu said softly, in reply to your highness the imperial consort, elder sister knows medicine. During the incident at the Ministry of Works, many critically ill patients were sent to elder sister's clinic. You still have the face to talk about the accident at the Ministry of Works. Consort Shu was furious at Gu Jinyu. Consort Shu had been favored in the palace for many years. If Gu Jinyu hadn't cheated her, she would still be His Majesty's favorite concubine. Empress Xiao and noble Consort Zhuang both knew the inside story. They disdained Consort Shu's behavior, but they didn't say anything. Noble Consort Zhuang said to Empress Xiao, since the Empress Dowager summoned the doctor, she must be sick. I'll go to Rinshou Palace to see the Empress Dowager. Empress Xiao nodded slowly. Okay, I still have some things to deal with, so I won't go now. I'll pay respects to my mother later. Noble Consort Zhuang smiled, bowed slightly, and turned to leave. The moment she turned around, the smile on her face faded. No matter how high her status was or how much the Empress Dowager valued her, she couldn't call her mother. Empress Xiao continued to look for Qin Chuyu. After taking a few steps, an idea flashed through her mind. Eunuch Su, that girl, couldn't be the one who invented the bellows and glutinous rice mortar, right? It's her. Eunuch Su nodded. Empress Xiao broke into a cold sweat for herself. His Majesty thought highly of that girl. Fortunately, he didn't have time to punish her. But then again, how did that girl become Empress Dowager Zhuang's guest? She seemed to be very familiar with Empress Dowager Zhuang. It seemed that this was not the first day they had met. Does His Majesty know about this? On the other side, Empress Dowager Zhuang and Gu Jiao returned to Rinshou Palace. Eunuch Qin went to the small kitchen and instructed the cook to make Gu Jiao's favorite snacks. Empress Dowager Zhuang brought her back to her bedroom and sat down on a bench. "Tell me, how did you find time to visit me today?" Gu Jiao sat down beside her and thought for a moment before saying, "I miss Grand Aunt." Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, "I don't believe it." Gu Jiao curved her lips and took out a food box from the small basket. After opening it, the aroma of crispy sesame oil and brown sugar rushed to her nose. "It's still hot." Gu Jiao took out the steaming brown sugar glutinous rice cake. The brown sugar glutinous rice cake was fried black and sprinkled with freshly fried white sesame seeds. The color was attractive and the aroma was rich. Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth watered. Gu Jiao put a small yellow duck bowl in front of Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the tableware in Little Jing Kong and was speechless. Why did they use such childish tableware? "Are there no bowls at home?" she asked with a dark face. Gu Jiao said, "Today, Uncle Zhou and Aunt Lu are holding banquets at the same time. There aren't enough bowls, so they were borrowed." The cupboard was empty. Only the strange tableware in Little Jing Kong was not borrowed. These tableware were all made by Gu Jiao in the way he liked. However, he had a little problem of liking the new and disliking the old. As long as Gu Jiao made new ones, he would not want the old ones. He was now obsessed with kitten bowls and did not use the small yellow duck bowl. "Empress Dowager Zhuang, so you not only gave me the tableware that the little monk used, but also the tableware that he did not want." Aijia's heart is bitter. Aijia will not say it. The temptation of the brown sugar glutinous rice cake was huge. Although she disliked the small yellow duck bowl, Empress Dowager Zhuang still enjoyed the food Gu Jiao brought. She only ate 3 before Gu Jiao did not allow her to eat anymore. "There are 3 more." Empress Dowager Zhuang said with grievance. "Those are for Eunuch Qin." Gu Jiao said. Empress Dowager Zhuang, "Oh, anyway, Qin Kuan's food will be mine later." Gu Jiao, "I will bring them to Eunuch Qin and watch him eat." Empress Dowager Zhuang. When noble consort Zhuang arrived at Rinshou Palace, the brown sugar glutinous rice cake episode was over. Gu Jiao was taking Empress Dowager Zhuang's pulse. The two were sitting in chairs. The sun shone through the window, shining on Empress Dowager Zhuang's silver hair and on the young girl's black hair. The scene was somewhat peaceful and beautiful. Noble consort Zhuang was stunned. She thought she might be seeing things. For a moment, she actually saw a trace of kindness in her aunt's eyes. The most unkind person in the world was her aunt. The emotions in Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes had been restrained, leaving only a domineering and majestic face. "What are you doing here?" Noble consort Zhuang smiled. "Didn't Aunt invite a doctor from the common people?" "I came to see Aunt. After all, she was her niece." Empress Dowager Zhuang was not bad to noble consort Zhuang. Otherwise, she would not have come in so quickly. Even the Empress had to wait outside for a while when she came to pay respects. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "Aijia is fine. I just asked someone to check your pulse." "I see. Then I am relieved." Noble consort Zhuang said and sat down on a stool slightly below Empress Dowager Zhuang. Gu Jiao sat next to Empress Dowager Zhuang and took her pulse. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't restrict Gu Jiao with the rules of the palace, so Gu Jiao didn't know that this bench was Empress Dowager Zhuang's special seat. Ordinary people were not qualified to sit on it. When the imperial doctors took Empress Dowager Zhuang's pulse, they all knelt on the ground. Noble consort Zhuang naturally didn't know that Gu Jiao had even slept on Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix bed. She slept horizontally, slept on her stomach, slept with drool, and slept in all kinds of ways. Gu Zhao finished taking Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand and gently put it back. I said Aijia is fine, right? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. She didn't really call her to Rinshou Palace to be a doctor. Gu Zhao said, you are not allowed to eat candy secretly. Empress Dowager Zhuang choked. Aijia, when did Aijia eat candy secretly? Is it Qin Kun, that dog? Halfway through her words, she realized that noble consort Zhuang was still here. She changed the topic and said coldly, Aijia doesn't eat candy. Only children eat things. Oh. Then it seems that you don't need to give this. Gu Zhao took out the candied fruit from her pocket and silently put it back. Empress Dowager Zhuang, not allowed to go back. Noble consort Zhuang, in fact, Empress Dowager Zhuang was still very arrogant. This didn't change much before or after returning to the palace, whether it was her grandaunt or Empress Dowager Zhuang. Even when she spoke to Gu Zhao, her tone wasn't very good. But when she liked someone, she couldn't hide it. When she looked at that person, there would be light in her eyes. The last time noble consort Zhuang saw her aunt like someone so much was when Princess Ning and was in the palace. Although Princess Ning and wasn't her aunt's biological daughter, she was more like her own flesh and blood. Her aunt almost doted on her. Unfortunately, for a man, Princess Ning and ignored Empress Dowager Zhuang's dissuasion and married far away to the bitter cold of the northern border. Her aunt once told her that if she dared to walk out of this door, she would cut off all ties with her. His aunt had the power to overturn the imperial court. She could control the universe and play with the world in the palm of her hand. However, she could not control the marriage of her daughter. Because she cared too much, she had a weakness. When Princess Ning and threatened her with death, her aunt still lost. Noble consort Zhuang would never forget the night many years ago when Princess Ning and, wearing a bright red wedding dress, kowtowed 3 times with tears in her eyes outside the silent Rinshou Palace in the cold wind and snow. Aken is unfilial. I can't serve Imperial Mother. I can't take care of Imperial Mother for the rest of my life. Imperial Mother, please take care of yourself. Aken, bye-bye. Princess Ning and got married. Her aunt fell ill. She almost lost her life. After that, his aunt cut off the last trace of humanity and turned into a demon empress who could bring calamity to the country through and through. After Consort Shu brought the 5th prince back to Changchun Palace, she felt that something was wrong. She called Gu Jinyu over. Why didn't you mention that girl's medical skills before? Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and said, Your Highness didn't ask. Imperial concubine Shu gasped. Consort Shu frowned and asked, when did she know the Empress Dowager? Gu Jinyu shook her head. I don't know. You don't know anything. What use are you? Consort Shu couldn't get anything out of Gu Jinyu and impatiently let her go. The more Consort Shu thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. Wasn't that girl one of His Majesty's people? She had His Majesty's appreciation, so why was she so close to the Empress Dowager? Could it be that she sought refuge with the Empress Dowager? Ha! Consort Shu suddenly sneered. Very good. She was worried about how to deal with this girl. She was really giving her a pillow. Come. Your Highness. A palace maid walked over. Where is His Majesty? Consort Shu asked. In the imperial study. The palace maid replied. Consort Shu raised her eyebrows. Prepare a sedan. I want to go to the imperial study. She wanted to put righteousness before family and expose this girl to His Majesty. Chapter 306. In the study, the Crown Prince was having his last class of the day. Xiao Liulang's class was actually very good. He explained the profound in simple terms and quoted from many sources. It was not boring at all. It was more lively and easy to understand than Scholar Han's lecture. This was not to say that Scholar Han's literary foundation was not as good as Xiao Lulang's. It was just that Xiao Lulang had a few troublemakers at home who tutored them. Whenever it was a bit boring, the three of them would collectively go into a trance. But when the Crown Prince looked at Xiao Lulang's face, he could not help but think of the deceased Xiaoheng. He was always in a trance. Your Highness, please explain what you just said. Xiao Lulang interrupted the Crown Prince's trance for the 27th time. The Crown Prince was stunned. Ha! Xiao Lulang repeated. The Crown Prince was stunned. He was thinking about Xiaoheng just now. How could he have heard what he said? Xiao Lulang put down his book on the podium and said, "If the Crown Prince does not understand, I will explain it again." The Crown Prince felt a headache coming on. It was already lunchtime, but because he was always in a trance, he did not finish the content. If it were another civil official, the class would have already ended. They did not dare to delay the Crown Prince's class. But Xiao Lulang was very stubborn and insisted on finishing the class. The Crown Prince braced himself and listened again. After listening carefully, he learned a lot. At least he could immediately repeat the explanation. Xiao Lulang tested him on the key points of today's lesson. The Crown Prince thought that he did not understand, but unexpectedly he answered all of them. He was surprised. When did he understand? Wasn't his mind on Xiaoheng during this class? Xiao Lulang said, "Neither too fast nor too slow, today's class ends here. Your Highness, please write down the homework." There's still homework. The Crown Prince frowned as he looked at him. How daring. His hair wasn't even fully grown yet, and he was only here to substitute for a lesson. Did he really think that he was the Crown Prince's teacher? In any case, the Crown Prince was the legitimate son of the Emperor and the future monarch. He had the right to be proud and arrogant. He looked down on Xiao Lulang, this little cripple from a humble family. Of course, it was also possible that the complicated feelings he had for Xiaoheng were causing trouble in his heart, causing him to project part of his feelings towards Xiaoheng onto Xiao Lulang. Does he love Xiaoheng? Naturally, it was painful. He had so many brothers and sisters in the palace, but before little Qi was born, he didn't have any real siblings. They all wanted his position. On the surface, they flattered him, but behind his back, they envied him and cursed him. The only person he treated as a younger brother was Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng was so outstanding. Even though he was 5 years younger than him, he studied better than him, recited better poems than him, and even had better looks than him. But he thought that this was his cousin and would be his subject in the future. It was also a good thing that he was outstanding. He had never been jealous of him, until he met Wen Linlang. That year, he was 13, and Wen Linlang was 11. He was just a young and inexperienced boy who didn't understand the love between men and women. But inexplicably, at first glance, he felt that Wen Linlang was the crown princess he would marry in the future. His mother often called the daughters of the ministers into the palace to accompany her, but he didn't like any of them. If he had to have someone accompany him on the road to the emperor, he hoped that that person would be Wen Linlang. "What's your name?" "I, Sister Linlang." The 8-year-old Xiaoheng ran over with a childish face. He tilted his little head and looked at Wen Linlang, then looked at him. "Brother Crown Prince, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is Sister Linlang. Sister Linlang, this is Cousin Crown Prince. Greetings, Your Highness." She quickly knelt down and bowed. After that, she held Xiaoheng's hand and left. While walking, she wiped away the sweat on Xiaoheng's forehead. He heard her gently advise him, "Aheng, don't climb trees in the future. It's very dangerous." But I want to pick fruit for you to eat. Don't you like to eat it? But I prefer Aheng to be well. I don't want Aheng to get hurt. Oh. He returned to the palace and told his imperial concubine mother that he liked Aheng's sister Lin Lang. However, his imperial concubine mother very seriously told him, she is Aheng's fiancée. She saved Aheng's life. The marriage was set a long time ago. You are the older brother. You cannot steal your younger brother's marriage. Your Highness, Your Highness. Xiao Liulang's voice interrupted the Crown Prince's thoughts. The Crown Prince was so shocked that he began to sweat. He guiltily glanced at Xiao Liulang. This was too frightening. This person was too similar to Xiaoheng. What was Father Emperor thinking? To have him give him lessons, was he not afraid that he would have nightmares? The Crown Prince calmed himself down and maintained his good self-control. Suppressing his impatience and discomfort, he said in a normal tone, I did not remember the homework just now. I will have to trouble Xiao Xiuzhua to repeat it. Coming out of the study, the Crown Prince's entire body was soaked. The palace servant waiting outside immediately went forward and handed him a handkerchief while fanning him. Fortunately, it was currently summer, so sweating was not strange. Only the Crown Prince understood that the majority of the sweat on his body was cold sweat. Xiao Liulang calmly walked out of the study. The Crown Prince glanced at his walking stick. Xiaoheng was very vain and cared a lot about how others looked at him. When he was young, he had lost 2 front teeth, and he did not speak in front of others for half a year. He definitely would not allow himself to be disabled. With him, he would rather sit in a wheelchair than limp around in broad daylight. He was not Xiaoheng. He was not. On the other side, Imperial concubine Shu sat in a sedan chair and left Changchun Palace. The Emperor was reading memorials in the study when he suddenly heard Eunuch Wei report, Your Majesty, Consort Shu is here. The Emperor frowned, now. It was lunchtime. The Emperor glanced at Empress Xiao, who was silently waiting for him. He cleared his throat and said to Eunuch Wei, Let Consort Shu in. Yes. Eunuch Wei walked out. Empress Xiao did not say anything. She silently sat on the chair across from the Emperor and sipped her tea. Qin Chuyu was rolling on the ground. He was practicing the toad fighting technique, which was what the 3 scumbags of the Imperial College saw in a novel. It was said that this technique was very powerful and could beat away many bad people after learning it. He was showing his skills to his father and telling him that he was someone who could protect him. The Emperor did not think that his son was practicing. He only thought that his son was too fat and should lose weight. Rolling on the ground was also a form of exercise, so he did not scold him. Consort Shu thought that the Emperor was the only one in the study. Unexpectedly, when she entered, the whole family of 3 was there. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Consort Shu suppressed her embarrassment and bowed to the 2. Empress Xiao smiled. The Emperor said, Little Qi. Qin Chuyu, who was rolling on the ground, turned his head and glanced at his father. Father. Then he saw Consort Shu. Ha! Consort Gu. He stood up and bowed to Consort Shu politely. Little Qi greets Consort Gu. Good boy, Consort Shu said with a smile. How could he roll on the ground like this? The Empress had learned all the rules. How could she teach her son like this? Consort Shu, do you need something? The Emperor asked. She did need something, but how could she say it in front of the Empress and the 7th Prince? Eunuch Su, take little Qi out, Empress Xiao said. She was going to stay here by herself. Your Highness, I'll go outside to play marbles with you, Eunuch Su said with a smile. Qin Chuyu was obsessed with marbles, so he went with Eunuch Su. You can leave too, the Emperor said to the maids who were fanning him and Empress Xiao in the room. Yes. The maids walked out in a line. Eunuch Wei was guarding the door. Tell me, what's the matter? The emperor asked concisely. Consort Shu looked conflicted. Empress Xiao smiled. It seems that it's inconvenient for me to hear. Then I'll come to visit your majesty another day. No. Consort Shu didn't have the guts to talk to his majesty behind the empress' back. It didn't matter if she didn't expose it, but it was against the rules if she said it out in the open. Consort Shu said with a smile, I'm not hiding anything from the empress. I was just thinking about how to say it. When the empress asked me, I was enlightened and knew where to start. Speaking of which, I need the empress to testify for me. Empress Xiao picked up the teacup and gently stirred the tea with the lid. She said, Oh. What do you need me to testify for? Placing righteousness before family was a sign of loyalty in front of the emperor, but in the ears of others, it sounded like a family scandal being aired in public. Of course, Consort Shu didn't want the empress to see her as a joke, but the arrow had already been knocked. She could only bite the bullet and expose Gu Jiao. Qinxia only found out today that the girl was acquainted with the Empress Dowager. Consort Shu did not take sides in the palace. She did not curry favor with Consort Zhuang and did not rely on Empress Xiao. But there was one thing she was very careful about. That was, she could not get too close to Empress Dowager Zhuang. She said this with the intention of removing herself from the picture. Of course, she did not forget to remove Marquis Ding and Fu from the picture. Ever since that girl came to the capital, not only did she not come to pay respects to me, she also did not return to the Fu to pay respects to her grandfather and grandmother. Her older brothers in the family are like strangers to her, so her collusion with the Empress Dowager could not have been incited by Marquis Ding and Fu. Empress Xiao had actually come to talk about this matter, but she was not as impatient as Consort Shu. She first wanted to see His Majesty's attitude towards the girl. She would not do something that was strenuous and unrewarding. It was just that there were too many people in the palace. Even if she didn't say it, the matter of the imperial garden would reach His Majesty's ears sooner or later. At most, it would be due to the fact that she did not report it. Empress Xiao was the mother of the country. She did not need any merit to sit firmly in the position of empress. On the contrary, she could not make a mistake. Otherwise, she would implicate the crown prince. Empress Xiao did not expect that the first person to report to the emperor would be Consort Shu. That girl was Consort Shu's niece. That was true. She was not close to Consort Shu. Her invention of the bellows and glutinous rice mortar had received His Majesty's appreciation. But not only did Consort Shu not benefit from her glory, she had also been punished because of her. Today, the fifth prince had been pushed into the water by her. With the old and new grudges added together, it would be strange if Consort Shu did not want to tear that girl apart. Empress Xiao calmly drank her tea and did not make a single comment. The emperor's face sank. He looked towards Empress Xiao. Did the empress also see it? Empress Xiao put down her teacup and sighed, saying, Qinxia did see her follow the Empress Dowager to Renshou Palace. I heard that the Empress Dowager was not feeling well and invited a doctor from the common people. Once the doctor was invited, the emperor's expression relaxed. He knew the little miracle-working doctor's medical skills. The reputation of the Miracle Hall had gradually spread in the capital. It was not surprising that the Empress Dowager would invite him to the palace. Consort Shu hurriedly said, But how can a doctor from the common people sit in the Empress Dowager's phoenix carriage? Few princesses have sat in it. Empress Xiao smiled and did not speak anymore. The emperor knew Empress Dowager's character. She would never let a doctor who she had only met once or twice sit in her phoenix carriage. Consort Shu was right. Few princesses had sat in it. She was a heinous old woman. Did she bribe the little miracle-working doctor? The emperor said in a low voice, "You go back to the palace first. I still have something to deal with." Consort Shu understood that the emperor was going to verify the truth of the matter. She was not afraid of the emperor's investigation. She was afraid that the emperor would not investigate. So many pairs of eyes had seen that girl and Empress Dowager were very close. At first glance, it was obvious that there was something fishy. At night, the emperor called eunuch He from the imperial household and ordered him to take people to investigate the relationship between Gu Jiao and Empress Dowager Zhuang. The relationship between Gu Jiao and Empress Dowager Zhuang was not difficult to investigate. No one had found it before because no one suspected them at all. Eunuch He carried a burden and pretended to be a peddler to Qingshui Alley. Then everything came to the surface. The candlelight in the imperial study swayed. The emperor's face was lit up and then dark. He clenched his fists and said, "What did you say?" "She saved Empress Dowager Zhuang." "Yes, Empress Dowager Zhuang is her and Xiao Xiuzuo's grand-aunt. Xiao Xiuzuo went to the capital to take the exam. They also followed him from the countryside. But..." Eunuch He paused. He did not know if he should say that Empress Dowager Zhuang's behavior in Qingshui Alley seemed to be different from that in the palace. If he had not confirmed the characteristics and the portrait, he almost thought that the grand-aunt Jiao Jiao in the neighborhood was a real old lady from the countryside. After all, Empress Dowager Zhuang was a person who never suffered losses. Eunuch He continued, "I also inquired about the time when Empress Dowager Zhuang went to their house. It was not long after Empress Dowager Zhuang disappeared from Leprosy Mountain. Our people lost track of Empress Dowager Zhuang in Qingchuan Town. They are also from Qingchuan Town." The emperor fell into the chair dejectedly. His face was full of disbelief and hurt. "So, before she met me, she met Empress Dowager Zhuang," Eunuch He sighed, "I'm afraid so." The emperor said again, "Was she the one who cured Empress Dowager Zhuang's leprosy?" Eunuch He said, "I don't know. But I'm afraid so." The emperor laughed self-mockingly. His eyes were full of pain. "She can even cure venereal disease. Why can't she cure leprosy? I should have expected it. In the world, except for her, who can cure Empress Dowager Zhuang's leprosy? I just don't want to guess it was her." "Your Majesty." Eunuch Wei looked at the emperor's almost crazy expression and felt worried. The emperor's eyes turned red. His feelings for Gu Jiao were very special. It was definitely not the love between a man and a woman, but it was also not a normal doctor-patient relationship. This little girl carried too many expectations of him. He was grateful to her, appreciated her, valued her, and even cherished her. When he saw her, he would be happy. But he never expected that she was actually the Empress Dowager's person. People's standpoints and perspectives were different. They had different prejudices, so they would see things from different angles. In the same way, Gu Jiao and her husband saved Empress Dowager Zhuang and took her in. In Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyes, Xiao Lulang had turned to the emperor and knew that the other party was the Empress Dowager. All the redemption and shelter were just to put the Empress Dowager under house arrest. But in the emperor's eyes, it was Empress Dowager Zhuang who deliberately hid her identity and used the image of an innocent old woman to cheat Gu Jiao and her husband's sympathy and trust. She also used Xiao Lulang to go to the capital for the imperial examination as an opportunity to return to the capital. She is so despicable that she can use an imperial examination candidate. She is so shameless that she can scheme against her own savior. She is a vicious woman who will do anything. The emperor could tolerate other things, but he couldn't tolerate this. The emperor's eyes were like torches. Why did everyone around me betray me? The little magic doctor did it, and so did Ning'an. What was wrong with me? How did I lose to her? Eunuch Wei and Eunuch He didn't say anything. They understood that the emperor was thinking of Princess Ning'an again. Princess Ning'an was the daughter of concubine Jing. The emperor had been raised by concubine Jing since he was a child, so he had a close relationship with Princess Ning'an. The two grew up together. The Empress Dowager had a good relationship with concubine Jing's children in the early years. Otherwise, she wouldn't have supported concubine Jing's adopted son to the throne. But the emperor was dissatisfied with Empress Dowager Zhuang's regency after he ascended the throne, so he distanced himself from Empress Dowager Zhuang. In the end, they broke off their relationship. Between the emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang, Princess Ning'an chose Empress Dowager Zhuang. It wasn't that she had framed the emperor for Empress Dowager Zhuang, but that her protection of Empress Dowager Zhuang made the emperor feel bitterly disappointed. In the end, Princess Ning'an married to the northern frontier for her sweetheart, causing Empress Dowager Zhuang to fall seriously ill and almost die. The emperor felt a faint twisted pleasure in his heart. You took Ning'an away from me back then, and now she is taken away by someone else. Have you tasted the pain that I suffered back then? The emperor was so depressed that he felt like he couldn't breathe in the palace. He decided to take a walk outside the palace. He changed his clothes and went to Marquis Xuanping's estate with Eunuch Wei. He wanted to have a drink with Marquis Xianping, but the Marquis went to the soft jade pavilion. The emperor then secretly went to find the old Marquis, but the old Marquis wasn't at home either. The emperor was confused. Did these two people make an appointment to anger him today? The emperor misunderstood the old Marquis. The old Marquis didn't know that the emperor had left the palace and went to the martial arts center. Gu Jiao also went to the martial arts center. Gu Jiao had lost to someone a while ago. After hearing the news, the old Marquis came to watch Gu Jiao fight. Gu Jiao's opponent was still a young swordsman from last time. Her opponent was about 27 or 28 years old and was at the peak of his strength. On the other hand, Gu Jiao was still young, so she was inferior to her opponent in terms of strength. Of course, the most important thing was the moves. Gu Jiao learned how to kill people in the organization, but she couldn't kill people in the martial arts center. The old Marquis saw the problem after watching half a round. Best of 3, Gu Jiao lost the first round. The old Marquis called Gu Jiao to the backyard. Little brother Gu, use the moves you used on him to attack me again. After saying that, the old Marquis imitated the swordsman's moves on the spot. Every move was exactly the same. Gu Jiao exclaimed in her heart. Was the old man so powerful? He could learn it with just one look. Gu Jiao went to attack the old Marquis, but she lost even more miserably than in the arena. The old Marquis said, "Your moves are very messy. You're using fist moves and palm moves on the spot. Where did you learn from?" Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and wrote, "No master, I fought blindly." The old Marquis's mouth twitched. She could fight blindly like this. The old Marquis thought for a while, then demonstrated and said, "If you want to use fist moves, you can use these moves. If you want to use palm moves," with his guidance, Gu Jiao won 2 rounds in a row after entering the arena and clinching victory in this competition. The old Marquis was very satisfied. This child's talent was really too high. She was not inferior to Gu Chongqing at all. Gu Jiao won the fight. She touched the small mask and looked up at the old Marquis. The old Marquis went downstairs and called her to the armory of the martial arts center. He said to her, "You've never used a weapon. Actually, you're at a disadvantage. I originally thought that you didn't like to use weapons." Now she knew that he didn't know how to use weapons at all. Gu Jiao thought, "I'm very good at shooting, the kind that can explode the head with one shot." The old Marquis looked at the weapons in the room and said, "Pick one." Gu Jiao didn't have much interest in cold weapons. The old Marquis thought that she didn't know how to pick, so he looked carefully and picked up a red-tasseled spear. He said to her, "Use this." Gu Jiao nodded. "Okay." The old Marquis demonstrated a set of spear moves for her. The old Marquis still restrained his aura, but Gu Jiao still felt an earth-shattering power. "This is an expert, a real expert. You try." The old Marquis stopped and threw the red-tasseled spear to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao caught it. In her previous life, she had too little contact with cold weapons. Other than daggers, there were only scalpels. Suddenly giving her a red-tasseled spear, she was a little stunned. She made a mistake on the first move. If it was Gu Changqing or any of the old Marquis' soldiers, the old Marquis would have already lashed out with his whip. But with little brother Gu, the old Marquis seemed to be especially patient. He himself didn't know why. When Gu Jiao made a mistake for the 7th time, the old Marquis' temper couldn't be controlled anymore. Gu Jiao looked at him cutely, her eyes full of innocence. The old Marquis, forget it, forget it. She's still young. I'll teach her slowly. I'll show you one last time. Watch carefully. If you make a mistake again, I won't teach you anymore. After the 18th demonstration, this is really, really the last time. The old Marquis was about to collapse. This child was here to torture him. Why did she learn so quickly barehanded, but she couldn't even play with a red-tasseled spear? Just as the old Marquis was about to vomit blood, Gu Jiao finally demonstrated a complete set of spear moves. The old Marquis was paralyzed on the ground, only feeling that he was about to collapse. Who was the one training who? Why did he have to take the extra step of teaching this kid martial arts? He had almost lost his life from the training. Let's stop here today. His arms and legs were about to break, and his old waist was also sprained. Gu Jiao hadn't played enough. She had tasted the sweetness. But seeing that he really was about to collapse, she felt a twinge of conscience and decided not to squeeze the old man dry. She took out a small notebook and scribbled, "Then let's practice again next time." The old Marquis' temples suddenly throbbed. Next time. There's a next time. The old Marquis' face was full of rejection. Gu Jiao thought for a while, then took out 2 small jade-like fingers and gently pinched his sleeves. Under the mask, the pair of watery phoenix eyes looked at him very innocently. The old Marquis gave a vague Gu Jiao shook her little head happily. The old Marquis looked at the little head shaking in front of him and inexplicably wanted to spit. Of course, he restrained himself. Because he felt that it was wrong to hurt his brother. This scene was seen by Gu Qingfeng, who was tailing Gu Jiao. Others might not recognize Gu Jiao, but how could he not? He was the one who introduced Gu Jiao to the martial arts center. Moreover, he had long been in cahoots with the masked Gu Jiao many times. Speaking of which, his grandfather actually liked this kind of thing. With his grandfather's bad temper, he thought that the girl would be beaten into a pile of fertilizer. Gu Qingfeng was tailing Gu Jiao because he found some information about Immortal Music House. He planned to sell the information to this girl. He also didn't want to extort her. The price of affection was 1,000 taels. But who would have thought that this girl would actually play with his grandfather for so long? Today probably wouldn't work out. Forget it, it's the same to find her another day. Gu Qingfeng returned to the Marquis' residence. Not long after, the old Marquis also returned. He was very tired. Teaching Gu Changqing wasn't so tiring, because Gu Changqing could be beaten up as he pleased. That brat, he couldn't do it. In the end, he suffered internal injuries. Grandfather. Gu Qingfeng suddenly walked out from the corridor. The old Marquis was startled. Seeing that it was Gu Qingfeng, his eyes turned cold. Why are you hiding here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? After seeing the other side of his grandfather, Gu Qingfeng didn't seem to be as afraid of him as before. He smiled and said, "Grandfather didn't come back so late. I was worried about you, so I waited here for you." The old Marquis looked at Gu Qingfeng suspiciously. Gu Qingfeng immediately revealed a smile. "Grandfather, can you lend me your Nirvana Phoenix for 2 days?" The Nirvana Phoenix was the old Marquis's mount. It was even more powerful than Gu Chongqing's horse. Gu Qingfeng had been eyeing it for a long time, but never had a chance to ride it. The old Marquis loved horses as much as his life. Riding a horse was like riding him. The old Marquis ignored Gu Qingfeng and strode towards the courtyard. Gu Qingfeng took out the killing move he learned from Gu Jiao. He stretched out 2 fingers and gently pinched the old Marquis's sleeve. The old Marquis turned around. He looked at the old Marquis and began to shamelessly act cute. The old Marquis gave him a big slap in the face. Gu Qingfeng was directly sent flying and crashed into a pillar. He stuck to it for a long time before slipping to the ground. Gu Qingfeng, what went wrong? Why was he always the one getting hurt? The same small action, Gu Jiao did it softly and cutely. When Gu Qingfeng did it, the old Marquis felt that he was a sissy. The old Marquis got goosebumps. Before he could react, his hand had already reached out. Gu Qingfeng couldn't take care of himself for the rest of the night from this slap. He was especially miserable and had to be carried back by the servants. After Gu Jiao came out of the martial arts center, she saw that it was already so late and decided to go straight home. She took a shortcut, so it was inevitable that it was a bit remote. When she passed by a quiet and deserted street, she suddenly heard the sound of metal clashing, followed by a familiar voice. "You dog! How dare you block my way?" It was Eunuch Wei's voice. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. She turned around and stepped on the wall to the roof, then jumped down from the roof to another street. The distance was a bit far. Gu Jiao sped up, but when she arrived at the scene, Eunuch Wei was already lying in a pool of blood. Eunuch Wei. Gu Jiao walked forward and took gauze and hemostatic powder from her arms to stop the bleeding. Eunuch Wei grabbed her wrist with his blood-stained hand. "No, don't worry about me, go and save His Majesty." Gu Jiao wrapped the gauze around the wound on his abdomen. "Wait for me." Gu Jiao followed the direction Eunuch Wei pointed and caught up with the emperor who was being surrounded. The emperor was also injured. The last secret guard was stabbed in the heart in order to cover his escape. Seeing that a man in black was about to take his head, a red tasseled spear suddenly came with a whistling sound. It pierced the man's shoulder and nailed him to the wall. If Gu Jiao was just having fun in the martial arts club, then at this moment, she really felt the power of the red tasseled spear. Blood splashed on the emperor's face. The emperor fell to the ground, and his whole person was stunned. Gu Jiao grabbed the emperor. "Let's go." When another wave of men in black arrived, the emperor was no longer in the alley. Gu Jiao first hid the emperor in a cowshed, then turned around to look for Eunuch Wei. Unfortunately, she couldn't find him. The emperor was injured. If the other party wanted to investigate, they would start from the medical center. With that thought in mind, Gu Jiao brought him back to Jadewater Alley. She couldn't go to her son-in-law's house, nor could she go to Xiao Liulong's house. Little Jing Kong was already asleep. After thinking about it, there was only one room in the house that was empty. Gu Jiao helped the emperor to her great-aunt's house. "What's wrong, Jiao Jiao?" Yao Shi heard the commotion and came out. Gu Jiao put the emperor on the bed and said to Yao Shi, "Nothing, just a patient. Do you need help?" Yao Shi asked. "Boil some water." Gu Jiao said. "Okay." Yao Shi went to the kitchen. Madam, let me do it." Yu put down the half-washed clothes and said to Yao Shi, "Go to the house and rest. I will boil the water." Yao Shi nodded and looked at the house with some worry. Gu Jiao had already closed the door. The emperor's wound was not in a good place. It was above his thigh, and he almost lost his melon. Gu Jiao lit all the candles and used the night pearl that her great-aunt gave to Gu Yan. She opened the small medicine box and began to cut the melon for the emperor. No, perform the surgery. Chapter 307. The novel will be updated faster. When the emperor saw Gu Jiao holding the scissors and sharpening the knife, his expression changed. "I don't want it." He had to take it even if he didn't want it. With a click, the emperor's pants were cut open and the bloody cloth was torn off by Gu Jiao from his wound. The emperor only felt a chill between his legs and endless embarrassment rose from the bottom of his heart. The embarrassment even overshadowed the pain of the wound, making him feel ashamed and angry. The emperor was very weak due to the loss of blood and couldn't resist. He bit his lips, and every strand of hair on his body silently expressed his refusal. "Gu Jiao, I can't see it." The emperor gritted his teeth. Gu Jiao put down the scissors, changed into a clean pair of gloves, and took out the infusion bottle and the intravenous needle from the small medicine box. The moment the emperor saw the cold gleam of the needle, the fear of being injected surged from the bottom of his heart and spread to his limbs and bones. He panicked. "I don't want to be injected." "Be good. You'll get better after the injection." Gu Jiao pinched his hand and inserted the needle into the back of his hand without pressing the pulse tube. She was getting more and more skilled. The emperor looked at the cold thing on the back of his hand and was so scared that his whole body trembled. Being cut by a knife was not as scary as being cut by it. He struggled. Gu Jiao said with a straight face, "Don't move. If you miss the needle, I'll give you a second injection." "I'm serious, I'm super fierce." The emperor suppressed the urge to struggle and turned his face away with grievance, not looking at the needle in his hand. In the past, Gu Jiao gave the emperor intramuscular injections. This was the first time she gave him an intravenous drip. In order to prevent him from moving around and missing the needle, Gu Jiao took a small wooden board that was only used for injections for little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao tied the small wooden board under the emperor's hand and fixed it with a bandage. After that, Gu Jiao took out a razor. The emperor's expression changed again. "You still want to shave my hair?" Gu Jiao said, "Just a little will do." The emperor's face turned red. "Don't touch my red-crowned crane." Gu Jiao said seriously, "It's leg hair." There were also some superficial wounds on the outside of his tibia. The wound was a little deep and needed to be sutured. Of course, the biggest wound was at the base of the leg, but there was no need to shave it. But even shaving his legs was not much better. His legs had been injured by hidden weapons, and there were more than 10 wounds of various sizes. Most of them were not deep, and most of them did not even require stitches. However, they still needed to be disinfected and applied medicine. The emperor was placed in all sorts of embarrassing positions so that Gu Jiao could easily clean his wounds, disinfect his wounds, administer local anesthesia, stitch him up, and apply medicine on him. It was too dark for Gu Jiao to see clearly. She said softly, "Spread your legs." The emperor was speechless. He was too ashamed to face anyone. "Woo, this is too shameful." After Gu Jiao finished the operation on the emperor had already fainted. It was unknown whether he fainted because of excessive blood loss or because of shame. Gu Jiao tidied up the room and walked out with the medicine box. Seeing Gu Jiao come out, Xiao Lulang walked forward and stepped on the steps under the corridor. He took the medicine box from her hand and said, "Mother said that there was an injured person in the house." Xiao Lulang had already been waiting in the courtyard for a while. He had just gone to Lin Qingye's house. When he came back, he saw the bloodstains on the ground. He also saw Yao Shi anxiously walking back and forth in the courtyard. After asking, he found out that Gu Jiao had brought back an injured person. The injuries seemed to be quite serious. Gu Jiao had been in there for almost an hour. Xiao Lulang had Yao Shi go to rest. He waited outside for Gu Jiao. Xiao Lulang called Yao Shi mother. Gu Jiao was her biological daughter. She could not call her that if she had a knot in her heart. Xiao Lulang was her son-in-law. If he did not call her that, Yao Shi would feel that he was an outsider. Gu Jiao had already accepted Yao Shi in her heart. Thus, when Xiao Lulang called Yao Shi mother, it was quite pleasing to her ears. It was just that she was a little embarrassed to say it. It was as if she called her that, the bond between them would not be severed. She still needed time. She had to completely walk out of the shadow of her previous life. Gu Jiao understood that Xiao Lulang was curious as to why he did not send the injured person to the medical center. Instead, he directly brought him home and lived in his great-aunt's room. It had to be known that that was the Empress Dowager's room. Normal people could not live there. Gu Jiao turned around and gently pushed open the door. A pair of eyes that seemed to be able to speak blinked as she looked at him. Xiao Lulang walked into the room and used the light from the oil lamp to see the other person's face clearly. His Majesty. He was astonished. He encountered an assassination. No wonder he didn't send him to the medical center. It was very dangerous to send him to the medical center in this kind of situation. The emperor had already fallen asleep and his injuries had been treated. However, it was not hard to see what kind of danger he had experienced from his pale face. Xiao Lulang closed the door for the emperor and looked at Gu Jiao. "Are you all right?" The emperor had encountered an assassination and she had coincidentally picked him up. It was hard to not worry if she had also encountered a wave of danger. Why did she use the word picked up? It was mainly because Gu Jiao liked to pick up people at home too much. She had picked up an Empress Dowager by accident. Then she had picked up a little monk by accident. Then she had picked up an old chancellor of the Imperial College by accident. All right, the old chancellor wasn't picked up by her. It was her great-aunt who picked him up. Gu Jiao wanted to say that she was fine. However, when the words were at the tip of her tongue, she rolled her eyes and stretched out her small hand. "My hand hurts a little." "What's wrong with your hand?" Xiao Lulang subconsciously held her pair of white hands and carefully examined them from the palm to the back of the hand, from the web between the thumb and index finger to the fingertips. After he finished examining, he didn't see a trace of injury. He looked at her strangely. "Sore." Gu Jiao explained without changing her expression. "Xiao Lulang." Xiao Lulang was about to retract his hand when he suddenly heard Gu Jiao cry out in pain. One of her hands was held by him while the other hand was raised to cover her left eye, looking very uncomfortable. Xiao Lulang wasn't so easily fooled. He asked indifferently, "What's wrong?" "Your eyes are sore too." Gu Jiao rubbed her eyes. "Sand got into my eyes." Xiao Lulang didn't know if the sand really got into her eyes or if it was fake. However, he could see that she had rubbed her eyelids and cheeks red. He couldn't help but raise his hand and move her hand away. "Let me take a look." His slender jade-like fingertips gently landed on her eyes while his thumb landed on her cinnabar birthmark. The birthmark didn't have any temperature but his fingertips were inexplicably hot. Perhaps it was because the sand really got into her eyes. Her left eye was red and there was a glimmer of moist light flickering in it. The corner of her eye was also slightly red, giving off a trace of weakness as if she had just been bullied. It was extremely seductive. Xiao Liulang's throat moved and was a little dry and hoarse. He slowly lowered his head and got close to her eyes, blowing gently. "Is there still sand?" he asked softly. Gu Jiao blinked and felt for a moment, "There's more." He lowered his head again as if he wanted to kiss her eyes. I didn't see anything." "Young master, please continue." Yuya, who had just finished cleaning up the kitchen, came out and saw the young master and her family's young miss playing kissing in the corridor. She was so scared that she quickly covered her eyes, turned around, ran back to the kitchen, and closed the door in one go. Xiao Lulang felt a wave of shame in his heart. They didn't do anything kissing, but they had to bear the name of kissing. It really was a grievance. Gu Jiao's eyes were fine. Xiao Lulang planned to send her back to her room, but he didn't know if it was because she had pulled too much when she was saving the emperor, but the pipa button on her chest had broken and her clothes had split open, revealing a white undergarment embroidered with pink lotuses. Xiao Lulang unconsciously swept his eyes over it before quickly looking away. However, that pink and tender little lotus tip was like a nail that was hammered into a certain person's mind and couldn't be removed. But it was clear that Gu Jiao didn't realize that one of her buttons had been undone. "You." Xiao Lulang was about to remind her when Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan came back from outside. Ever since they had hidden guards, the two of them had been able to practice for a longer period of time, so they didn't have to worry about encountering any danger on the road. Brother-in-law. Gu Xiaoshan saw Xiao Lulang and, before his gaze could fall on Gu Jiao, Xiao Lulang moved to the side and firmly blocked Gu Jiao. He used his body to block Gu Jiao between himself and the wall. His hands were on either side of her, not leaving a single gap in his line of sight. This appearance was very much like a beast protecting its food. He turned around and said to the two of them in a deep voice, "You two enter the room first." The two who had never been treated so seriously by their brother-in-law even though they were at the bottom of the class in the exam, brother-in-law's eyes were so fierce. The two of them obediently entered the room. Gu Jiao blinked as she looked at Xiao Lulang, who was right in front of her. Her husband was pushing her against the wall. Xiao Lulang cleared his throat and pulled back the hand that was protecting her. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't remind her that her button was undone. Instead, he took off his outer robe and wrapped it around her body. "Go back to the room. It's cold at night." The emperor woke up in the middle of the night. The anesthetics effect had worn off and he felt pain all over his body. Yuya, was guarding his room. When she saw that he had woken up, she quickly went to call Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said to Yuya, "You go rest. There's no need to guard the back." "Yes." Yuya, returned to her room. Gu Jiao pushed open the door and entered. Yuya, took very good care of the emperor. She didn't let him sweat or catch a cold. Everything was just right. "Help me up." The emperor wasn't used to speaking while lying down. Gu Jiao helped the emperor sit up and took a cushion for him to use as a backrest. The capital was hot during the day, but it was still a little cold at night. The emperor's original clothes couldn't be worn. His figure was similar to one of Gu Yan's secret guards. Gu Jiao took a new set of secret guard clothes for him to change into. Gu Jiao lit up the oil lamp. "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Are you hungry?" The emperor shook his head. His face was pale and haggard. "I'm fine." "Where did Eunuch Wei go?" Gu Jiao said, "He was injured. He asked me to go save him." "Don't worry about him. When I went back to find him, he was already gone. I hope he escaped and wasn't caught by that group of people." The emperor closed his eyes. Eunuch Wei had been with him for more than 20 years. He was no longer an ordinary servant. Speaking of which, he was careless. He had been out of the palace a few times and hadn't been attacked. He thought it wouldn't be a big deal to bring a few less secret guards. Who knew that he would give the enemy an opportunity? "Why did you save me?" the emperor suddenly asked. Gu Jiao looked at him with a strange expression. The emperor felt a stabbing pain in his heart from this gaze. He turned his face and said weakly and dully, "Isn't letting me die what you want? Or do you think, if you save me again, you can trick me into trusting you again? I can tell you clearly, don't waste your time. I won't be fooled." Gu Jiao stared at him. The strange expression in her eyes gradually changed to surprise. In the end, the surprise faded and there was a trace of understanding. She didn't say anything. She didn't say a word to defend herself. She just silently stood up and put down a painkiller and a cup of warm water on the bedside table. Then she got up and left. Her movements when she opened and closed the door were very light, as if she didn't have a temper. However, that silent and lonely little figure made the emperor's heart ache. She clearly knew that it wasn't like this. He couldn't die, so she needed to trick him into trusting her. If she hadn't appeared, he would have already died under the knives of those assassins. Why did she need to trick him into trusting her? But he couldn't control the anger in his heart. Since Ning'an left, he hadn't met anyone who could enter his heart for many years. As long as he thought that the little divine doctor who should have belonged to him had joined Empress Dowager Zhuang's camp, he couldn't help but feel angry. In fact, he also understood that he couldn't blame her. After all, she met Empress Dowager Zhuang first and he was the one who met her later. But the words that came out of her mouth were so hurtful. Perhaps it was because of their closeness that her words hurt even more. This was also good. It was better to have a short pain than a long pain. Since she chose Empress Dowager Zhuang, then he and she were destined to break all ties. His life was really miserable. The people he cared about were all taken away by Empress Dowager Zhuang one by one. First Ning'an, then the little divine doctor. He didn't know who would be next. But fortunately, he didn't care about anyone else. No, there was one more. This person would never betray him. He and Empress Dowager Zhuang had been enemies since the previous emperor was alive. He put Empress Dowager Zhuang into the cold palace, and Empress Dowager Zhuang exiled him beyond the Great Wall. Anyone could join Empress Dowager Zhuang's camp, but he wouldn't. Thinking of this, the emperor finally felt a little relieved. The emperor was seriously injured and couldn't return to the palace. Naturally, he didn't go to the morning court the next day. But the court wasn't chaotic at all, and there was no turmoil in the capital. The emperor wasn't surprised. After all, Empress Dowager Zhuang was there to listen to the government. She was like a stabilizing needle of the Zhao kingdom. With her, the emperor was dispensable. Thinking of this, the emperor hated Empress Dowager Zhuang even more. Little Jing Kong and others didn't know that there was a patient at home. The three of them went to school after eating. Xiao Lulang also went to the Hanlin Academy. Gu Jiao went to the medical center to get some calming medicine. Aunt Lu came to the house. She came to return the bowls. When she passed by the old lady's house, she heard some noise inside and thought the old lady came back. She was so happy that she put a basket of bowls on the stone table and walked quickly. "Aunt Hua, play the leaf card." But when she pushed the door open, it wasn't the old lady but a handsome middle-aged man. Although the emperor's appearance was not as good as Marquis Xianping, he was also a first-class handsome uncle. Aunt Lu's eyes were shining. The emperor's eyebrows twitched. You are Aunt Hua's son, right?" The emperor frowned. "You got the wrong person. He was the real emperor. How could he be the son of a common old lady?" Aunt Lu said, "Oh, I'm right. You look so much like Aunt Hua. You must be her son." Coincidentally, the old chancellor was on his way to the Imperial College and passed by the door. Aunt Lu's sharp eyes stopped him. "Uncle Hua. Your son is here." "My son? I have a son." The old chancellor was confused and walked over strangely. He pushed the door open and saw the emperor. The emperor also saw the old chancellor. They looked at each other and the sky above their heads collapsed at the same time. Gu Jiao thought of the emperor's son-in-law when she was on her way to the medical hall to get the herbs. She already knew that her granduncle was the Imperial College's chancellor. She thought that she should remind the emperor's son-in-law not to come here for the next 2 days when she went back, so as not to expose herself in front of the emperor. Gu Jiao didn't know that as soon as she left, both of them fell off the horse. Gu Jiao met Jiang Shi when she went to the medical hall. Jiang Shi came to see little Jiangli. Jiang Shi was discharged from the hospital last month. After the old chancellor took office in the Imperial College, he used his connections to get him and little Jiangli a real household registration in the capital. The old chancellor also found a job for Jiang Shi in the Ministry of Works, to be a formal apprentice in the Ministry of Works. After the apprenticeship, he could become an official craftsman of the imperial court. But Jiang Shi rejected it. He worked as a coolie at the dock and occasionally carried some private goods on the ship. It was risky, but the profit was better than being an apprentice. Little Jiangli stayed in the medical hall as a little medicine boy. He did odd jobs and learned how to identify herbs. When he was not busy, he learned how to read from shopkeeper Wang. "Miss Gu." Jiang Shi greeted Gu Jiao respectfully. His life was given by Gu Jiao. The household registration was also done by Gu Jiao. More importantly, Gu Jiao took little Jiangli in and gave him a shelter. Little Jiangli didn't have to hide anymore. He could go out and do things without any worries. Gu Jiao nodded. "You've become tanned." Jiang Shi stayed in the hospital for so long that he was almost as white as Gu Yan. Who knew that after being exposed to the sun at the dock, he immediately became tanned? Jiang Shi smiled and scratched his head. Gu Jiao asked, "Can your body take it?" Jiang Shi smiled and said, "I can take it. The medical hall is so good that I've become fat. I'm the fattest one among them." It was not easy for poor people to become fat these days. Being fat was something worth showing off. "That's good." Gu Jiao chatted with Jiang Shi for a while. She mainly asked about his physical condition and made sure that he was qualified to work at the dock. She didn't say anything else and asked him to go find little Jiangli. Gu Jiao brought the herbs back to Jadewater Alley. She found Auntie Lu standing at the door of her house, peeking her head out. She had a sneaky, curious, and slightly anxious look. Gu Jiao walked over. "Aunt Lu, what's wrong? What's the matter?" "Oh, it's Jiao Jiao. You scared me." Aunt Lu patted her chest. Originally, they heard Feng Lin and Lin Qingye call Gu Jiao Jiaonyang. But the old lady kept calling her Jiao Jiao, which sounded nice, so they followed suit. Aunt Lu whispered to Gu Jiao, "Your uncle came back and quarreled with your granduncle. They quarreled so fiercely. I heard a chair fall." Your granduncle usually looks like such a refined person. Why is he so fierce when he's angry?" I also heard him say, "Kneel down." Although he's his son, he's already so old. It's quite scary to kneel down so easily. The corner of Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. "Are you sure you said father and not son when kneeling down?" Aunt Lu's heart ached for that handsome young man. After being tormented by Uncle Hua, would he be sad, helpless, and wronged? The old chancellor, who was tormented by the fury of thunder, was obediently kneeling on the ground. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The emperor was so angry that his whole body trembled. "How dare you? You're acting like my imperial father." Huasian, you're going to ascend to heaven. The old chancellor hurriedly said, Your Majesty, please calm down. Be careful of your wound. The emperor said angrily, You still care about my wound. Aren't you just trying to anger me to death? Stop being pretentious in front of me. The emperor was simply sad to death. Helpless to death. Aggrieved to death. It was still acceptable for the little divine doctor to rely on Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang's methods were brilliant, but the little divine doctor was kept in the dark by that woman from the beginning to the end. He didn't know that she was a vicious woman. But Huasian, this old thing, had interacted with Empress Dowager Zhuang all his life. How could he not know what kind of character Empress Dowager Zhuang was? How could he not know that the biggest cancer in the Dazhao kingdom was Empress Dowager Zhuang? How could he not know that he and Empress Dowager Zhuang were irreconcilable? Your Majesty, the old chancellor wanted to explain, but he hesitated. He couldn't say that Zhuang Jintze had lost her memory and mistook him for his wife. It wasn't that he couldn't convince the emperor. But he just didn't want to say that. He also didn't know why. The emperor said, Do you know what kind of crime it is to blaspheme the Empress Dowager of a kingdom? The old chancellor said, According to the law, you should be punished. The emperor said, Punished? I'll punish your 9 generations. The old chancellor suddenly calmed down. Perhaps he smelled the smell of death, so he wasn't so scared anymore. He kowtowed, knelt on the ground and said, I'm an orphan. I have no father, mother, sisters, or brothers. I'm all alone. I lost my wife when I was young and had no children in my life. Among my 9 generations, there's only me. You. The emperor was so angry that he took the medicine bowl on the bedside table and threw it over. The old chancellor didn't dodge. However, the emperor was seriously injured and didn't have enough strength. The medicine bowl only fell on the ground in front of the old chancellor. The emperor was even angrier. Gu Jiao came to the door. She didn't want to stand by and watch, so she raised her hand to push the door. Suddenly, a hand with traces of age gently clasped her wrist. She turned her head and was slightly stunned. Great Aunt. Who else could it be if it wasn't Empress Dowager Zhuang who dressed up as an old lady? Great Aunt, why are you here? Gu Jiao asked. Empress Dowager Zhuang said majestically, Such a big thing happened, how can I not come? She couldn't say that she came out to play cards. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, You go outside and wait. I'll deal with it. Oh. Gu Jiao obediently went to sit on the stone bench in the yard. Empress Dowager Zhuang pushed the door and entered. The emperor's angry scolding stopped abruptly. The old chancellor, who was originally kneeling on the ground, also straightened his body. He knelt with integrity. Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at the old chancellor expressionlessly, You also go out. I have something to say to His Majesty. Yes, I will leave. The old chancellor didn't dare to look directly at Empress Dowager Zhuang's face. He lowered his eyes and bowed without looking sideways. Then he got up and went out. The emperor looked at the old lady who was dressed like a commoner in disbelief and was speechless for a moment. He had never seen Empress Dowager Zhuang like this. Even if she was going to go out in plain clothes, she didn't have to dress so shabbily, right? He almost didn't dare to recognize it. Empress Dowager Zhuang's fierce and domineering eyes swept over him. Emperor, there's that smell. Your Empress Mother is still your Empress Mother. If Empress Dowager Zhuang wanted to shine, she could shine like the sun even if she wore a sack. Wherever she stood, her fierce aura filled the whole room. I escaped from Leprosy Mountain and fainted on the side of the road. After I was rescued and woke up, I didn't remember the past. My memory was messed up and I recognized some people wrongly. Emperor, you don't have to hold on to those who don't dare to disobey me. This was the first time Empress Dowager Zhuang openly admitted that she had leprosy in front of the emperor and that she had wandered among the commoners. In fact, it was something that they both knew, but the two of them had to show off their acting skills in the palace. The emperor also thought about letting him say it, but it was Empress Dowager Zhuang who broke the window paper first. The emperor laughed at himself. In terms of courage and boldness, he really couldn't compare with his empress mother. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued, Emperor, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself. If you didn't cause me to have leprosy, how could it have involved so many things later? Another layer of window paper was pierced through. The emperor clenched his fists in shame and embarrassment. What about Empress Mother? He sneered, Empress Mother didn't want to kill me. In the palace, he wouldn't call himself emperor in front of Empress Dowager Zhuang. He would call himself son. But did she think that she was the only one who would break the window paper? The emperor sneered again and again, Empress Mother left the palace early in the morning to confirm whether I was dead or not. Last night's assassination failed. Empress Mother, are you disappointed? Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't rush to answer his question. Instead, she asked, my leprosy has been cured. Are you disappointed? The emperor sneered, of course I'm disappointed. Extremely disappointed. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, then I'm the same. After she finished speaking, she went out expressionlessly. Sure enough, it was this poisonous woman who did it. The emperor was so angry that he punched the bedpost. Today, Eunuch Qin also came. He accompanied Gu Jiao in the courtyard and waited. Eunuch Qin, sit. Gu Jiao patted the stone stool next to her and said. Eunuch Qin smiled, thank you, Miss Gu. This old servant won't sit. Gu Jiao didn't make things difficult for him. She paused and asked him, Eunuch Qin, last night's assassination, was it really Grandaunt who did it? The two people's voices weren't loud, but they weren't soft either. Gu Jiao and Eunuch Qin both heard it. Eunuch Qin held the whisk and sighed, this old servant doesn't know everything, but it shouldn't be Empress Dowager. Why? Gu Jiao turned to look at Eunuch Qin and motioned for him to continue. Eunuch Qin hesitated for a moment and decided to tell Gu Jiao. He sighed, Empress Dowager once promised Princess Ning'an that no matter what, she would always keep His Majesty alive. Empress Dowager may deal with His Majesty, suppress His Majesty, put His Majesty under house arrest, or even kill His Majesty. But she will never kill His Majesty. After the old Chancellor was ordered to leave by Empress Dowager Zhuang, he didn't stay here and didn't hear the conversation between Gu Jiao and Eunuch Qin. However, he also believed that last night's assassination wasn't Zhuang Jin's doing. It wasn't that he knew the agreement between Empress Dowager Zhuang and Princess Ning'an, but he understood Empress Dowager Zhuang's means. She usually didn't make a move. Once she made a move, it would be a fatal blow. If the assassination was ordered by her, then His Majesty wouldn't be alive. But that person knew His Majesty's whereabouts like the back of her hand. She must have planted a spy in the palace. The old Chancellor pondered silently for a while in his courtyard. After thinking a lot, he finally decided to apologize and thank Zhuang Jin. The apology was because of his carelessness and exposed this misunderstood relationship, which made the already cold relationship between His Majesty and Zhuang Jin even worse. And the thank you was because Zhuang Jin spoke up for him. Whether His Majesty believed it or not, he didn't care. Of course, he was still loyal to His Majesty. He wouldn't betray His Majesty for Zhuang Jin. But these were two different things. This didn't affect him from apologizing and thanking Zhuang Jin. What's more, she was misunderstood by her adopted son. She must be sad, right? After all, His Majesty was someone she loved. Thinking of this, the old chancellor felt that it was even more necessary to comfort Zhuang Jin's. Zhuang Jin's went to the Zhao residence next door. The old chancellor made a draft in his heart. How should he comfort Zhuang Jin's when he saw her in a while and not make her sad? Thinking of this, he entered the Zhao residence. But who could tell him what he saw? 2 circles. Empress Dowager Zhuang crossed her legs and played a leaf card domineeringly. Where was the slightest bit of sadness and grievance on her face? She was clearly in high spirits. The old chancellor's mouth twitched fiercely. Why did he think that she would be sad? Did this woman know how to write the word sad? Empress Dowager Zhuang threw out her cards confidently. Win. Pay up. The old chancellor, the emperor's wound was in danger of being infected at any time. He could only stay in by Shui Alley to recuperate. The emperor wanted to find eunuch Wei, so Gu Jiao informed Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing found the unconscious eunuch Wei in a sewer. It turned out that eunuch Wei used his last breath to find the emperor last night. Who knew that the sewer cover overturned and he fell into it? His injury was also very serious. However, the old chancellor also lost his horse, so Gu Jiao simply placed eunuch Wei next door. At noon, Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't return to the palace and stayed at home for lunch. Little Jing Kong didn't come back for lunch today. Madame Yao and Nanny Fong went to the temple to burn incense again. Only Gu Jiao, Empress Dowager Zhuang, Gu Chongqing, the emperor, and the old chancellor were at home. The emperor only had one serious injury, and the rest were all minor injuries. He could still eat at the table. However, this made the atmosphere quite awkward. The emperor said coldly, "Why are you all standing? Sit down, am I a tyrant? I don't even give my officials a bite to eat." The old chancellor braced himself and sat down. Gu Chongqing also sat down. Gu Jiao brought the last bowl of corn keel soup from the kitchen and habitually began to ladle soup for everyone. After filling a bowl, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She looked up and saw that the emperor and her grandaunt were staring at her, the bowl of soup in her hand. Gu Jiao, ah. Chapter 308. Originally, when they were eating at home, the first bowl of soup was originally given to the son-in-law because it was usually her granduncle who cooked and it was hard for him to cook. But now, Gu Jiao inexplicably felt that if this bowl of soup was given to the son-in-law, it would probably take the son-in-law's life. The old chancellor's heart was also trembling. He was afraid that this girl would be filial to him and give him the soup. If that happened, his position as the male head of the family wouldn't be able to be cleared. He would be chopped into minced meat and made into soup by His Majesty. Gu Jiao put down the spoon and slightly handed the soup to her grandaunt. The emperor's eyes were like knives. Gu Jiao paused and slightly moved the soup to the emperor's direction. Her grandaunt's eyes were like knives. Gu Chongqing didn't even need to think about it. Gu Jiao silently brought the soup back to her, picked up the spoon and drank it. The two snorted and also started to eat. This meal was still made by the old chancellor. Her's cooking skills weren't bad, but it was a bit difficult to serve the emperor's crafty taste. The old chancellor made 5 dishes and 1 soup, mainly taking care of Empress Dowager Zhuang and Gu Jiao's taste. He didn't know what the emperor and Gu Chongqing liked to eat. Fortunately, Gu Chongqing wasn't picky and the emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang's taste was unexpectedly similar. Empress Dowager Zhuang liked to eat something sweet, such as the sugar-skinned duck. After taking out of the pot, the crispy duck was poured with a layer of malt sugar and sprinkled with a few white sesame seeds. The skin was crisp and the meat was tender, salty and sweet but not greasy. Gu Chongqing and Gu Jiao didn't eat much of this dish. It mainly went into the stomach of Empress Dowager Zhuang and the emperor. The other dish was the brown sugar glutinous rice cake. The old chancellor originally made 2 plates. One was sprinkled with sesame seeds, which Zhuang Jins liked to eat. The other one wasn't sprinkled with sesame seeds, which Gu Jiao liked to eat. After that, the emperor did not touch the plate with sesame seeds. He also liked to eat dishes with sesame seeds. The emperor had been eating alone in the palace and would only go to the harem occasionally. The last time he ate at the same table as Empress Dowager Zhuang was when Princess Ning Hen and concubine Jing were both in the palace. At that time, he and Empress Dowager Zhuang had not yet broken off their relationship. He treated her as a loving mother and trusted her wholeheartedly. He thought that she also treated him like her own son and cared for him just like consort Jing's mother. Reality was cruel. After helping him ascend to the throne, her disguise was gradually torn apart. She became detestable and unfamiliar. She had even gone so far as to lay her hands on imperial concubine Jing in order to prevent her from becoming the Empress Dowager of a nation. He had long been adopted by consort Jing, so he was her son. Why couldn't consort Jing be the Empress Dowager? The funny thing was that consort Jing's mother was still speaking up for her even after being forced into the nunnery. She said that everything she did was for the sake of Zhao country and asked her not to hate her. She even said that she would understand the Empress Dowager's painstaking efforts one day. Ha! What painstaking efforts? One year, there was a snowstorm in the capital, and consort Jing's mother almost died of illness in the nunnery. As the emperor of a nation, he actually knelt in the snow outside Rinshou Palace and begged her to bring consort Jing back. But she didn't. So he took a step back and begged her to give consort Jing the Tianshan snow lotus to prolong her life. She didn't do that either. She didn't save her. She forgot how consort Jing's mother had blocked the sword for her when the Liu family wanted to get rid of her. She also forgot how consort Jing's mother had risked her life to steal the edict and burn it when the previous emperor had left behind a will for her to be buried with him. She had no heart. She was a vicious woman who repaid kindness with ingratitude. Your Majesty! Gu Jiao called out to him. The emperor came back to his senses and looked in the direction that Gu Jiao was looking at. He saw that he had been in a daze and had unknowingly picked up a piece of brown sugar glutinous rice cake that Empress Dowager Zhuang had picked up. This was the last piece of brown sugar glutinous rice cake sprinkled with sesame seeds. The emperor was embarrassed. No matter how much he hated Empress Dowager Zhuang, he shouldn't have disregarded his status and snatched a piece of brown sugar glutinous rice cake from her. If this spread out, where would the emperor put his face? In order to show that he didn't deliberately do such a childish thing, he coughed lightly and said seriously, I originally wanted to give it to Imperial Mother. I didn't expect Imperial Mother to pick it up herself. Everyone, it was obviously the Empress Dowager who picked it up first. If you want to smooth things over, you don't have to think that we're all blind. Empress Dowager Zhuang wouldn't be polite with him. She picked it up and ate it without a care. The world was big, but eating was the most important thing. Empress Dowager Zhuang's appetite would never be affected by anything. Seeing her so carefree, the emperor was so angry that he couldn't even eat properly. After eating, Gu Chongqing helped the emperor back to his room. The emperor lay on a bed that wasn't too wide. He didn't like hard beds, but he also didn't like soft beds. This level was just right. Although the room was small and the furnishings were simple, it inexplicably gave him a sense of peace and stability. It was as if everything was placed where he wanted it. No one knew that the emperor of the Zhao kingdom had a small problem of being afraid of the dark. On the bedside table, there was an old metal box with a candle and a match in it. The candle was new and was obviously just a backup. He remembered that when he was a child, Consort Jing always left a candle and match at his bedside. He didn't expect the little miracle doctor to be so considerate. In fact, the rules in the palace were strict. Matches couldn't be placed close to the bed. But Consort Jing knew that he was afraid of the dark. Thinking of Consort Jing, the emperor's eyes became moist. He had to get rid of that vicious woman as soon as possible. Only then could he take Consort Jing back to the palace and live out the rest of her life. Gu Changqing stayed in Jadewater Alley to protect the emperor. Eunuch Wei's left arm was fractured. Gu Jiao had already put a plaster cast on it. In addition, he also needed some medicine to replenish blood and qi to help him recover. Gu Jiao decided to go to the medical center again. She ran into Gu Qingfeng as soon as she got the medicine. Gu Qingfeng was wearing a mask in broad daylight, but he was also wearing second young Master Gu's clothes. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. "What's wrong? You're disfigured and can't see people?" Gu Qingfeng choked. Wasn't his face disfigured? His face was still swollen from the slap from the old man this morning. Gu Qingfeng cleared his throat and said seriously, "Don't worry about my face. I came to find you today for a serious matter." "What is it?" Gu Jiao said mildly. Gu Qingfeng looked around and whispered to Gu Jiao, "Someone wants to assassinate His Majesty." Gu Jiao said, "It's not an assassination, it's already been done." Gu Qingfeng was shocked. "What? Already done? So fast? I just heard the news yesterday." Gu Jiao asked, "Where did you hear it?" Gu Qingfeng said, "Celestial Music House." Gu Jiao was slightly surprised. "You went to Celestial Music House? Isn't that place very hard to get in?" Gu Changqing had said before that there must be a way in. Normally, it would be a recommendation from an acquaintance. It was a pity that a gentleman like Gu Changqing did not know anyone who could enter Celestial Music House. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand. "I quietly snuck in and was almost discovered. I accidentally heard that someone was plotting to assassinate His Majesty. However, I did not expect them to act so quickly. They were plotting in the afternoon and they acted at night. No wonder His Majesty did not go to court today. He originally wanted to go to Celestial Music House to inquire about the news. He wanted to see if there really was someone who wanted to assassinate His Majesty, and where the time and place of the assassination was. He was not the same as his elder brother. He did not have the heart of an official who was loyal to His Majesty. He also did not have the loyalty to protect the country. He was just a wastrel from the Marquis Manor, a great bandit. But no matter how idle he was, he understood that Marquis Ding and Manor and His Majesty were grasshoppers on the same rope. So, in his heart, he did not want anything to happen to His Majesty. Gu Jiao asked, "You came today to tell me this?" "I came." "No." Gu Qingfeng suddenly found that he had been led by the nose by this girl. He took back the initiative. "How did you know that His Majesty was attacked by an assassin?" "I didn't even hear the news." His Majesty being attacked by an assassin was a big matter. It was normal for the palace to block the news, but he had his own ways. He did not believe that this girl would be faster than him. Gu Jiao calmly said, "I picked up His Majesty and brought him back." Gu Qingfeng, this was also possible? Gu Qingfeng's face under the mask was exceptionally spectacular. It was a pity that Gu Jiao could not see it. "If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Gu Jiao did not have the time to chat with him. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. Thinking of the words he was about to say, he felt a trace of pride. "I came to sell you a piece of information. Didn't you always want to know who was the mastermind behind the scenes that almost killed elder brother and Gu Yan? You know." Gu Jiao turned to look at him. Gu Qingfeng took out a token from his bosom, look at what this is. What? Gu Jiao did not understand. Gu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows and said, "This is the token of Immortal Music House. Whether it was the assassin who went to the barracks that night to assassinate my elder brother or the assassin who almost killed His Majesty last night, they are all related to Immortal Music House. As long as you enter Immortal Music House, you will definitely be able to find out about the other party." Gu Jiao reached out to take the token. Gu Qingfeng was guarding against this move of hers. He hid the token behind his back and stretched out his other hand, saying, 1,000 taels, no bargaining. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. Gu Qingfeng took a step back and said, "Don't even think about snatching it from me. If you dare to use force, I will destroy the token so that you will never be able to enter Immortal Music House again. Don't think that there will be a second one. Let me tell you, I spent a lot of effort to get this one. That place is heavily guarded and is much harder to break into than the Marshal's mansion." He was serious. He had been cheated by this girl so many times. This time, he must get back at her. "All right, 1,000 taels it is." Gu Jiao agreed. She agreed so easily. Could it be a scam? Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. He had been persecuted so many times that if she did not persecute him, he would feel that it was unreal. Gu Jiao said, "I don't have that much money on me. Can I owe you first?" Gu Qingfeng said without hesitation, "No. One hand for the money, and the other hand for the goods." Gu Jiao spread her hands, "But I don't have it. Want to act shamelessly? Ha ha ha." Gu Qingfeng took out a pen and paper that he had already prepared. "I knew you would act shamelessly. Here, write an IOU. I will go to your clinic to get it later." Gu Jiao pursed her lips and looked at him with hidden bitterness. She took the pen and paper and wrote an IOU. "Sign it," Gu Qingfeng reminded. Did this girl think that he was illiterate? She did not even sign it. Whose IOU was it? Gu Jiao unwillingly took out a seal from her bosom. She opened the seal, blew on it, and stamped it. "Now it's done, right?" Gu Qingfeng accepted the IOU with satisfaction and threw the seal to her. Gu Qingfeng knew this girl too well. Her promises could never be trusted. Don't look at how she gave him the banknotes at this moment. Who knows, she might knock him unconscious and snatch the banknotes away. "See you later." Ha ha ha. Gu Qingfeng waved his arms and ran away as if he was reincarnated. Gu Qingfeng ran 2 streets in one breath. When he was sure that Gu Jiao did not chase after him, he leaned against the wall and gasped for breath. He took out the IOU that Gu Jiao gave him. "Smelly girl, you've finally fallen into my hands." He was so proud of himself that he looked at the IOU over and over again. As he looked at it, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The seal was upside down. When he glanced at it, he understood the word Gu and no longer suspected her. But now, he held up the seal and looked at it carefully under the sunlight. He saw 4 words printed on it, Gu Changqing seal. Gu Qingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. After all this time, he actually got an IOU from his elder brother. Why would this girl have his elder brother's seal in her hands? If he took 1,000 taels IOU to his elder brother to collect the debt, he would be beaten into fertilizer by his elder brother. Gu Qingfeng suddenly remembered Gu Jiao's resentful eyes. If it was not for that gaze, he would not be so easily fooled. He did not see her for a few days and she actually learned how to act. Who taught her? He was so angry. So angry. Ah! Gu Jiao first returned to Jade Water Lane and ordered Yu Ya, to boil medicine for Eunuch Wei. Afterwards, she changed her clothes and headed to Immortal Music Residence. Although she did not have enough evidence, her intuition told Gu Jiao that the person who tried to assassinate the emperor and the person who tried to sow discord between Marquis Ding and Fu and the marshals Fu came from the same power. The other side's ultimate goal in trying to sow discord between Marquis Ding and Fu and the marshals Fu was to drive a wedge between the emperor and her great-aunt. But unexpectedly, they failed, so they simply came to assassinate the emperor. As the other side wished, the emperor determined that her great-aunt was the murderer. Truly a sly person. Gu Jiao indifferently looked at Immortal Music Residence's signboard. Killing intent flashed through her eyes. Chapter 309. As the fastest rising brothel in the capital, Immortal Music House overshadowed the former Soft Jade Pavilion. Apart from the fact that the girls inside were all fairy-like and talented, its unique business model was also enough to whet the appetite of the capital's influential officials. Gu Jiao arrived at the door. The guard at the door was a woman. The woman looked at Gu Jiao's token and didn't say anything as she let her in. It was Gu Jiao's first visit to a brothel, so it was quite refreshing. There was no extravagance, toasting, exchanging of cups, singing of orioles and dancing of swallows as he imagined. The music here was not decadent but like the sounds of nature. Walking in the spacious lobby, from time to time, girls would pass by her. Gu Jiao casually glanced at them. They really were fairies. It was as if she had entered a fairyland, just a little bit away from becoming a fairy. Suddenly, a begonia flower fell on Gu Jiao's shoulder. Gu Jiao didn't reach out to catch it, letting the flower fall to the ground. From the railing on the second floor came a soft sigh. Young master doesn't want this servant's flower. Does he dislike this servant? This sentence shattered the fairyland filter in front of Gu Jiao's eyes. Finally, there was a hint of a brothel. Gu Jiao raised her head. She was wearing a mask that covered her nose and face, but it didn't cover her rosy lips and delicate chin. It also didn't cover her pair of cold eyes. Oh! The girl upstairs let out a cry of surprise, and couldn't help but straighten her body. Gu Jiao's figure was considered tall for a woman, and with her valiant temperament, there was no pressure for her to act as a handsome young master. The girl's cry of surprise attracted several companions. Everyone stood on the railing on the second floor and looked at Gu Jiao. "Young master, look at me." Someone waved a handkerchief at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao may not have eaten pork, but she has seen pigs walk. She has the spare time to strike up a conversation with a strange man. In Xianlu House, she can't be considered a very powerful person. Her target wasn't them. The few of them tried to seduce Gu Jiao for a long time, but there was no response, so they couldn't help but complain. How disappointing. Isn't it? Even our sister Lianxiang looks down on him. I wonder who he's here for. Lianxiang was the girl who threw the begonia flowers at Gu Jiao. Could it be that she's here for Sister Qinxue? Ha, Sister Qinxue can see him. Who wants to see me? A lazy and gentle voice sounded from the end of the corridor. Several girls who were chatting about Gu Jiao turned around and bowed respectfully. Sister Qinxue. The girl who was called elder sister looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. She was actually younger than a few of them, but Immortal Music House had never been ranked based on age. What are you looking at? The girl asked. She was wearing a plain white inner garment with a light yellow gauze outer garment. The color was bright, fresh, and elegant, making people's eyes light up. She was wearing a veil that was the same color as the gauze, hazy. Her outline was vaguely visible, but it wasn't clear. Even women couldn't help but be attracted to her. The girl seemed to be accustomed to this and no longer expected them to answer her. Instead, she turned her head and looked downstairs. Oh! She also let out a small cry of surprise, her eyebrows slightly raised, and her eyes turned. A very clean young master has come. Bring him up. This person, I want him. After she finished speaking, she turned around and went up to the 3rd floor. The servant girl behind her answered yes and stepped downstairs. She came to Gu Jiao and bowed to Gu Jiao. Young master, my family's miss invites you. Gu Jiao gave her a look. Not going. You. The servant girl choked. Do you know who my family's miss is? Gu Jiao gave her a small look again. Oh, who is it? The servant girl put her hands on her hips. My family's miss is Immortal Music House's courtesan. Others want to see her but can't. My family's miss wants to see you because she thinks highly of you. These words weren't exaggerated at all. Immortal Music House's courtesan only sold her skills and not her body. Every 3 days, she would only receive one person for 2 hours each time. Even so, those stinky men in the capital who wanted to be her guest were still as numerous as carps crossing the river. The courtesan should be a big fish. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and nodded to the servant girl, indicating that she accepted her family's miss's invitation. The servant girl had a headache. Was it an illusion? Why did she feel that this young master's expression just now was weighing the pros and cons? No matter what, her family's miss wanted to see him. No matter how strange the master was, he had to bring her up to see him. Gu Jiao followed the servant girl to the 3rd floor. She didn't notice how jealous the guests below looked at her. It was very difficult to enter Immortal Music House. In Immortal Music House, it wasn't the guests who chose the ladies, but the ladies who chose the guests. Those who were lucky could be chosen to go up to the 2nd floor. Those who were unlucky could only have a lonely night tour in the main hall. Those who went up to the 3rd floor could be counted on one hand. Of course, Gu Jiao didn't know how lucky she was, but she could faintly feel that the 3rd floor was particularly quiet. Miss, the young master is here. The servant girl reported from outside the door. Come in. The woman said. The servant girl pushed open the door and smiled at Gu Jiao, saying, Young master, please. Gu Jiao stepped into the room. The servant girl closed the door from the outside. The room's furnishings looked relatively simple, but it could also be because Gu Jiao didn't recognize antiques. Any vase in the room was an antique from the previous dynasty. The woman sat in front of the dressing table. While wiping her hands with vanishing cream, she looked at Gu Jiao through the bronze mirror. She also had a pair of eyes that could speak. She wore a veil, but Gu Jiao could still feel that she was smiling. She said, Young master, please sit. Gu Jiao sat down on the chair. After the woman finished applying the vanishing cream, she slowly stood up and walked towards Gu Jiao. She sat down on the chair next to Gu Jiao. There was only a small table between the two of them. The woman poured a cup of tea for Gu Jiao and handed it to Gu Jiao. She smiled and said, Is this the first time young master has come to Immortal Music House? Gu Jiao nodded, but didn't drink the tea she handed over. The woman sighed, Is young master afraid that I will poison you, or do you think that my tea is not clean? Without waiting for Gu Jiao's reply, the woman directly took the cup of tea and drained it in one gulp. Then, as if this matter was over, her eyes curved as she asked, What is Sir doing here at the Immortal Music Abode? This question was strange. What could a man do in a brothel? Was it just to cover himself with a quilt and chat? The woman put her elbow on the table, her index finger gently supporting her chin. She said with a smile that wasn't a smile, Young master is too clean. With one look, I can tell that you are not a person who would seek pleasure. Gu Jiao wrinkled her small eyebrows. Her acting skills were actually this bad. She clearly took the script of the dissolute little hedonist today. Could it be that she was only worthy of tricking that kind of idiot Gu Qingfeng? The woman's gaze fell on Gu Jiao's throat. She actually suspected her gender. Fortunately, she was already prepared and stuck an Adam's apple. When the woman saw the Adam's apple, she withdrew her gaze and continued to look at Gu Jiao's eyes. Gu Jiao's eyes didn't avoid her gaze. After all, her acting skills weren't good enough. The woman looked for a while and didn't see anything fishy, so she asked again, "Is young master here to find someone? Which sister's relative is it?" Gu Jiao thought for a while, then took out a small notebook and charcoal, and scribbled, "To be honest, this prince is here to pick up girls." The woman's mouth twitched. "Pick up what?" Gu Jiao made a sound and scribbled out the last two words. He wrote in a mighty and domineering manner, "Seek pleasure." The woman chuckled. But in the next second, she couldn't laugh anymore. Because Gu Jiao wrote on the paper, "Call out the most beautiful girl here." The woman's smile froze on her face. "Young master means that I'm not beautiful enough." Gu Jiao wrote, "If you want to say it like that, I can't do anything about it." The woman was so angry that she forgot to ask Gu Jiao why he didn't speak and only wrote on the paper. She was the #1 courtesan of Xianlu House, the #1 beauty in the capital. How could there be a day when she was despised for her looks? She angrily said, "Young master, when did you go blind?" Gu Jiao scribbled, "I'm not blind, I just don't think you're particularly good-looking. Not as good-looking as my husband." This sentence simply drew the woman's hatred to the max. The woman was so angry that she sent a palm strike towards Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's figure dodged. The wind from the palm strike fell on the chair behind Gu Jiao, shattering the mahogany chair into pieces. Sure enough, she has martial arts. Gu Jiao put away the brush and small notebook, and began to fight with her in the room. The woman's martial arts were so high that it was beyond Gu Jiao's expectations. Fortunately, she had received guidance from the old marquis, so there were a few moves that could restrain the opponent's moves. Gu Jiao pinned the woman's hands behind her back, and pressed her on the bed. But the woman was far more cunning than what she showed. She twisted her body and slid out of Gu Jiao's body like a loach. Taking advantage of Gu Jiao's unpreparedness, she threw Gu Jiao onto the bed. Her hands clasped Gu Jiao's hands, and her legs pressed down on Gu Jiao's legs, saying that this old lady isn't beautiful enough, this old lady will take off your mask and see what kind of virtue you have, daring to say that this old lady isn't beautiful. She used her right hand to clasp Gu Jiao's wrists above her head, and raised her left hand to take off Gu Jiao's mask. But Gu Jiao broke free of her shackles, and kicked her to the inside of the bed. She took the initiative, and pressed down on her hands and legs. Gu Jiao sat on her lap, untied her hair tie, and tied her hands to the bedpost. The woman struggled, and her clothes slipped, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. "You!" The woman was ashamed and angry. Gu Jiao took out the small notebook again, and scribbled, "Who was the person who tried to assassinate the emperor last night?" The woman was startled. Gu Jiao was actually not sure if she knew, but she was the top courtesan here, and her status and martial arts were so high, so it was very likely that she knew. Perhaps she was also involved. The woman chuckled, "I am a prostitute, how would I know about the current emperor's matters?" "Young master, did you find the wrong person? If you want to investigate a case, shouldn't you go to the yamen?" Gu Jiao wrote, "Shouldn't a normal person's first reaction be to ask if the emperor was assassinated?" Gu Qingfeng reacted this way. The woman choked on the spot. Gu Jiao wrote domineeringly, "If you don't tell me, I will take off your clothes and do you on the spot." The woman's expression changed, but then she smiled slowly, "All right, come on. If you don't mind my jade arms and body, then go ahead and do it. I was the one who took a liking to young master. It is my fortune to be able to serve young master. But..." As she spoke, she glanced under Gu Jiao's clothes, and laughed. Young master doesn't seem to be interested in me. Gu Jiao thought, oh. I didn't harm you, fake melon. The woman looked at Gu Jiao meaningfully. Young master, your skin is so white, your appearance is so delicate, and your body is so thin. In front of such a beautiful woman like me, you are still indifferent. Young master, you can't be a male. Before she finished speaking, Gu Jiao tore her outer clothes, threw it under the bed, and looked at her fiercely. At this moment, the door was suddenly knocked open, and a drunk man rushed in. In the blink of an eye, Gu Jiao grabbed the long gown on the ground and covered the woman's body, covering her completely. Oh, what's wrong with you? Why did you let someone break into Miss Chenchua's room? Miss Chenchua is receiving a guest. Can you afford to pay for ruining Miss Chenchua's mood? It was the woman's personal maid who spoke fiercely. Sorry, Miss Chenchua. A female guard entered the room without looking sideways and grabbed the drunkard out. Then, Gu Jiao got down from the bed and didn't force the woman to answer. She turned and walked towards the door. The woman was already stunned the moment she was wrapped in Gu Jiao's clothes. When she saw Gu Jiao let her go and leave just like that, her eyes moved slightly. Don't you want to know who the murderer is? Not in this way. Gu Jiao turned and left Immortal Delight House. If it was in her previous life, she would use all means to force a confession. After all, from childhood to adulthood, this was what her godfather taught her. But in this life, it seemed that something was different. Gu Jiao looked at her hands. Suddenly, a small box fell into her palm. Gu Jiao raised her head and looked at the third floor of Immortal Delight House, but only saw a window that was closed in a fit of pique. Gu Jiao opened the small box. Inside, there was a pendant of a tassel and a note. Imperial Palace, southwest corner. The murderer is from the Imperial Palace and lives in the southwest corner. And this tassel is the murderer's personal item. Chapter 310. Gu Jiao went to the medical center first and changed her clothes before returning to Jishui Alley. Her grandaunt had already returned to the palace. The emperor was injured and couldn't manage the court. As the Empress Dowager, she couldn't really idle around all day. After playing mahjong, they dispersed. The old chancellor also went to the Imperial College to deal with today's official business. The news of the emperor's assassination wasn't spread to the outside world, and no one was mobilized from the palace. Instead, Gu Chongqing stayed by the emperor's side to protect him. Gu Chongqing lived openly in Jishui Alley. Xiao Lulang and her 3 younger brothers hadn't returned yet. Gu Jiao went next door to see Eunuch Wei. His injury was more serious. He drank medicine in the afternoon and fell asleep not long after. Yuya said, "Eldest miss, did I make a mistake? Why doesn't he wake up?" Gu Jiao took Eunuch Wei's pulse and said, "You did well. He's too weak and needs to rest for a few days." Hearing Gu Jiao say this, Yuya was relieved. Gu Jiao went to her grandaunt's room to take the emperor's pulse. The emperor was also asleep. His wound didn't show any signs of inflammation, but it couldn't be taken lightly. Gu Chongqing didn't have anything to do in the afternoon, and it wasn't good to practice swordsmanship. He was afraid that the noise would disturb the emperor's sleep. He saw corn cobs hanging on the rope and took a few to pull. In the past, he saw her and Gu Yen pulling corn cobs like this. If the people in the barracks saw the cold-faced Yama, who could kill millions with a wave of his hand, sitting on a stone bench in the backyard and pulling corn cobs, their eyes would probably pop out. Gu Jiao walked over and sat down beside him. She asked about the southwest corner of the palace, who lives in the southwest corner of the palace. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Gu Changqing's hand that was pulling out the corn on the cob paused. I just went out and found out some information. The assassin seems to be related to the southwest corner of the palace. Gu Jiao did not mention that she went to the brothel to investigate. But Gu Changqing wasn't stupid. Such a big piece of news couldn't be found outside. The only place he didn't investigate was Immortal Music House. Gu Changqing narrowed his eyes and put down the corn in his hand. His face became serious. You went to Immortal Music House? Gu Jiao said seriously, no, I'm a gentleman. I don't go to that kind of place. She had already changed her clothes. If she didn't admit it, she wouldn't go. Gu Changqing's gaze fell on her small throat. Your Adam's apple hasn't been removed yet. Gu Jiao, her persona collapsed too quickly, just like a tornado. Gu Changqing was angry and helpless. Although he knew that she was powerful, Immortal Music House wasn't an ordinary dragon's pool or tiger's den. That place was heavily guarded and experts were as common as clouds. Even he didn't know the depth of the place. In the future, don't go to such a dangerous place. After Gu Changqing finished speaking, he felt that she wouldn't be obedient. He paused and said, if you want to go, bring me along. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and nodded. Gu Changqing asked again, how did you get in? I picked up a token of Immortal Music House. Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. She could even pick up a token. Gu Changqing wanted to say what kind of luck was this. But when he thought of Empress Dowager Zhuang and the Emperor, he felt that this girl really did have this kind of luck. He didn't suspect anything, but said, so you found out about the assassin. And the assassin is related to the southwest corner of the Imperial Palace. Do you recognize this tassel? Gu Jiao took out the tassel that Qin Shuai gave her. This was a tassel hanging from a jade pendant. The workmanship was exquisite. There were many such hand-woven tassels that could be bought on the streets and alleys. The only difference was that this tassel was colored. Gu Changqing said, normal tassels are red. The tassels of His Majesty, the Empress, and the Empress Dowager are bright yellow. It wasn't that colored tassels didn't exist, but they were relatively rare. Gu Changqing hadn't seen anyone he knew wearing this kind of tassel. Gu Jiao asked, will the imperial concubines in the harem wear colored tassels? Gu Changqing thought seriously, maybe. Colored tassels weren't taboo, but they weren't very popular. But Gu Changqing continued, the southwest corner of the Imperial Palace doesn't have any imperial concubines living there. It's a place to raise bees and flowers. There's only one bee garden and one flower shed. Could it be that the meaning of the note wasn't referring to the people living in the southwest corner of the Imperial Palace, but the people who would appear in the southwest corner of the Imperial Palace? Jiao Jiao. While Gu Jiao was thinking, little Jing Kong came back from the Imperial College. He jumped out of Lu Quan's carriage and ran into the courtyard. He passed by the front yard and through the hall to the backyard, and plunged into Gu Jiao's arms. His little head rubbed against her arms as much as he wanted. Recently, Gu Jiao had been busy. Little Jing Kong hadn't seen her when she came home from school for a long time. Of course, little Jing Kong didn't forget to greet Gu Changqing. He called him Big Brother. Little Jing Kong's little bald head grew a little hair. He had a handsome buzz cut again. Gu Jiao touched his little head. Her hand was sweaty. The weather was so hot that he couldn't wear his clothes anymore. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to get some water for him to bathe. Gu Changqing said, let me do it. Gu Changqing was very experienced in taking care of his little brother. He took little Jing Kong back to the house and gave little Jing Kong a bath. Little Jing Kong changed his clothes. After putting on his pants, he seemed to have discovered a new world. He walked valiantly to Gu Jiao and pointed at his pants and shoes. Jiao jiao. Jiao jiao. I've grown taller. His pants were shorter. They used to cover his shoes, but now they were on top of his shoes. It wasn't much. It was only 2 inches. But 2 inches was still enough to make him taller. Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, you've grown taller. Little Jing Kong was overjoyed. He began to announce to everyone in the courtyard that he had grown taller. He even showed off his pants that were shorter. However, everyone had gone out today and hadn't come back yet. Little Jing Kong had never looked forward to his bad brother-in-law, Brother Yen, and Brother Xiaoshan as much as he did now. He wanted to show off to the whole world that he had grown taller. However, after waiting and waiting, Xiao Lulang was working overtime at the Hanlin Academy. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan went to Nanxiang to learn from Master Lu. Even Madame Yao, who went to the temple to offer incense, stayed overnight at the temple with old servant Fang. He was so worried. He didn't even have a place to show off. Little Jing Kong sighed and paced back and forth in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. He walked like Master Zhao, who was worried that the price of rice would increase tomorrow. Ahem, a low cough came from Grandaunt's room. Little Jing Kong's eyes lit up. Oh. Is Grandaunt back? He ran over and pushed open the door. Great Aunt. It's not Grandaunt. When he saw the man on the bed, he tilted his head and said in surprise, Uncle Chu. Qin Chuyu's disguise was well hidden. Until now, little Jing Kong and Su Tang Tang still thought that his surname was Chu, his name was Chuyu, and his father was an official in the imperial court. The emperor had just woken up and was still in a daze. When he saw Jing Kong, he remembered that he was sleeping at Little Divine Doctor's place. Oh, it's Jing Kong, he greeted weakly. Uncle Chu, are you sick? Little Jing Kong came to the bed and looked at him with wide eyes. Gu Jiao was a doctor, so it wasn't strange for her to have a patient in her house. The strange thing was that he was staying in Grandaunt's room. Why is Uncle Chu staying in Grandaunt's room? Little Jing Kong asked. Children didn't have as many twists and turns as adults, so they asked whatever was on their mind. Why isn't Uncle Chu staying at my place? That way, he could sleep with Jiao Jiao at night. The emperor didn't expect that this room was Empress Dowager Zhuang's room. He was very surprised. This is Empress, your Grandaunt's room. Yes. Little Jing Kong nodded quickly. Then the things here. The emperor paused in the middle of his words. He was saved by Little Divine Doctor in the middle of the night. He was almost dead, and Little Divine Doctor was busy saving him. How could he have the time to decorate a room for him? The tables, chairs, lamps, and candles here must have been set up beforehand. Thinking that everything here was arranged by Empress Dowager Zhuang, the emperor didn't like it at all. Little Jing Kong didn't know what the emperor was thinking. When he saw that the emperor suddenly looked depressed, Little Jing Kong thought that he was uncomfortable. He went forward and patted his hand. Uncle Chu, you will be fine. Jiao Jiao's medical skills are very good. He can cure you. Don't worry. The emperor looked at the little hand on the back of his hand. He was the emperor, but he was comforted by a 4-year-old child. The emperor suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Soon, he realized that he had slept. His clothes were untidy, and his hair was messy. He wanted to ask someone to tidy up his appearance. However, Eunuch Wei was injured, and there were no other palace servants to serve him. He suddenly looked embarrassed. Little Jing Kong asked, Uncle Chu, what's wrong with you? Forget it, he would do it himself. The emperor reached for the hair crown on the bedside table. Little Jing Kong said, Uncle Chu, do you want to comb your hair? Let me help you. You are sick, so don't move. Do you know how to do it? The emperor asked. Of course. Little Jing Kong patted his small chest and said. He combed Little Eight's dog hair every day. Little Jing Kong went to the dressing table and took the comb. He kicked off his shoes and climbed onto the bed. He stood behind the emperor and began to comb the emperor's hair. He combed the hair quite well. The emperor was happy and talked more. Do you know how to recite poems? Little Jing Kong said, yes, but I don't like to recite poems. The emperor laughed. Then what do you like? Little Jing Kong said, I like to sing. Recently, he had learned a few new songs from Jiao Jiao. Oh. The emperor laughed. You know how to sing. Sing a few songs. Little Jing Kong thought seriously and stopped combing the emperor's hair. He brewed his emotions for a while, then raised a small hand and began to sing. The north wind blows, the snowflakes float, the year has come. Father went out to hide the 7 days of the year. The emperor shuddered. Why was it such a sad song? Did he think that he was not sad enough? Little Jing Kong was very absorbed in singing. His eyes were sad and there were tears in them. The emperor could not bear to look at him. Can't you sing something happier? Of course. Little Jing Kong changed his mood in a second. As he braided the emperor's hair, he swayed his head and sang, other people's daughters have flowers to wear, your father, I, have little money, can't buy them. Tear off the 2-foot red hair rope, tie it up for my hey, tie it up. The face of the emperor, whose hair was tied into a big braid, darkened. What kind of nonsense was this? The emperor felt that he could not listen to it anymore. If he did, he would be so angry that he would suffer from internal injuries. I have another song. Little Jing Kong cleared his throat and grabbed the emperor's braid. His small body shook. Ah! He used too much force. The emperor's hair was pulled, and his scalp was almost pulled off. Cough, cough, I got the melody wrong. Let's do it again. Little Jing Kong gathered his thoughts for a while. He looked serious and used all his strength. Uncle Ba and little Uncle Ed, don't show off your wealth. Dad, you didn't say anything about killing his father. You probably came to kill your mother. A bunch of fathers died. Actually, there was no one in the last line. However, little Jing Kong felt that singing this way was not clear enough, so he added a one. He was really a clever little brat. The emperor did not enjoy it as much as little Jing Kong. What was this little brat singing? He was talking about killing his father and mother. Was it really good to sing such a cruel song at such a young age? He had to go back and ask that old thing Hua Xian what he taught the children in the Imperial College. Also, he could sing, but could he not pull his hair? Was it easy to keep such a thick head of hair at his age? Be careful not to make him bald. Xiao Lulang came back from the Imperial College first. Little Jing Kong finally stopped damaging the emperor's hairline and ears. He went to show off to his bad brother-in-law that he was tall. After showing off, he sat at the door, stretched out his legs, and placed his trouser leg in the most conspicuous position. He showed off to everyone in the family who came back. Gu Shaoshan touched his nose and said, "Could it be that you raised your trouser leg?" Gu Shaoshan pulled little Jing Kong's belt back to his belly button. "See, it can cover his shoes again, right?" Little Jing Kong burst into tears. Gu Shaoshan was the reality of the world. In the end, Gu Jiao measured little Jing Kong's height and showed him his previous data. He was sure that he had really grown taller, but not as much as 2 inches. "You've grown 1 inch taller," Gu Jiao said. Little Jing Kong sat in Gu Jiao's arms and played with Gu Jiao's hair pitifully. "Is 1 inch taller?" Gu Jiao touched his little head. Of course. Little Jing Kong lowered his head and played with his fingers. Then I have to reward you with a kiss. Gu Jiao kissed his head. Little Jing Kong jumped down, covered his head with his little hands, and quickly ran back to the house. At night, when Gu Jiao went to change the emperor's medicine, she asked the emperor if he had seen the tassel. The emperor shook his head. I haven't seen it. The next day, Gu Jiao went to the imperial palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang went to the court. Gu Jiao took the tassel and asked Eunuch Qin, have you seen this tassel? Eunuch Qin shook his head. I haven't seen it. Eunuch Qin, is there a place to collect honey in the imperial palace? She asked. Eunuch Qin said, there's a bee garden in the southwest corner. Do you want fresh honey? I'll ask someone to collect it. No, I'll go by myself. Gu Jiao paused. Can I go? Eunuch Qin smiled. Of course. Eunuch Qin took a jar and gave it to Gu Jiao. There are beekeepers there. If you are tired, you can give it to them. Okay. Gu Jiao took the jar. Eunuch Qin was worried that she would get lost, so he asked the eunuchs of the Rinshou Palace to send her there. Gu Jiao decided to wait here for the rabbit. She waited for a whole morning, but no one passed by except the gardeners and the beekeepers. When Gu Jiao was about to leave, several women came from the end of the path. The leader was Princess Ning. Princess Ning was followed by 2 eunuchs with flower baskets and 4 maids. Princess Ning had a miscarriage a few days ago, so her face was still a little swollen. It was hot in June, but she was still wrapped in a cloak. Princess Rui Wang said that this was the 3rd miscarriage of Princess Ning. Every miscarriage was harmful to a woman, not to mention that she had miscarried 3 times. In ancient times when medical conditions were not developed, it was really difficult for her to get pregnant again. She lived in Prince Ning's mansion outside the palace, so she didn't know why she came to such a remote corner in the southwest. Was she the person she was waiting for? Gu Jiao was in a small wooden house, but her eyes fell on Princess Ning through the window. Princess, you can leave this to us. Why do you have to do it yourself? A maid asked. Princess Ning said, you don't understand. You wasted the good honey. Call the beekeeper here. Yes. The maid answered, went to the bee garden, and called the beekeeper on duty. The beekeeper bowed to Princess Ning respectfully. Greetings, Princess Ning. Princess Ning asked, what honey have you picked today? The beekeeper replied, Princess Ning, there is date honey, locust honey, and half a jar of flower honey. Give it to me. Princess Ning said. Yes. The beekeeper poured a small cup of each of the 3 kinds of honey. Princess Ning tasted them one by one with a spoon and said, date honey. How much does Princess Ning want? The beekeeper asked respectfully. 2 jars. Princess Ning said. The beekeeper filled 2 jars of honey for Princess Ning, and the eunuch next to Princess Ning took them. Then they went to the garden to pick a few potted plants. Looking at Princess Ning's back, Gu Jiao came out and said to the beekeeper, I picked up a tassel on the ground. Is it Princess Ning's? Oh. The beekeeper took the tassel and caught up with Princess Ning. Gu Jiao saw the beekeeper give the tassel to Princess Ning, but Princess Ning shook her head. Her expression didn't seem to be fake. Miss, Princess Ning said it wasn't hers. The beekeeper returned the tassel to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao wasn't dressed like a concubine or a maid, but she was from Rinshou Palace, so the beekeeper still didn't dare to neglect her. Gu Jiao took the tassel and asked, has anyone else been here? The beekeeper smiled and said, there are a lot of bees here, so it's easy to sting. Usually, no one comes here. Was the courtesan of Immortal Music House teasing her? Gu Jiao pondered the words, Imperial Palace, southwest corner, in her mind. Aside from the beehive, there was only the garden in the southwest corner. She had been watching the garden, but there was no movement. Gu Jiao touched her chin. While she was puzzled, someone else came. This time, it was the Crown Princess. The Crown Princess had been recuperating in the East Palace since she was beaten up by Gu Jiao. Her injuries had completely healed yesterday, and she walked out of the East Palace this morning. The beekeeper was frightened. It was fine if Princess Ning came, but why did the Crown Princess also come? The beekeeper hurried forward and bowed. This servant greets the Crown Princess. The Crown Princess nodded lightly. Gu Jiao was standing at the entrance of the beehive. Before she could return to the wooden hut, the Crown Princess saw her. The Crown Princess recognized Gu Jiao. After all, she had seen Gu Jiao from afar. And Gu Jiao also recognized the Crown Princess. After all, she had beaten the Crown Princess deeply. However, in the impression of the two, the other party should not recognize them. This was their first official meeting. As a woman who could charm the Crown Prince, the Crown Princess's appearance was impeccable. It was not an exaggeration to say that she could cause the fall of a city at first sight. In comparison, Gu Jiao, who had a red birthmark on her cheek, paled in comparison. At least in the eyes of others. The Crown Princess was the moon in the sky. Even the beauties in the imperial harem were overshadowed by her, let alone this young girl with a disfigured face. Who are you? Why don't you kneel when you see the Crown Princess? The chief eunuch beside the Crown Princess asked. If it was the Crown Princess's female official, she would probably recognize Gu Jiao. Unfortunately, this chief eunuch had never seen Gu Jiao before. The bee craftsman hurriedly said in a small voice, Gong Gong, this girl is from Rinshou Palace. The chief eunuch's expression changed, but it was only for a moment before he raised his voice. The people of Rinshou Palace are the most disciplined. Even Miss Zhuang has to respectfully bow when she sees the Crown Princess. This flattery and trampling was clearly telling Gu Jiao that even Empress Dowager Zhuang's legitimate grandniece had to bow when she saw the Crown Princess. Regardless of her status, could she surpass Zhuang Yueshi? The Crown Princess looked at Gu Jiao. She suddenly wanted to see this woman bow in front of her. But Gu Jiao did not bow to her. As a member of the Eastern Palace, the chief eunuch naturally did not get along with Rinshou Palace. But he could not go up and punish Gu Jiao. He had to use the rules to suppress Gu Jiao. Does the Empress Dowager know you are so rude? Is it any of your business whether the Empress Dowager knows or not? It was Gonggang Qin. The chief eunuch's expression changed and he lowered his head. They were both chief eunuchs of the master, but he could not be compared to Gonggang Qin. Only Gonggang Wei could be compared to Gonggang Qin in terms of status. The Crown Princess also showed a trace of confusion when she saw Gonggang Qin. Gonggang Qin came to Gu Jiao and bowed respectfully. Miss Gu, the Empress Dowager has left the court and asked why you have not returned to Rinshou Palace for dinner. After saying this, he turned around and bowed to the Crown Princess. This servant greets the Crown Princess. His smile and etiquette were flawless, but he greeted Gu Jiao first before greeting the Crown Princess. This was already embarrassing the Crown Princess. A subtle light flashed through the Crown Princess's eyes, but her expression was normal. Gonggang Qin, you are excused. Miss Gu, have you picked the honey you wanted? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. It's in the room. Gonggang Qin personally took out 2 jars of honey and said with a smile, Miss Gu, is there anything else you want? There are many flowers in the garden. Miss Gu, do you have any flowers you like? Gu Jiao shook her head. I don't grow flowers. Gonggang Qin smiled. Okay. Then let's go back. If we don't go back, the Empress Dowager will be worried. The Crown Princess could hardly hide the surprise in her eyes. She had known Gonggong Qin for so long, but she had never seen him so polite to anyone. Even in front of Empress Xiao and noble consort Zhuang, he was just polite. But his politeness to Gu Jiao seemed to be more than just politeness. There seemed to be a trace of love and affection in that respect. During the whole process, Gonggong Qin treated the Crown Princess as heir and only asked Gu Jiao questions. It seemed that he had endless worries. In the past, Gonggong Qin was not so talkative. The Crown Princess frowned. The two then left. The moment they brushed past each other, Gu Jiao suddenly pointed at the tassel on the ground and said, "Your tassel fell." The Crown Princess lowered her head to look. "It's not mine." Gu Jiao, oh. It was also not the Crown Princess's. The people that appeared in the southwest corner of the Imperial Palace today were unrelated to this tassel. Why was it like this? Gu Jiao left with confusion. The Crown Princess' confusion was no less than Gu Jiao's. She looked at Gu Jiao's back and felt that something was wrong. Isn't she the wife of the new top scholar? Why is she so close to Renshou Palace? Crown Princess. The young palace maid suddenly remembered something and said, "Do you still remember the matter of the fifth prince being pushed into the water 2 days ago? Noble consort Shu wanted to punish that person, but she was taken away by the Empress Dowager. That person even sat on the Empress Dowager's phoenix sedan." This matter caused a stir in the imperial palace. Although the Crown Princess did not leave her room, she still heard about it. That person was noble consort Shu's niece, the true eldest miss of Marquis Ding and Fu. It was said that she had great medical skills and was treated as a guest of honor by the Empress Dowager. The Crown Princess's expression was slightly startled. It's her. Xiao Lulang didn't marry a normal peasant girl, but a true Marquis Fu's daughter. In this instant, the Crown Princess's heart didn't know what to feel. The young palace maid muttered, "Speaking of which, has this Marquis Fu's daughter gone crazy?" Marquis Ding and Fu is His Majesty's trusted aide. Xiao Lulang is also His Majesty's new top scholar. Her father, brother, and husband are all His Majesty's people, but she wants to be with Empress Dowager Zhuang. Is she not afraid of being rejected by her father and brother, not afraid of being abandoned by her husband? That's right, wasn't she afraid? How could she live so fearlessly, so unscrupulous? Gu Jiao returned to Renshou Palace and personally made a dish of honey crispy duck for her grand aunt. It was similar to the sweetness of the sugar-skinned duck, but it wasn't as sweet. It also had a trace of honey's natural sourness, making the taste richer. Without the emperor's annoying son fighting for food, Empress Dowager Zhuang ate happily. After eating, Gu Jiao took out the tassel. "Grand aunt, have you seen anyone wearing this tassel?" Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the tassel and frowned. "Such an ugly tassel, I've never seen it before." Not ugly, Gu Jiao felt. Wait, it seems like I've seen it before. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked up at the sky and carefully tried to recall. She waved her hand, "I can't remember." Great, the clue she had just obtained was suddenly cut off. "Where did you get this tassel?" Empress Dowager Zhuang asked. "I picked it up." Gu Jiao said without a change in expression, "This tassel may be related to the assassin who tried to assassinate His Majesty." Humph! Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, her face full of disgust. "You can't even clean up after killing someone." Gu Jiao went to the bee garden in the afternoon again, but she still found nothing. Chapter 311. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. Gu Jiao went to the Imperial Palace again and came to the southwest corner again. The beekeeper saw her come so late and hurried forward to ask, "Miss Gu, do you need more honey?" At noon, he heard eunuch Qin of Rinshou Palace call her Miss Gu. He thought she was just a girl related to Rinshou Palace, but the favorite of the Empress Dowager treated her more respectfully than the crown princess, so the beekeeper didn't dare to slight her. At this time, the sun was setting, and the sky was gray and blue. Only the red light of the setting sun lit up the last bit of twilight. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on a pavilion shrouded by the setting sun. The pavilion was a bit far away. From her angle, she could only see the cornices. "What's over there?" Gu Jiao pointed and asked. The beekeeper followed Gu Jiao's finger and looked at the roof tiles under the setting sun. He said, "That seems to be the residence of the hostages of the Qin kingdom." The Qin kingdom and the Zhao kingdom had been at odds for a long time. The hostages of the Qin kingdom naturally wouldn't live in a luxurious palace. Instead, they were given a secluded small courtyard, separated from the harem by a beekeeping path. There were guards at both ends. Gu Jiao looked at the cornices that were swallowed by the night and gradually understood the meaning of the Imperial Palace, the southwest corner. It wasn't that the other person lived in the southwest corner of the Imperial Palace, nor did the other person go in and out of the southwest corner of the Imperial Palace. It was that the other person could be seen from the southwest corner of the Imperial Palace. The summer in the Zhao kingdom was hotter than in the Qin kingdom. The cicadas in the trees kept croaking, which seemed to add a bit of dryness. There was a small lotus pond nearby, and frogs croaked occasionally. It really wasn't a comfortable residence. The lanterns under the corridor were gradually lit by the palace servants. The patrolling guards held long swords and looked dignified. All of a sudden, a small figure flew into the sky. The little figure's movements were extremely light and did not alarm any of the guards. However, a gray shadow suddenly flashed out from the seemingly inconspicuous corner. It was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, a curved blade was placed on the little figure's neck. "All right, Song Yi, let her in. She is this prince's honored guest." A lazy voice with a hint of ridicule slowly came from inside the house. The gray-clothed man coldly put away the scimitar in his hand, but the vigilance in his eyes didn't decrease at all. He stared at Gu Jiao without blinking, as if as long as Gu Jiao did not behave in the slightest, his scimitar would be placed on Gu Jiao's neck again. Gu Jiao had no intention of hiding her identity. She wore her own clothes and did not even wear a mask. She calmly pushed open the door and entered. There were quite a few oil lamps in the house, but the brightness of the oil lamps was limited. Even when the whole house was lit, it was still a dim yellow. Yuan Tang was sitting on a chair while a palace servant changed his dressing. He seemed to have been injured in the waist and abdomen. The bandages that had been removed were covered in blood. The house was filled with the smell of wound medicine. His clothes were open, revealing a strong and sturdy chest, well-defined abdominal muscles, and two clearly defined mermaid lines. It was unknown whether it was because of the heat or the pain, but there were sparkling drops of sweat dripping down from his wheat-colored skin, dripping over each firm but not exaggerated muscle. This was a body full of masculine strength. The air was suddenly filled with the scent of male hormones. Yuan Tang did not expect Gu Jiao to come in so quickly. Fortunately, the palace servant moved quickly and quickly applied medicine and bandaged him. "You can leave." When the palace servant was about to tidy up his clothes, he raised his hand. "Yes." The palace servant tidied up and left. Yuan Tang closed his clothes and tied his belt. He was a man, so it was not a big deal to be seen, but why? Yuan Tang glanced at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's expression was magnanimous. She was even more magnanimous than the person who was being stared at. This woman was really interesting. "All of you can leave as well." Yuan Tang ordered the palace servants in the room. Everyone left the room in silence. The gray-clothed man just now stood guard at the door, with no intention of leaving. Gu Jiao felt a very powerful aura from the gray-clothed man. It was almost on par with the old marquis. She wondered who would be the stronger one if the two of them fought. Of course, if she was in her prime, she would have no problem cutting his throat. Don't worry about him, Yuan Tang said with a smile. Gu Jiao had met Yuan Tang once in Lu Yixing's courtyard. At that time, Gu Jiao only felt that Yuan Tang's appearance was handsome, but not absolutely beautiful. At least, compared to his cousin Lu Yixing, he was a bit less exquisite. But after seeing his figure today, she understood that this Qin Empire hostage was also the best among men. Gu Jiao looked at him magnanimously. Yuan Tang couldn't help but laugh. Should I call you Dr. Gu or Madam Xiao? Up to you, Gu Jiao said. That's good, Dr. Gu. Yuan Tang smiled and said, You came to see me so late. Is something the matter? This was a question he already knew the answer to. But between people, there was always a need for a few words of nonsense. Gu Jiao didn't like to talk nonsense. She glanced at his wounds and got straight to the point. You even personally went to assassinate the emperor. Yuan Tang was silent for a moment, then laughed lowly. How could I not personally go for such an important assassination? These words were undoubtedly an admission of everything. Gu Jiao said indifferently, You're quite straightforward in admitting it. Yuan Tang smiled bitterly. From the moment my Suezi disappeared, I was prepared to be exposed. But I didn't expect it to be so fast, and I definitely didn't expect it to be you. Yuan Tang didn't make any unnecessary excuses. Only a fool would treat someone else as a fool. Gu Jiao being able to investigate to this extent showed that she wasn't a fool at all. Since he couldn't fool her, why waste his breath? Why? Gu Jiao asked. It's my duty, Yuan Tang said. Gu Jiao asked, The Qin Empire's monarch's order. Yuan Tang turned his head to look at the night sky outside the window. I also have my own selfish motives. My aunt died at the hands of Empress Dowager Zhuang and the Zhao Empire's emperor. At that time, they hadn't turned against each other yet. My aunt was forced to death by them. So the two of them are both my enemies. Your aunt was a spy. Killing your aunt was part of their duty. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on his face, not avoiding it at all. A person's strength wasn't necessarily reflected in their martial arts, status, or talent. The strength of their heart was the most undefeatable. This was a woman whose heart was filled with strength. Yuan Tang retracted his gaze and met her gaze. So how can there be right or wrong in this world? It's just that my status forced me to do it. I was born in the Qin Empire and am the Qin Empire's prince. As long as the two countries are at odds, I will continue to fight with the Zhao Empire. Even if my aunt didn't die, I would not let go of Empress Dowager Zhuang and the Zhao Empire's emperor. Gu Jiao asked, The matter of instigating discord between Marquis Ding and Manor and the Marshal's Manor was also done by you? Yes. Yuan Tang did not deny it. Gu Jiao continued, The person who went to the military camp to assassinate Gu Chongqing was you? Yuan Tang, yes. Gu Jiao, the person who went to Thousand Sound Pavilion to find Fei Shuang was also you? Yuan Tang, that's right. Yuan Tang admitted to everything. Gu Jiao's expression was very calm from beginning to end. She was not shocked or confused by his straightforward admission. Instead, after a moment of silence, she opened her mouth to ask him, How do you know so many things? Tang Ming's hobbies, Fei Shuang's identity, and even the emperor's whereabouts. Yuan Tang smiled and said, Do you think the Qin Empire's ruler would send an incompetent hostage to the Zhao Empire? This was also true. It was just like when the Zhao Empire had sent the very talented Jun Wang to the Qin Empire as a hostage. A hostage without any ability would only die in a foreign land if they went to the enemy country. Yuan Tang reached out a hand. Can you return the Sui Zi to me? No. Gu Jiao flatly refused. Yuan Tang sighed helplessly. That was given to my mother by my maternal grandmother. It was hung on a jade pendant. There were only 2 pieces in total. One was given to my mother, and the other was given to my maternal aunt. Playing the sympathy card did not work on Gu Jiao. If she did not return it, she would not return it. Yuan Tang saw that Gu Jiao was really determined. He knew that there was an 80% chance that he would not be able to get his Sui Zi back. His heart ached as he accepted this fact. What do you plan to do? He asked. I'll report you, Gu Jiao said bluntly. Yuan Tang. Was she that direct? Yuan Tang said, in any case, I helped you before. Have you forgotten? Gu Jiao said, you speak as if you didn't benefit from it. The corner of Yuan Tang's mouth twitched. Why did my cousin tell you everything? When the crown princess used the cat to test Xiao Lulang, it was Yuan Tang who had the cat taken away. However, that cat originally belonged to Yuan Tang. If Gu Jiao had not told him about this, he would have been implicated as well. This matter could not be considered as a debt. At most, Yuan Tang was being kind and helping others to benefit himself. After Gu Jiao left, the grey-clothed man stepped in. Your Highness, this subordinate will kill her. Yuan Tang snorted coldly. Do you think it's easy to kill her? The grey-clothed man said, she's still young. Her martial arts are not up to standard. In another 2 or 3 years, I'm afraid that we won't be able to kill her. With the grey-clothed man's ability, he should be able to detect any movement within 100 steps. However, that girl was only discovered when she was right under his nose. Yuan Tang smiled faintly. You won't be the same person in another 2 or 3 years. Why? Are you afraid of her? No. The grey-clothed man said. Yuan Tang covered his wound and finally showed a hint of pain. All right, this girl is a useful talent. Our main goal is to recruit her. It's a pity to kill her. The grey-clothed man thought for a moment and nodded. There's no one in this world that your highness can't win over. Except for my cousin. Yuan Tang snorted and said angrily, I can easily win over people with my means. However, he can't feel it when I treat him with my heart. Gu Jiao returned to Jade Water Alley. Xiao Lulang had already finished his duty at Hanlin Academy and was tutoring little Jing Kong in the study. Gu Jiao did not disturb the two. She first went next door to check on eunuch Wei's injury and then went to her great aunt's room. The emperor suddenly wanted to eat sugar-coated duck. Gu Changqing went to the kitchen to help the old chancellor pluck duck feathers. Only the emperor was in the room. Seeing her coming, the emperor's eyes lit up. However, thinking that she was Empress Dowager Zhuang's servant, his eyes dimmed again. He asked calmly, didn't you change the medicine today? I have something to tell your majesty, Gu Jiao said. What's the matter? The emperor asked. Gu Jiao said seriously, I know who the assassin who tried to assassinate his majesty is. The emperor sneered, don't deliberately find someone to take the blame for your great-aunt in order to get rid of the crime. I'm not that bored. Gu Jiao took out the colorful tassel from her arms. I pulled this from the assassin when I fought with him. I asked your majesty if you knew this tassel. Your majesty said you didn't know. Your majesty, do you know why you don't know? Because the assassin is not from the palace of Zhao Kingdom, but he knows your majesty's whereabouts like the back of his hand. The emperor frowned. Who is he? Gu Jiao stared at the emperor and said, the hostage of Qin Kingdom. Gu Jiao's words were half true and half false. Other than the fact that the tassel was not pulled from the assassin's body, everything else was true. However, Gu Jiao only had this piece of tassel. There was no other evidence. Whether the emperor believed it or not depended on his trust in Gu Jiao. This was one of the reasons why Yuan Tang dared to be honest with Gu Jiao. So what if Gu Jiao knew the truth? It was too far-fetched to convict him based on a piece of tassel. Compared to him, the hostage of Qin Kingdom, the emperor was more willing to believe that Empress Dowager Zhuang was the mastermind. The emperor said coldly, "Do you think that by framing the hostage of Qin Kingdom, you can get rid of the crime for your great aunt? If your majesty wants to make your loved ones suffer and your enemies happy, then let's just assume that for now." Gu Jiao finished speaking and turned to leave. The emperor was furious. He had thought that she had gone to the clinic after running around day after day, but it turned out that she had gone to find evidence for that vicious woman. That vicious woman was so nice. One after another, they all fell in line for her. Old concubine Jing, Ningen, and the little miracle doctor had all been poisoned by that vicious woman. They would be fooled by her, but he would not. I definitely won't. That night, the first thing Eunuch Wei did after regaining consciousness was to drag his heavily injured body to visit the emperor and beg for forgiveness. This old servant failed to protect the emperor. "Please punish me, your majesty." The emperor looked at Eunuch Wei, whose hands and neck were bandaged, and couldn't bear to see him like this. "You're not a guard. Why do I need you to protect the emperor? Get up." "This old servant doesn't dare." "I order you to get up." "Yes, your majesty." Eunuch Wei stood up shakily. The emperor told him to sit and talk. Eunuch Wei said awkwardly, "Your majesty, please don't make this servant feel unworthy." The emperor sighed. Why did he have to do this when he was alone? "Your majesty," Eunuch Wei said, "I met Miss Gu in the courtyard just now." The emperor's eyes turned cold. "Are you here to speak for the Empress Dowager as well?" Eunuch Wei hurriedly said, "Why would I speak for the Empress Dowager?" This servant was only thinking that this servant was lying in a pool of blood and was about to die. Miss Gu was alone and this servant had completely forgotten that she was just a woman. This servant did not let her escape but instead asked her to save His Majesty. What kind of feelings did she have when she went without hesitation? She knew how dangerous it was ahead, and she knew that Your Majesty and the Empress Dowager were not on good terms. Gu Jiao had saved the emperor, but she didn't mention any details. The emperor thought that she had met him by chance, but he didn't know that she had risked her life to find him. The emperor's mood suddenly became complicated, and he didn't feel good about it. Eunuch Wei looked at the emperor with tears in his eyes and said earnestly, "Your Majesty, you can choose not to trust the Empress Dowager, but can you not trust the little miracle doctor?" The emperor fell silent. The next day, Yuan Tang was recuperating in his room when several guards from the Dali Temple and the Honglu Temple came to his residence. The official from the Dali Temple said, "Your Majesty was attacked by an assassin." The Dali Temple caught an assassin, and that assassin turned out to be one of the sixth prince's people. We also found the sixth prince's personal belongings at the scene. We asked the sixth prince to come with us to the Dali Temple. Yuan Tang frowned. He didn't expect that Gu Jiao had the ability to make the emperor believe her. That witness was naturally used by the emperor to frame Yuan Tang. After all, a single spike was not enough to hold Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang could say that his spike was lost or stolen. However, the sudden appearance of a witness was a pain in the ass. And that witness was one of Yuan Tang's bodyguards. Not a personal bodyguard, but a third-class bodyguard. Yuan Tang's face became very ugly. He actually bribed the people around this highness. This highness really underestimated the imperial family of Zhao country. When he bribed him, Yuan Tang had no way to find out. Fortunately, the other party was only a third-class bodyguard. He didn't have many opportunities to see him, and it was unlikely that he would come in contact with his secrets. But no matter what, he was bitten by this person, and the situation became a bit tricky. The man in gray said with a murderous look, "I'll go kill him. Let's make it so they can't testify." Yuan Tang said coldly, "It's useless. He already confessed and signed the confession. Even if he's dead, the evidence is still valid." Of course, Yuan Tang wouldn't obediently let himself be captured. But being forced to this point, it was impossible not to give an explanation to the Zhao country. In the end, Yuan Tang had no choice but to give up the rook to save the king. He handed over one of his trusted aides. The aide took all the blame on himself, saying that it was his own personal behavior and had nothing to do with Yuan Tang. When he was in the state of Qin, this advisor was a retainer of his residence. He was resourceful and loyal to him. He had given him advice on many occasions and helped him avert danger. When he handed over the aide, Yuan Tang's heart was bleeding. He wanted to hand over a random bodyguard as a scapegoat, but the Zhao country wouldn't buy it. It wasn't that he was greedy for life and afraid of death, but he couldn't die before his great cause was completed. The news of the emperor's assassination caused a huge uproar in the capital. The imperial court was also slightly shaken. However, the emperor didn't do anything. He completely became a hands-off shopkeeper in Bishui Alley. Of course, he didn't say that he lived in Bishui Alley. He announced to the public that he lived in the temporary imperial residence. Although the misunderstanding of the assassination was resolved, the relationship between the emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang was still as cold as ice. The emperor still didn't like Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang still ignored the emperor. Empress Dowager Zhuang left after playing cards. At first, Empress Dowager Zhuang played cards secretly from the emperor. Later, when she saw that the emperor didn't leave, Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't bother to hide it anymore. "I just want to play cards. Do whatever you want." The emperor looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang's back as she went to play cards. He gritted his teeth and said, "You don't abide by the virtue of a woman. You have no sense of shame. You violate the rules of the imperial palace. You don't listen to the teachings of the ancestors. You don't deserve to be." Gu Jiao stuffed a thermometer into the emperor's mouth. "Keep it in your mouth. Don't talk," Dr. Gu said seriously. The emperor was speechless. The news of the emperor's assassination caused a stir in the capital. Although he didn't announce his identity to Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao's family, little Jing Kong and Gu Xiaoshun were the only two people in the family who didn't guess his identity. Little Jing Kong had already accepted the fact that he was Chu Yu's biological father, Uncle Chu. Therefore, it was difficult for the outside world to affect him. Gu Xiaoshun was pure naive. Even Gu Yan guessed the emperor's identity. After all, there was no one else in the world who had the guts to stare at his great-aunt. The weather was too hot these days. Gu Yan had a heat stroke in the Qinghe Academy. After that, Gu Jiao went to the academy to ask for leave for him so that he could rest at home. In the past, he refused to go to school. Now that he was free, he felt bored. Bored to death, he sat under the shade of a tree in the yard and sighed. Gu Jiao went to the medical center. Xiao Lulang went to the Hanlin Academy. Gu Xiaoshun and little Jing Kong went to school. He didn't have a playmate. He really wanted to go to school. While he was bored to death, a tall figure loomed over him, blocking the light above his head. Then, an exquisite wooden bow appeared in front of him. Gu Yan was stunned. He looked at the bow and then looked up at the person holding the bow. "It's you." Gu Yan turned his face away. Gu Chongqing went in front of him and pulled the bow in his hand. He said to him, "Do you want to shoot an arrow?" Gu Yan said lightly, "I don't know how to shoot an arrow." Gu Chongqing said softly, "I'll teach you." In fact, Gu Yan had always had a dream of being a Jianghu hero, riding the fastest horse and shooting the farthest arrow. Unfortunately, with his small body, he didn't even have the chance to ride a horse alone, let alone shoot an arrow. He couldn't even pull the bowstring. Gu Yan suppressed the throbbing in his heart and said with disgust, "I don't want to." Gu Changqing said softly, "Jiao Jiao said that your body is much better than before. You should be able to pull the bow. If you don't believe me, you can try." Of course, he couldn't say that he specially made the lightest bow to take care of his body. Even the 4-year-old little Jing Kong could pull it. Men always wanted to save face, even if it was the 15-year-old Gu Yan. Gu Yan secretly glanced at the bow that Gu Changqing handed over. It was really exquisite. Every curve and pattern was done in accordance with his aesthetic standards. Most importantly, the bow was inlaid with jade. He was quite moved. Gu Changqing saw through him but didn't say anything. He handed the bow to him and walked over to set up the target. "Try it." Gu Yan reluctantly pulled the bow. He was just casually trying. He didn't think that he would really pull it. He could pull a bow. Gu Yan couldn't believe it. Then, a wave of ecstasy surged from the bottom of his heart. Gu Changqing looked at his stunned little face and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved up slightly. He also specially made a quiver and 10 command arrows, all of which were lighter in weight. He took the quiver and put it on the stone table next to Gu Yan. He took an arrow and handed it to him. It was Gu Yan's first time holding an arrow. He didn't know how to release it. Like this. Gu Changqing pressed his hand and knocked the arrow in the right place. Gu Yan's hand was white and tender, slender and delicate. Gu Changqing's hand was also slender, with distinct joints. But because of years of practicing martial arts, there was a layer of calluses on his hand. He just gently pressed the back of Gu Yan's hand, but a red mark quickly appeared on the back of Gu Yan's hand. Gu Changqing was a little distressed. He hurriedly let go of his hand and said to Gu Yan, "Try shooting it." Gu Yan shot an arrow and successfully missed the target. "It's okay. It's already very good that you can shoot the first arrow." Gu Changqing took another arrow and gave it to him. In the end, Gu Yan missed the target again. Gu Yan was discouraged. "Your posture is wrong." Gu Changqing came behind Gu Yan and held his hands with both hands. He pulled him into his arms and gently pulled the bow with him. "You have to pull it here. Aim your eyes and look at the bull's eye. Release the arrow." Both of their hands let go at the same time. With a whoosh, the arrow left the bowstring and hit the bull's eye. Gu Yan, wow. Gu Changqing looked at him deeply, his eyes full of affection. "Ah Yan, you're really good." Gu Yan snorted, "Of course I'm good. I don't need you to tell me that." The tuft of hair on the top of his head stood up again. Gu Changqing couldn't hold back and laughed softly. His laughter wasn't loud, like a warm string under the sun. His smile wasn't exaggerated either. His body trembled slightly as he tried to hold back his laughter. It was inexplicably infectious. Gu Yan wanted to put on a sour face, but suddenly he couldn't. He felt that he was too disappointing. He turned his head and fiercely said, "Are you going to teach me archery or not?" Gu Changqing tried hard to stop laughing, but he couldn't stop the corners of his lips from rising. "Teach, teach." He hugged him from behind again and gently held his delicate hand. He suddenly regretted that the bow was too rough. It was touching Gu Yan's hand. Gu Changqing taught Gu Yan archery for the whole afternoon. Gu Yan and Gu Jiao were twins from the same mother, but they were worlds apart in terms of martial arts. Gu Changqing taught for the whole afternoon, but Gu Yan couldn't hit the target even once. Gu Yan was furious, but he refused to admit that it was his fault. He exploded, "It's all because of this bow. What kind of bow did you make?" Gu Changqing's lips curved slightly, it's the bow's fault. I didn't make it well. I'll make a new one for you tomorrow. Gu Yan turned his face away, humph. The emperor recuperated in by Shui Ali. He ignored the court and the affairs of the world. After a few days of living in a paradise, his complexion improved a lot. Even his hair seemed to have increased. The old chancellor's cooking skills were excellent. The emperor felt that it was unfair for him to be the chancellor of the imperial college. He should have invited him to the palace to be the imperial chef. The busiest time of the day was at night. The courtyard was in chaos. A few children were pushing and shoving each other. The smell of food floated out of the kitchen. The sound of playful and angry scolding came from the alley. After being the emperor for a long time, he sometimes felt numb. But these days, his heart was always touched. He was in the middle of it all. This was the Zhao country under his rule. It was the light of the thousands of families that he tried his best to protect. The emperor decided to return to the palace. He couldn't let the power of the court fall into the hands of others. However, the night before he returned to the palace, he suddenly had a high fever and fell ill. No one expected that such a mishap would happen. Gu Jiao went out to see a patient. Xiao Lulang and the old chancellor worked overtime overnight at the Hanlin Academy and the Imperial College, and Eunuch Wei himself was still a patient, so he couldn't help much. Gu Changqing went to the Miracle Hall to invite a doctor. Empress Dowager Zhuang had just finished playing the leaf card and was about to return to the palace when she heard Yuya, crying at the door. She walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" Yuya, cried until she was out of breath, that. Your master is sick. I didn't take good care of him. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't want to care about the emperor's life or death, but this girl was crying so sadly. She frowned and went into the room to take a look. After all, she had sold Gu Jiao's medicine. Although she wasn't proficient in medicine, she could barely deal with the emergency. The emperor had a bad fever. His whole body was hot and his consciousness was blurred. Go and get wine. Empress Dowager Zhuang ordered Yuya. Yes. Yuya, hurried to the kitchen to get a jar of Huadiao wine. No one drank at home. It was a gift from the neighbors. Empress Dowager Zhuang dipped a cotton cloth in the wine and wiped the emperor's armpits and forehead. She had seen Zhao Zhao reduce little Jing Kong's fever in this way. However, Zhao Zhao didn't use strong wine, but the refined wine in her medicine box. Zhao Zhao called it alcohol. This method seemed to have some effect. After about half an hour, the emperor's fever gradually subsided. But after a while, it flared up again and the fever was even worse than before. No matter how Empress Dowager Zhuang wiped it, it was no longer effective. The doctor from the medical hall arrived. It was Dr. Liu. He used acupuncture to reduce the emperor's fever, but the effect was minimal. He wrote a prescription and asked Gu Changqing to go to the medical hall to get the herbs. Gu Changqing directly boiled the herbs in the medical hall and brought them over. The emperor refused to drink. You can leave. Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly. Yes. The few of them left. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at the medicine bowl on the table and then at the emperor who was in a mess. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes, as if she had made a very difficult decision. Then she went to the bedside with a look of disgust. The emperor's fever was fierce and his whole body was uncomfortable. In a daze, he seemed to hear someone calling him. Hong-er, who was Hong-er? Was it him? Who was calling him? Hong-er, it's time to take your medicine. The voice was gentle and warm. It was a voice he hadn't heard since he grew up. The emperor was really confused by the fever. He didn't remember that he had ascended the throne and that there was Empress Dowager Zhuang who he hated the most in the world. He was the son of a palace maid. He was born lowly and was raised under concubine Jing's name. Concubine Jing gave birth to a beautiful sister for him. Her name was Ning'an. He liked his sister and also liked concubine Jing. Was that concubine Jing's voice? Was concubine Jing calling him? Concubine Jing was the best to him. Mother, what the emperor didn't know was that he was thinking of concubine Jing, but in the end, he called her mother. He grabbed Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand and held it for the whole night. Chapter 312. The emperor didn't calm down until the latter half of the night and fell into a deep sleep. However, even in his sleep, he vaguely heard someone calling him Hong. One sound after another, each sound entered his ears. He also felt a hand so warm that it was burning hot, holding his hand tightly. When the emperor finally woke up, the sky was already bright. The emperor was a little confused and didn't know if it was a dream or reality. The familiar voice called Hong came again. The emperor slowly opened his eyes and a figure appeared in his blurred vision. The owner of the figure was sitting cross-legged by the bed, holding his hand and looking at him with a kind gaze. Why does this person look so much like Little Magic Doctor's younger brother? Little Jinkong's little hand patted the back of the emperor's hand. He used the kind tone of Zhao Xiaobao's great-grandmother next door, coaxing her great-grandson and called out, "Hunger." The emperor shuddered and woke up from his drowsiness. The emperor recuperated for 7 days in Jishui Alley. The stitches were removed and the wound healed well. Eunuch Wei's injury also recovered well. It was just that he was old and his bone fractures healed slower than young people. However, the other injuries on his body didn't affect him much. Living in Jishui Alley was the most relaxing time of the emperor's life. Ever since he could remember, he knew that he was a lowly prince. Concubine Jing treated him very well, but he couldn't get rid of the shadow brought by his birth. After that, he lived alone and was suppressed by concubine Lu and the crown prince. He was always walking on thin ice. It wasn't easy for him to become the emperor and he had Empress Dowager Zhuang to govern from behind the curtain. He didn't relax for even a moment. This time, it was a blessing in disguise and he enjoyed a few days of leisure. However, he couldn't really hide in Jishui Alley and be a hands-off boss for the rest of his life. He was the emperor of a country and he carried the country of Zhao on his shoulders. After dinner, the emperor planned to return to the palace. The emperor announced to the public that he was recuperating in the temporary imperial residence. In order to confuse the enemy, the emperor specially transferred the imperial experts to the temporary imperial residence and surrounded it tightly. No one could guarantee that there wouldn't be a second assassination attempt, so it was best to be careful. At the same time that the emperor set out from Jadewater Alley, Eunuch Wei quietly headed to the temporary imperial residence. When the time came, he would accompany the emperor back to the imperial palace from the temporary imperial residence. Before the emperor boarded the carriage, Auntie Lu suddenly ran over shyly and handed him a pouch. Then, she covered her face and ran away. The emperor was speechless. Gu Chongqing escorted the emperor back to the palace. Sitting in the carriage on the way back, the emperor kept feeling that something was strange. He thought about it but still couldn't figure out what was strange. It was not until he entered the imperial study that Eunuch He reported to him, "The Empress Dowager has fallen ill. She has been ill for several days, but she insisted on going to court. Today, she finally couldn't take it anymore. She fainted in the Phoenix sedan on the way back to Rinshou Palace." The emperor was suddenly enlightened. He had been wondering what was strange. It turned out that the poisonous woman had not gone to Jadewater Alley to keep an eye on him these past few days. The Emperor's first reaction was to rejoice. Even that poisonous woman would fall one day. His second reaction was a little worried. First, he was attacked by an assassin, and then the Empress Dowager fainted. It was not a small upheaval even when they were separated, let alone when they were linked together. It was easy to cause uneasiness among the people and panic in the imperial court. It didn't spread out, did it? The Emperor asked with a frown. Eunuch, he said, no, the Rinshou Palace kept the news secret. They only said that the Empress Dowager was reading the memorials and focusing on the imperial court. No one was allowed to disturb her. The Empress Dowager fainted on the way back. I was secretly watching the Empress Dowager. If she fainted after entering the Rinshou Palace, I'm afraid that even I wouldn't be able to get the exact news. The Rinshou Palace was originally an iron bastion. After the Empress Dowager contracted leprosy, the people inside were replaced. Now, even a fly couldn't get in. The Emperor had a very bad impression of Empress Dowager Zhuang. He had a great prejudice against her. He didn't feel sorry for her, but he suspected her. How could it be so coincidental? I just came back today and she fell ill. Could it be that she was just pretending to confuse me? This eunuch, he didn't know. The Emperor sneered. I just came back to the palace. I should pay my respects to my mother. The Emperor went to the Rinshou Palace. Eunuch, he was the Emperor's secret enemy. The Emperor asked him to go back and not let anyone see him having any contact with him. As for Eunuch Wei, his arm was injured. The Emperor asked him to go back to his room to rest. He only took a little eunuch with him. It was obvious that he didn't care much about Empress Dowager Zhuang. As soon as the Emperor arrived at the gate of the Rinshou Palace, he was stopped by the palace masters. The Empress Dowager ordered that she won't see anyone, the palace master said. The Emperor sneered. Does this include me, the monarch of the country? I want to know, when is there a place in the palace that I can't go? The palace master looked at him suspiciously. There has always been a place. Your Majesty, is this the first time you know? The Emperor was speechless. The Emperor had a toothache. That vicious woman was too powerful. Even he, the Emperor, couldn't force his way in. Just as the Emperor's face was about to turn black, Eunuch Qin came out with a horsetail whisk. He bowed to the Emperor and said, Your Majesty, please forgive me. The Empress Dowager is your mother. She can't see anyone except you. Your Majesty, please. Eunuch Qin made a gesture of invitation. Eunuch Qin was Empress Dowager Zhuang's confidant. His every move represented Empress Dowager Zhuang. The palace master thought that Empress Dowager Zhuang really woke up and wanted to see the Emperor, so he stepped aside and let him pass. Eunuch Qin led the way and led the Emperor to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. The Emperor thought that Empress Dowager Zhuang was fine and was deliberately mystifying. However, when he saw the tightly closed phoenix bed, he had a bad premonition. Eunuch Qin came to the bedside and gently opened the curtain, revealing the pale Empress Dowager Zhuang on the phoenix bed. This Empress Dowager Zhuang was too strange. She always appeared majestically in front of people. Even in Bishui Alley, she was dressed in coarse hemp and it couldn't hide the fierceness in her eyes. However, at this time, she was lying there quietly and her breath was drifting. She was indeed seriously ill. How could this be? The Emperor was surprised. Eunuch Qin sighed. Your Majesty, do you really not know why the Empress Dowager is like this? These words were somewhat disgraceful. However, the Emperor was too shocked and didn't pay attention to the words. Eunuch Qin meant that the Empress Dowager Zhuang's illness was related to him. How could it be? He hadn't done anything recently. Could it be, that night? The emperor felt that it was impossible. This vicious woman couldn't wait to get rid of him. She wouldn't take care of him all night and wouldn't call him like Mother Jing. What he heard was just the voice in his dream. However, this couldn't explain why little Jing Kong called him Hong-er. If he didn't hear or see it, why would little Jing Kong imitate an adult and call him Hong-er? The emperor's mind was in a mess. He refused to accept this fact. It was not only because he refused to believe in Empress Dowager Zhuang's kindness, but also because he felt the long-lost warmth that night. In a daze, he seemed to feel that Mother Jing had returned. If it was really Empress Dowager Zhuang, didn't it mean that she had the smell of Mother Jing? This was blasphemy to Mother Jing. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't admit it. Eunuch Qin, the Empress Dowager's medicine is ready. A palace maid came in with a bowl of medicine. When she saw the emperor, she quickly bowed. Your Majesty. The emperor waved his hand impatiently. The palace maid put the bowl of medicine on the bedside table. The emperor's eyes unconsciously followed the bowl of medicine. Inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of a small iron box on the bedside table. It looked familiar. He didn't let himself think about it. At this time, Empress Dowager Zhuang was also awakened by the movement in the bedchamber. She was a person who had seen many storms. Seeing the emperor standing in front of her bed, her expression didn't change much. Empress Dowager, it's time to drink your medicine, Eunuch Qin said with a smile. Take it away. I won't drink it, Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly. She was very weak. Even her eyes and tone had lost their usual sharpness. Eunuch Qin smiled and said, His Majesty is here to see you. Empress Dowager Zhuang said expressionlessly, I don't want him to see me. Since the incident, the two of them had stopped pretending to be a loving mother and filial son as long as they weren't in the throne room. The emperor stood tall and straight in front of the bed, looking down at her from above. At this moment, he really felt that she was old. Perhaps she wouldn't live for many years. Once she passed away, the power of the court would naturally return to his hands. Although he thought this, he said sarcastically, if Imperial Mother passes away like this, the throne room will be lonely in the future. There really won't be anyone to discuss the court with me. Empress Dowager Zhuang coldly stared at him. Unfilial son. Don't be delusional. I will definitely live longer than you. The emperor looked at her calmly. Empress Dowager Zhuang struggled to sit up. Eunuch Qin hurriedly went forward to help her and handed the medicine to her. Empress Dowager Zhuang drank the bowl of bitter medicine in one breath. Not a drop was left. After the Empress Dowager drank the medicine, the emperor left Renshou Palace. He wasn't in a hurry to return to his bedchamber. Instead, he went to the imperial study. He had someone call the crown prince and tested him on his homework. The emperor found that the crown prince's mathematics had improved greatly. Who taught you these questions? The crown prince paused and replied, Hanlin Academy. The emperor looked at the crown prince and said, I know that your mathematics was taught by Hanlin Academy. Which Hanlin official did I ask? The crown prince reluctantly opened his mouth. Xiao Xiuzhua. It's him. The emperor's eyes lit up and he smiled happily. I really didn't misjudge him. Your mathematics hasn't improved for many years. I thought it was because your aptitude was slow. Now it seems that it isn't. With an excellent teacher teaching you, you can still learn. How could the crown prince answer this? He simply couldn't refute it. He couldn't say that imperial father praised him wrongly and that his aptitude was slow. In all fairness, the crown prince's aptitude wasn't bad. Although he couldn't compare to the emperor's eldest son, Ning Wang, he was far better than the other princes. However, the crown prince was biased. He didn't like mathematics, but the emperor valued it. The emperor originally just wanted to give it a try. He didn't expect it to be effective. He nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Next time, let him come and teach you. The crown prince's expression changed. Imperial father. The emperor looked at him indifferently. What? Do you have a problem with it? The crown prince realized that he had lost his composure. He cupped his hands and said, This son is just curious. Why would Imperial Father let a Shoswa teach this son? Does Imperial Father not value this son? Letting a newly appointed Hanlon official teach the crown prince was a bit perfunctory no matter how he looked at it. The emperor put down the memorial in his hand and looked at the crown prince with a frown. If I don't value you, why would I spend so much effort to teach you? You are the crown prince of a country. Can you not always care about other people's opinions? The crown prince stammered, This son doesn't care about other people's opinions, then what is it? The emperor asked in a deep voice. The crown prince wanted to say something but hesitated. The emperor frowned. If you don't want to say it, then leave. The crown prince lowered his eyes. He looks too much like my younger cousin. This son will always think of my younger cousin who passed away early and feel sad. The emperor looked pensive. So you have to be sad to learn. The crown prince was startled. Wait, Imperial Father, you seem to have misunderstood me. The emperor grunted. Your historiography is also passable. In the future, let Xiao Shoswa teach you. The crown prince was going crazy. Was it not enough to see him once in a decade? Had he become twice in a decade? He did not want to see Xiao Liulang's face. The crown prince clenched his fists. Imperial Father. The emperor had already made up his mind. He waved his hand and said, It's settled then. You can go back. Let little Chi come to my place tonight. He had not seen little Fatty for a few days. He missed him. The emperor was not an ordinary father. He was the emperor first, then the father. However, during these few days when he was recuperating in Bisui Alley, he kept seeing little Jing Kong in front of him. He especially wanted to be a father. Of course, he did not want to be a father to little Jing Kong. That child was too mischievous. He could not handle him. He wanted to find the sense of accomplishment of being a father from his little Fatty. After the crown prince left the imperial study, the emperor asked someone to summon King Ning. Chapter 313. Because of the hot weather, many girls suffered heatstroke in the past few days. Gu Jiao was so busy that her feet didn't touch the ground. She hadn't gone to the palace to see her grandaunt for a few days, so she didn't know about her grandaunt's illness. Yes, you don't need to take medicine. Just drink some water soaked in hautuinia. Do you have Scottish fold root at home? If you don't, you can get some from the medicine boy. Gu Jiao finished treating a girl and made a record. Next. The door was pushed open, and imperial concubine Rui Wang, who she hadn't seen for a long time, came in. Imperial concubine Rui Wang didn't cut the line this time. She stood in line for half an hour. She was still 5 months pregnant. Why are you here? Gu Jiao asked her to sit down. Imperial concubine Rui Wang's complexion was as rosy as ever. This pregnancy was really good, but her eyes were slightly red and swollen, as if she had just cried. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Let me see. Gu Jiao motioned her to reach out her hand. Imperial concubine Rui Wang shook her head. It's not me, it's Imperial concubine Jing. I went to see her yesterday, and she's not well again, As Imperial concubine Rui Wang spoke, her tears fell down. The original Imperial concubine Rui Wang didn't cry so much. It was only after she became pregnant that her tear ducts became more developed. She couldn't stop crying at the slightest thing. She herself didn't know why. Pregnancy hormones. Gu Jiao handed her a handkerchief. Imperial concubine Rui Wang wiped her tears and looked at Gu Jiao with red eyes. When will you be done today? Can you come with me to see Imperial concubine Jing after you're done? Gu Jiao called Dr. Song. Is there a doctor today? Dr. Song said, no, everyone is in the clinic today. Gu Jiao nodded. Well, I'll go out for a while. Help me look after her. Dr. Song responded, yes. Gu Jiao added, there are also medicinal herbs. Remember to ask little Jiangli to collect them later. Dr. Song said, I will. Gu Jiao went to the nunnery near the Puji temple with consort Rui Wang after she finished talking about the medical center. On the carriage, Gu Jiao learned that old concubine Jing had fallen ill after hearing about the assassination attempt on the emperor. She was the one who raised the emperor, and Princess Ning'an was her only daughter. The emperor was like her own son, so she was more worried than anyone else when something happened to him. Consort Rui Wang said, Imperial concubine Dowager's body wasn't this weak in her early years. There was a snowstorm one winter and the nunnery was too cold. Imperial concubine Dowager's body was frozen and she fell ill ever since. All these years, Imperial father has thought of many ways to nurse the old Imperial concubine's body, but none of them are very effective. Miss Gu, do you have a way to nurse the old Imperial concubine's body? Gu Jiao said truthfully, Imperial concubine Dowager is getting on in years. She prioritizes her health, and treatment is secondary. There aren't many methods that can take immediate effect. Consort Rui Wang was disappointed. The two entered the nunnery. Old concubine Jing was lying on the bed in the meditation room. She had just fallen asleep, and there was the smell of calming incense in the room. A personal nanny dressed as a nun saw the two and bowed. Consort Rui Wang, Miss Gu. Nanny Kai extinguished the calming incense in the stove while opening the window to ventilate the room. She didn't want the incense to reach the pregnant consort Rui Wang. Consort Rui Wang looked at old concubine Jing's pale face and said, Nanny Kai, why does Imperial concubine Dowager seem even weaker than yesterday? Nanny Kai sighed. Imperial concubine Dowager is worried about His Majesty. She can't sit or lie down, and she can't sleep at night. She hasn't eaten anything since yesterday. This servant saw that she couldn't go on like this, so I secretly lit some calming incense. Consort Rui Wang was heartbroken. Consort Rui Wang was part of the Ning Prince's faction, and the Ning Prince was on the same side as Empress Dowager Zhuang. The emperor was doing his best to pull Empress Dowager Zhuang off the throne and help old concubine Jing take the position. However, this seemed to be a game between the emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang, and no one else was involved. Rui Wang and his wife had a good relationship with old concubine Jing. Nanny Kai brought over a chair for the two to sit down. Gu Jiao sat down by the bed and took old concubine Jing's pulse. Old concubine Jing hadn't been sleeping well. She opened her eyes as soon as Gu Jiao took her pulse. When she saw that it was Gu Jiao, a smile appeared on her pale face. Miss Gu, you're here. She then looked at consort Rui Wang, whose eyes were red, and said helplessly, I already said that I'm fine. Why did you come over again? You even troubled Miss Gu to come over. Can't you just stay at home and take care of the baby? I'll have to write a letter to Rui Wang later and tell him to keep you in check. Consort Rui Wang choked with sobs. His Highness wouldn't forbid me from coming. He's more worried about your health than I am. Sigh, you too. Old concubine Jing shook her head, not knowing what to say. Gu Jiao finished taking old concubine Jing's pulse. Old concubine Jing looked at Gu Jiao and said, "I'm fine. It's just that the weather is too hot. It's like this every summer. There's no need to worry, Miss Gu." From her pulse, old concubine Jing didn't seem to be suffering from any serious illness. She was just depressed, lacking in blood and qi, and weak in body. "You can't not eat," Gu Jiao said. Nanny Kai hurriedly said, just listen. Miss Gu already said so. Why aren't you eating?" Old concubine Jing smiled. "It's too hot. I can't eat." Consort Rui Wang said, "Old concubine, His Majesty has already returned to the palace." Old concubine Jing was startled. "Really?" Consort Rui Wang said, "You can ask Miss Gu if you don't believe me. She wouldn't lie." Old concubine Jing's expectant gaze landed on Gu Jiao's face. Gu Jiao nodded. "His Majesty has returned to the palace." Old concubine Jing asked nervously, "Then, is he all right?" "I heard that he was attacked by an assassin and was injured. I don't know how serious it is." Gu Jiao answered truthfully, "He's fully recovered. His Majesty is in good health." Old concubine Jing let out a sigh of relief. "Ba. Good indeed. You've finally found your appetite, haven't you? This servant will have someone prepare some vegetarian dishes." Kai Mama's face was full of joy. She turned and said to Gu Jiao and Rui Wang Fei, "If Rui Wang Fei and Gu Gunyang don't mind, you can stay and eat with Tai Fei Nyang before leaving. I'm afraid that if you leave like this, Tai Fei Nyang will refuse to eat." Old concubine Jing glared at Granny Kai. How can the children be used to the food in the nunnery? Of course. Miss Gu. Consort Rui Wang winked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao had no objection. She had never eaten vegetarian dishes from ancient times and was quite curious about them. It turned out that Gu Jiao had overestimated the culinary skills of the nunnery. Little Jin Kong was basically a vegetarian at home. However, whether it was Gu Jiao or the old chancellor, the vegetarian dishes they made were not only varied in color, smell, and taste, but also full of childlike taste. Gu Jiao looked at the bowl of boiled tofu, boiled bean sprouts, shallot and cucumber in front of her. Even though she wasn't a picky eater, she still felt that this meal was too plain. Old concubine Jing had a good appetite, perhaps because she was really relieved. She ate half a bowl of rice, some vegetarian dishes, and drank a bowl of tofu soup. Consort Rui Wang really couldn't get used to the food. She grew up in luxury, so eating this kind of food was like eating dirt. She couldn't eat any more after a few chopsticks. Old concubine Jing laughed at her. "I knew you couldn't get used to it." Consort Rui Wang cleared her throat. I have a bad appetite because I'm pregnant. It's not that I can't get used to it." Old concubine Jing laughed. After the meal, Consort Rui Wang chatted with old concubine Jing for a while. Old concubine Jing was worried that it would be too late, so she urged her to get on the carriage back to the capital with Gu Jiao. In the carriage, Consort Rui Wang said with heartache, "Old concubine has suffered too much. She has been eating such terrible food all these years. It's not that bad," Gu Jiao said. Consort Rui Wang said sadly, "Isn't that bad? It's so plain. It's so bland. She's so pitiful. She's the most pitiful woman of the late emperor." Gu Jiao paused. "Isn't the Empress Dowager the most pitiful?" Consort Rui Wang asked strangely, "What's so pitiful about the Empress Dowager? She's the head of the 6 palaces and the overlord of the imperial court. She's so powerful that she can call the wind and summon the rain. She's even more glorious than father. There's nothing pitiful about her at all." Although consort Rui Wang was from King Ning's line, she preferred the gentle and kind old concubine Jing as a granddaughter-in-law. Empress Dowager Zhuang was too domineering, ruthless, and unreasonable. Consort Rui Wang didn't dare to get along with her at all. She felt more at ease with old concubine Jing. But her grand-aunt was the loneliest person. Gu Jiao didn't argue with consort Rui Wang. Everyone had their own opinions, and there was no need to impose her will on others. She only needed to dote on her grand-aunt more. She would dote on her grand-aunt along with the other people's shares. As the carriage moved slowly, consort Rui Wang gradually became sleepy. She leaned her head on Gu Jiao's shoulder and fell asleep. Gu Jiao was also a bit sleepy. She closed her eyes slightly and was about to take a nap when her ears suddenly twitched. She heard a very subtle and fast sound of something breaking through the air. She suddenly opened her eyes and raised her hand. She reached toward consort Rui Wang and caught an arrow that had been shot in. Consort Rui Wang was awakened by the arrow. Her body trembled. "What's wrong?" She opened her eyes and saw a metal arrow shining with a cold light. She then looked at Gu Jiao's hand, which had caught the arrow. Cold sweat broke out all of a sudden. If it wasn't for Gu Jiao's quick reaction, she would have been. Her face turned pale in an instant. "Miss Gu." Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. She grabbed the back of consort Rui Wang's head with one hand and pulled her into her arms. Then, she turned her body sideways. Swish! 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 3 arrows flew past her long hair and nailed into the wall of the carriage that the two of them had been leaning against. Gu Jiao looked coldly at the window that had several holes in it. Then, she turned the arrow in her hand and shot it out. Chapter 314. Novels with content that can't be found online can be found here. One of the masked assassins drew his sword, but when he got close to the carriage, he was hit in the shoulder by an arrow. The huge force behind the arrow sent him flying. He heavily hit a tree and fell to the ground in a sorry state. His head became dizzy and he lost consciousness. The carriage driver had been hit by an arrow and had already fallen. The horse was frightened and ran forward in a panic. This was a mountain road. If they kept running, they would fall off the cliff. "Protect the princess consort." The accompanying guards shouted loudly. However, they were blocked by a wave of assassins that fell from the sky. The two sides fiercely fought. "Sit tight." Gu Jiao let go of Imperial Consort Rui Wang and put her hand on the carriage's armrest. "Hold on tight." "Yes." Imperial Consort Rui Wang nervously nodded. Her heart was in her throat, but she didn't drop the ball at this critical moment and didn't cause trouble for Gu Jiao. She tightly held on to the armrest. Gu Jiao opened the curtain and walked out. She sat on the outer seat and held on to the reins with both hands. It wasn't that she didn't want to jump out of the carriage, but if she did, Imperial Consort Rui Wang's child might not be saved. So she could only think of a way to stop the carriage. They were getting closer and closer to the cliff. The horse rushed forward as if it had gone mad. Gu Jiao jumped onto one of the horses. Her legs clamped onto the horse's belly and she tightened her grip. The horse raised its front hooves and stood up, trying to throw Gu Jiao off. However, Gu Jiao tightly held onto it and the strength in her hands didn't decrease at all. In the end, the horse was subdued. After a few hisses, it stopped while panting. At this time, the carriage was swept out because of inertia. The wheels were knocked off by the rocks and half of the carriage was hanging over the cliff. Creak, the carriage rocked on the edge of the cliff. Rui Wang's beautiful face turned pale. She was sitting in the half of the carriage that was hanging outside the cliff. If she was not careful, she would fall down with the carriage and be smashed to pieces. Don't move, Gu Jiao said. Rui Wang was very nervous, but when she heard Gu Jiao's words, she tried her best not to tremble. Gu Jiao carefully walked towards consort Rui Wang. She gently lifted the curtain and extended her hand towards the terrified consort Rui Wang. Don't be afraid, give me your hand. Imperial concubine Rui Wang tremblingly reached out her hand, but as soon as she moved, the carriage shook violently. She was so scared that she withdrew her hand. Her eyes were filled with fear and tears. I don't dare, Gu Jiao comforted her. It's fine, I've stepped on the carriage. You can slowly walk over. Imperial concubine Rui Wang looked at Gu Jiao's foot. Seeing that she really had one foot on the floor of the carriage, she gritted her teeth and gathered her courage to slowly move towards Gu Jiao. Every time she moved, she could feel the carriage slide down a bit. I'm scared, tears streamed down her face. Gu Jiao softly said, don't be afraid, I'll hold you. Imperial concubine Rui Wang looked at Gu Jiao's determined eyes and her heart filled with courage. She steeled her heart and took a step towards Gu Jiao. However, when Gu Jiao grabbed her fingertip, an arrow flew through the air and brushed past Gu Jiao's sleeve. Ouch, Gu Jiao gasped. Her palm slipped and Imperial concubine Rui Wang's fingertip slipped out. Imperial concubine Rui Wang fell back to the other side of the carriage and the whole carriage fell down a lot. Gu Jiao grabbed the shaft of the carriage with one hand and pulled out a dagger with the other hand. She stabbed it into the rock on the slope. Imperial concubine Rui Wang felt that half of the carriage was hanging in the air. She looked at Gu Jiao desperately holding on to the carriage. Her body was about to be torn apart. Her tears flowed out of her eyes. Miss Gu. Let go. You'll fall down too. Gu Jiao did not let go. Come over. Grab my hand. Hold on tight. Swoosh. Another arrow hit the carriage and the huge impact caused a lot of pressure on Gu Jiao. However, this was not the most dangerous thing. The most dangerous thing was that there were more and more arrows. Several arrows were shot beside Gu Jiao and she did not know which one would hit her. Miss Gu, there's no time. Hurry up. Swoosh. Another arrow flew over and cut off a strand of Gu Jiao's hair. Imperial concubine Rui Wang clenched her teeth with tears in her eyes. She used all her strength and courage and threw herself at Gu Jiao. She hugged Gu Jiao's arm. Almost at the same time, Gu Jiao let go of the carriage shaft and grabbed onto Imperial concubine Wang's wrist. Without Gu Jiao's pull, the carriage fell rapidly down the cliff. Imperial concubine Rui Wang screamed and closed her eyes. She did not fall down. She was caught by Gu Jiao. Just as Gu Jiao was about to pull her up, several masked assassins charged towards Gu Jiao. In the blink of an eye, a long sword appeared out of thin air and pierced one of the assassin's heart. The assassins sensed that something was wrong, but they did not meet the enemy. Instead, they continued to charge towards Gu Jiao. The owner of the long sword flew up and blocked in front of Gu Jiao. The two sides fought fiercely. Gu Jiao hurriedly pulled Imperial concubine Rui Wang up. Imperial concubine Rui Wang was already scared out of her wits. After she came up, her body went limp and she fell into Gu Jiao's arms. She looked at the person and called out, Prince Ning. Then, her vision turned black and she fainted. So it was Prince Ning. Gu Jiao held Imperial concubine Rui Wang and turned to look at the other party. At this time, 3 of the assassins had already been killed by Prince Ning. The last one saw that the situation was bad and fled. Ning Wang ordered, catch him. I want him alive. Not far away, the guards of Prince Ning's residence chased after the assassin. Prince Ning wiped the blood on his sword with a handkerchief and put the long sword back into its scabbard. He came to Gu Jiao and imperial concubine Rui Wang and asked, "Are you okay?" Gu Jiao raised her eyes to look at him. Prince Ning was dressed in an ink-blue brocade robe with a palace sash around his waist. His posture was tall and straight, and he was tall and strong. His eyes were clear and bright, and he was full of righteousness. His facial features were 30% similar to imperial concubine Zhuang and 50% similar to the emperor. He was the prince that Gu Jiao had seen who was most similar to the emperor. Not only was his appearance similar, but his demeanor also had some of the emperor's shadow. Prince Ning was 26 years old this year, and the eldest crown prince was 3 years old. He had the heroic spirit of a 20-year-old and the steadiness of a 30-year-old. Gu Jiao withdrew her gaze and checked imperial concubine Rui Wang's pulse. Imperial concubine Rui Wang's pulse was fine. She had only fainted because she was too anxious and frightened. Gu Jiao said, "It's okay. She'll be fine when she wakes up." Prince Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Prince Ning didn't ask about Gu Jiao's identity, but the look in his eyes was clearly not unfamiliar. He knew her. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. She didn't remember them meeting before. Prince Ning smiled and said, "When there was an accident at the Ministry of Works, I went to the scene and saw Miss rescuing the injured." Gu Jiao made an "oh" sound. That accident was too serious. She only paid attention to the injured people and didn't pay attention to the uninjured people. Prince Ning said, "Miss, you must have been frightened. Where are you and imperial concubine Rui Wang going? I'll have someone send you there." The guards of Rui Wang's residence had all been killed by the assassins, and the carriage was also gone. Gu Jiao said, "We just came from the nunnery and were planning to go back." Prince Ning paused and asked, "Did Miss accompany imperial concubine Rui Wang to visit imperial concubine Dowager?" Gu Jiao nodded. Prince Ning frowned and hurriedly ordered the guards, "You guys, quickly go to the nunnery and see if imperial concubine Dowager is okay." "Yes." Several guards responded and hurried to the nunnery. Prince Ning said to Gu Jiao, "I'll have someone send you back." Gu Jiao suddenly stopped him. Why did Prince Ning appear here? Prince Ning was shocked by her sharp eyes. "Are you suspecting me?" Gu Jiao said seriously, "You appeared at the right time." Prince Ning smiled helplessly, "Miss, if I came a little later, you too would have died. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have appeared. Besides..." He glanced at imperial concubine Rui Wang who was unconscious in Gu Jiao's arms. "She is third prince's wife." Everyone knew that Rui Wang was Prince Ning's woman. Was Prince Ning crazy to attack his wife? Prince Ning said, "Father was worried about imperial concubine Dowager and asked me to go to the nunnery for him." This was the truth. He did go to the nunnery to visit imperial concubine Jing on the emperor's orders. Imperial concubine Jing was the emperor's adoptive mother. She would be worried and upset if news of the emperor's assassination spread. Not only did Rui Wang and her husband think of this, but the emperor also thought of imperial concubine Jing in the nunnery when he saw the sickly Empress Dowager. That was why he sent Prince Ning to go there for him. Gu Jiao made a sound of agreement. This matter was easy to confront, and Prince Ning shouldn't be lying. So the assassination had nothing to do with Prince Ning. Then who could it be? The other party seemed to have come for imperial concubine Rui Wang, but they couldn't rule out the possibility that they were here to kill her. Prince Ning gave the carriage to Gu Jiao and imperial concubine Rui Wang, then rode a horse to the nunnery. Gu Jiao escorted imperial concubine Rui Wang back to Rui Wang's residence. Before the two set off, Prince Ning sent a guard to the imperial palace to inform Rui Wang. Rui Wang was already waiting anxiously at the entrance of the residence. When he saw Gu Jiao carrying someone down, he strode forward and took Imperial concubine Rui Wang from Gu Jiao's arms. He looked at Imperial concubine Rui Wang, unable to hide the worry in his eyes. Is she all right? Gu Jiao said, "It's nothing serious. She'll be fine after a nap." Imperial concubine Rui Wang had indeed fainted at first, but she woke up halfway and cried for a while. She was tired from crying and fell asleep for real now. Rui Wang scolded angrily, "Those people are too much. They dared to commit murder in front of the emperor. Miss, you were frightened." Rui Wang obviously thought that those assassins were after Imperial concubine Rui Wang. After all, Gu Jiao was just a lowly female doctor. Who would want to make things difficult for her? Goodbye. Gu Jiao turned to leave. "Miss Gu, please wait." Rui Wang called out to Gu Jiao. "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao looked at him. Rui Wang did not put on airs as a prince. This was related to his family background and his temperament. He looked at Gu Jiao sincerely. "Thank you, Miss Gu." For a prince of a country to express his gratitude to a female doctor was already rare and commendable. "You don't have to thank me for what happened today." Perhaps Imperial concubine Rui Wang was implicated by her. Rui Wang smiled bitterly. Even if what happened today didn't happen, would still have to thank Miss Gu. Qianqian's personality is too straightforward and she offends people easily. She doesn't have many friends and she is actually very lonely in the residence. Miss Gu is her most treasured friend. I hope that Miss Gu can visit the residence more often. Friend? These two words were very unfamiliar. Just like how she did not have any family, she also did not have any friends. Okay. Gu Jiao said. Rui Wang smiled happily. Prince Ning's carriage was going to send Gu Jiao back. Gu Jiao went to the medical hall. Her hand was injured. There were wood shavings and gravel stuck into her flesh. She had to remove them one by one. She had just gotten off the carriage when she bumped into Lu Yixing, who had come to the medical hall to buy medicine. Lu Yixing came to buy medicine for Avenu. Avenu was coughing. He saw Gu Jiao's stiff right hand and asked Gu Jiao, "What's wrong with your hand?" Gu Jiao said, "It's just a small injury. It's not a big deal." Lu Yixing said, "I just saw the imperial guards of the capital government move out. They said that there was an assassination attempt in the suburbs. It was Prince Ning who reported it." Gu Jiao did not look surprised at all. Lu Yixing looked at her deeply. "You knew. You were there too." Gu Jiao responded. She did not say anything else and went back to the courtyard to apply medicine. Lu Yixing looked at her back as she left and frowned. At night, Yuan Tang quietly sneaked into Lu Yixing's courtyard and smiled at Lu Yixing, who was weaving a bamboo basket. "It's so late. Cousin, did you call me over because you miss me? Did you do it?" Lu Yixing went straight to the point. "What did I do?" Yuan Tang was confused. Lu Yixing looked at him without blinking. His eyes were sharp. "Don't play dumb." Yuan Tang frowned. "I really don't understand what cousin is talking about." Lu Yixing's eyes fell on his waist. "Where's the tassel on your jade pendant?" Yuan Tang coughed softly. "It's broken. I left it there." Lu Yixing said indifferently, "Did you do something bad and got picked up by someone?" "Who did something bad?" Wait. Yuan Tang realized something and widened his eyes. "That girl came to see you. Did she ask you about the tassel?" "I was wondering why she suddenly guessed it was me." "Cousin, how could you betray me?" Lu Yixing didn't say that he didn't betray him. It was Gu Jiao who guessed it. Moreover, he didn't tell him in advance not to expose his tassel. He looked coldly at Yuan Tang. If you don't want people to know, don't do it. Yuan Tang clutched his chest. I'm hurt. My heart is hurt. Lu Yixing wasn't soft-hearted. Just because she found out what you did, you want to kill her to silence her. He didn't ask what Yuan Tang did, but it wasn't difficult to guess that it had something to do with the emperor's assassination a few days ago. Yuan Tang was completely confused. What do you mean? Did something happen to that girl? Lu Yixing said seriously, I said, don't play dumb in front of me. Yuan Tang felt wronged. I didn't. In all honesty, she's someone you care about. How could I touch her? Lu Yixing frowned, lowered his eyes, and continued weaving the basket in his hands. She and I don't have the kind of relationship you think. Yuan Tang giggled. Okay. I'll do whatever you say. Lu Yixing looked at him again. It really wasn't you. Yuan Tang raised 2 fingers. I swear to God, it wasn't me. I won't hurt her. Lu Yixing said seriously, you better remember what you said today. Yuan Tang looked helplessly at the sky. Remember, this is my promise to you. But, cousin, when will you also care about me? Lu Yixing glanced at him. Do you lack people who care about you? Yuan Tang. I don't lack people. His mother doted on him the most in the harem and only had him as her only son. The king also thought highly of him. The position of Empress of the state of Qin had been vacant for many years. Once he completed his mission and returned in triumph, the king would make him the crown prince and his mother the empress. It could be said that he had everything a prince could have. But they're not my cousin. Yuan Tang sighed. Why can't my cousin treat me better? Gu Jiao quickly finished treating the injury on her hand. This small injury was not considered an injury to her. After returning home, she did what she needed to do as usual. However, there were still people with sharp eyes who noticed that something was wrong with her. She had just carried Yu Ye's folded clothes into her room when Xiao Lulang walked in behind her. He rarely took the initiative to enter her room, not to mention blocking her door like this. Gu Jiao turned around and blinked at him. What's wrong? Xiao Lulang didn't answer. Instead, he took a step forward and closed the door behind him. Gu Jiao's eyes lit up when she saw him enter her room in broad daylight and close the door behind him as if he was going to do something naughty. Xiao Lulang knew that she had misunderstood from the look in her eyes. He was silent for a moment and opened the door slightly, leaving a gap. Oh. Gu Jiao was disappointed. Xiao Lulang, Gu Jiao sat on the bed and buried her head in her clothes. Xiao Lulang walked in front of her. What's wrong with your hand? He asked. Nothing, Gu Jiao said. When she was fine, she would always moan for him to see and rub, but when something really happened, she would hide it from him. This time, Xiao Lulang wasn't easily dismissed by her. He forcefully grabbed her wrist with an aura that didn't allow her to refuse, as well as a warmth that only belonged to him in his palm. Gu Jiao's cold wrist was immediately scalded. Gu Jiao turned her head and stared at him blankly. Xiao Lulang sat down beside her and turned her hand over. His slender fingers gently pried open her fingers, revealing her palm that was full of wounds. The wounds weren't treated very carefully. You're fine treating other people's wounds. Why are you? Xiao Lulang was very angry and didn't know how to continue. Even if a doctor does not treat himself, he should not be fooled like this. Gu Jiao said, it's fine. You don't have to treat it. Where's the medicine? Xiao Lulang asked in a serious tone. Gu Jiao glanced at the medicine box on the table. It's there. Take it yourself. Let's see if you can open it. Xiao Lulang reached for it and opened it with a click. Gu Jiao. Oh, I forgot to lock it. Which one is the golden sore medicine? Xiao Lulang asked doubtfully. That's. Gu Jiao said. She glanced around and her eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Where's her disinfectant? Where was her antibacterial ointment? How did it all work out? All work out? She didn't believe in heresy, so she took the medicine box and poured it on the bed. The bed was filled with little doo-doo. Thin Phantom, Classic 0 cents, and Watery 3-in-1, Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao. What was wrong with little medicine chest? Where's her medicine? Where's the medicine? Where's the medicine? Is this medicine? Xiao Lulang was used to her having medicine that he had never seen before. He picked one up and tore it open. Gu Jiao felt like a string on her head had snapped. Xiao Lulang exclaimed, "It's so slippery. Don't say any more. There's an image." Chapter 315. Xiao Lulang had known Gu Jiao for a long time. Ever since Gu Jiao stopped being stupid, she had never been so embarrassed. He had only touched her golden sore medicine, but she suddenly exploded. Not only did she snatch the small bag of golden sore medicine that he tore open, she even pounced over and pressed down on the bed full of golden sore medicine like little Hachi protecting its food. Her little face was red, and her eyes were moist. The corners of her eyes were slightly red, but it was unknown whether it was from anger or embarrassment. Of course it was from anger. How could this small medicine box be so heavy? How could it drop the ball at such a critical moment? Gu Jiao was so angry that the small voice in her mind was about to speak. "Don't touch the medicine here," she said fiercely. However, her angry appearance didn't have much deterrence. Xiao Lulang thought of Gu Yan. The twins usually had different personalities, but when they were angry, they were indeed siblings. Xiao Lulang looked at her calmly. This medicine is very expensive. I don't need such good medicine. There's a bottle of wound medicine on Grandaunt's table. Take that." Gu Jiao was confused by the small medicine box. She had forgotten that Xiao Lulang wouldn't be able to recognize these things at all. On the contrary, her appearance made Xiao Lulang have a strange interest in this slippery little thing. Forget it, it was her medicine. He would listen to her how she wanted to use it. He couldn't steal it back to study it just because he was curious. When Xiao Lulang went to Grandaunt's room to get the wound medicine, Gu Jiao had already cleaned up the scene. The small medicine box seemed to have suffered a heavy blow that it shouldn't have. It was thrown on the table in disdain and was as quiet as a chicken. Xiao Lulang applied the medicine on Gu Jiao. It didn't look like an ordinary scratch. He asked, "How did you get this?" In the past, he would never ask about it, but now that he had casually asked about it, he was naturally stunned for a moment. Gu Jiao rolled her eyes and said without a change in her expression, "Just loosening up my muscles and bones. I don't fight." Xiao Lulang said indifferently, "You went to the nunnery to stretch your muscles and bones." Gu Jiao looked at him in shock. As Xiao Lulang applied the medicine for her, he said unhurriedly, "You have good sandalwood on your body and purple moss on the soles of your feet. This kind of moss can only be found on the road from the temple to the nunnery." Gu Jiao, his persona had collapsed again. "Consort Rui Wang came to visit and invited me to the nunnery for a visit. On the way back, I met a few rascals and taught them a lesson." Gu Jiao avoided the main point and talked about the trivial. Hearing that she had been invited to the nunnery by Consort Rui Wang, Xiao Lulang frowned. Was it the nunnery near the Puji temple? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiao Lulang asked again, you went to see Consort Jing Dowager? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded again. She didn't ask how he knew that Consort Jing Dowager lived in the nunnery. Xiao Lulang suddenly fell silent. Gu Jiao looked at him. Her injuries really were fine. Xiao Lulang finished applying the last wound and said to her, don't go to the nunnery for a visit in the future. Why? Gu Jiao didn't understand. Xiao Lulang thought for a moment and said, it's better to have less contact with the imperial family. Gu Jiao, oh. On the other side, King Ning returned to the palace to report to the emperor after visiting Consort Jing Dowager. Mother, are you all right? The emperor asked worriedly. King Ning said, Consort Jing Dowager was sad for a few days when she heard that you were attacked by an assassin. Today, third sister-in-law went to visit her and said that you had recovered and returned to the palace. Consort Jing Dowager was relieved. She's fine now. The emperor let out a long breath. I knew she would be worried. Third brother and his wife are very considerate. King Ning said, Father, there's one more thing. The emperor looked at him. What is it? King Ning cupped his hands. Third sister-in-law was attacked on her way back. The emperor frowned. Was she hurt? King Ning shook his head. No, she was just a little frightened. Third sister-in-law and the baby in her belly are both fine. Third brother's wife is blessed. The emperor couldn't help but sigh when he thought of Consort Ning, who had just had a miscarriage. First brother, second brother, and third brother were all married, but they didn't even give birth to an imperial grandchild. It would be a lie to say that he didn't regret it. However, having children was fate and couldn't be forced. Did you catch the assassin? The emperor asked in a low voice. King Ning said with shame, it wasn't easy to catch one alive, but he took poison and killed himself before we could interrogate him. The emperor thought for a moment. Go investigate the hostage of Qin State. King Ning said thoughtfully, Father, you suspect him. He's still in the limelight for assassinating you. He wouldn't do it again so soon, would he? The emperor said, he has a criminal record. He's very suspicious. Besides, we didn't get any concrete evidence last time. We only killed one of his aides. If it's really him this time, we can't let him get away with it no matter what. King Ning hesitated for a moment before cupping his hands. Yes, I'll go investigate right away. After King Ning left the imperial study, the emperor summoned Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei's left arm and neck were still in bandages, but he couldn't stay idle and came to work early in the morning. He bowed and said, Your Majesty. I remember that there's 1,000-year-old ginseng in the storehouse. Send it to concubine Jing to nourish her body. Eunuch Wei hesitated. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is also sick. Do you think, the Emperor interrupted him coldly. Do you think what? Send the ginseng to her. Half of Zhao's state is hers. Her Rinshou palace won't lack ginseng. Eunuch Wei sighed and said. Yes, I'll go get it. I'll send it to concubine Jing tonight. The emperor added, also, call Eunuch He here. Recently, I've been in trouble one after another. I'm worried that the other party won't give up and will plot against my mother. I'm going to send some secret guards to my mother. Sigh. If you were half as attentive to the Empress Dowager as you are to concubine Jing, your relationship with her wouldn't be like it is now. Eunuch Wei had a deep prejudice against Empress Dowager Zhuang in his early years. But in the past few days when he was recuperating in Bishui Alley, he saw how Empress Dowager Zhuang interacted with the little miracle doctor's family, how she interacted with the neighbors, and even how she took care of the emperor that night. He felt that Empress Dowager Zhuang might not be as they thought. Of course, this didn't mean that Empress Dowager Zhuang was a good person, but at least she wasn't that vicious. There was an irreconcilable conflict between the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang. As long as Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't give up on interfering with the court, the Emperor and her couldn't be reconciled. Eunuch Wei didn't think that the Emperor had to reconcile with her to be satisfied, but could the Emperor find another way to deal with her? Empress Dowager Zhuang was clearly amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Your Majesty, what's wrong with coaxing her? Lower her vigilance, numb her emotions, coax her until she's dizzy, and then close the net in one fell swoop. Isn't that great? As a loyal servant, Eunuch Wei felt that he needed to share his master's worries. He went to the warehouse to find the 1,000-year-old ginseng and sent it to old concubine Jing. Then he found a box of valuable snow lotuses that weren't 1,000-year-old ginseng and sent them to Empress Dowager Zhuang, saying that it was a gift from the Emperor to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Gu Jiao was tired during the day, so she slept soundly at night. Xiao Lulang wasn't so lucky. He had been busy all day, but for some reason, he felt very hot inside. Now that life at home wasn't so bad, the original cloth curtain was replaced with a gauze curtain, which was actually very breathable. The children and little Jing Kong, who were so afraid of heat, all fell asleep. Xiao Lulang tossed and turned in bed, and didn't fall asleep until the latter half of the night. However, he didn't sleep for long before he had an indescribable dream. Everything in the dream was so real that it almost killed him. But he hadn't really experienced it, so he didn't know how to do it and didn't know how to do it, so he woke up in a daze. After waking up, Xiao Lulang secretly scolded himself for being a beast. How could he do that to her in the dream? Xiao Lulang got up and copied the Buddhist scriptures. He didn't lie back on the bed until he was completely calm. But it was destined to be a night of many dreams. He had another dream, but it wasn't about Gu Jiao, but about himself when he was young. In the dream, he was about the same age as little Jing Kong. He was a little being, walking on a small path paved with stones and entering a courtyard full of beauties. He was too young at that time, so he didn't know many people in the palace. A kind voice sounded above his head, "Do you want to eat it? It's very delicious chestnut cake." He took a piece of chestnut cake, and after eating half of it, his eyes went black and he collapsed. Xiao Lulang woke up with a start. This was the memory of being poisoned by Empress Dowager Zhuang when he was 4 years old. This memory had long been blurred, but subconsciously, he would reject things made of chestnuts. Maybe it was the first dream that stimulated his mind, and it actually made him recall the dusty memory of his childhood. He didn't dream of that person's face, but he saw the person's hand clearly. It was a left hand, and there was a mole on the left wrist. There was no mole on his great-aunt's wrist. The person who poisoned him that year was not Empress Dowager Zhuang. Chapter 316. Xiao Lulang didn't sleep well that night, so he woke up 15 minutes later than usual the next day. In just 15 minutes, he was informed that Gu Jiao had left. Gu Jiao had gone to visit her grandaunt. Just like how the emperor would wonder if concubine Jing was also sick when he saw Empress Dowager Zhuang, Gu Jiao also remembered how her grandaunt had stayed up all night to watch over the emperor when she saw concubine Jing fall ill. Her grandaunt was old, and staying up all night was very harmful to her health. Gu Jiao didn't just have Empress Dowager Zhuang's token, she also had the emperor's token. She casually took out a token, stunning the guards outside the palace. No. Didn't you have the Rinshou Palace's token a few times ago? How come it's the Pure Flowers Palace's token now? Is it wrong? Gu Jiao flipped through her pockets and took out another token. The guard took it and almost fainted when he saw it. This was the previous emperor's token. That one seemed to have been given to her by her grandaunt. Gu Jiao flipped through her pockets again. There seemed to be more. The guard's face paled. Stop flipping. Who knows what you'll find later? Hurry up and go in. Hurry up and go in. The guard returned the token to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao went to Rinshou Palace. Eunuch Qin was surprised to see her, but he also felt relieved. Miss Gu, you're finally here. This servant didn't know what to do if you didn't come. What's wrong? Is Grandaunt sick? Gu Jiao asked when she saw Eunuch Qin's worried expression. Eunuch Qin sighed and nodded. She's been sick for a few days, but she refused to tell anyone about it. She also refused to let this servant invite Miss Gu over. The Empress Dowager said it was a small illness and she'll be fine after some rest. Small illnesses at this age were difficult to bear and dangerous. Gu Jiao hurried to her great-aunt's bedchamber. Empress Dowager Zhuang just caught a cold from overworking. However, just as Gu Jiao said, an illness at this age was not an illness. It could take one's life at any time. Empress Dowager Zhuang lay withered on the phoenix bed. It was as if half of her vitality had been sucked out overnight. Great Aunt. Gu Jiao stepped forward and placed the food box on the table. Then, she sat by the bed and began to take her great-aunt's pulse. Empress Dowager Zhuang weakly looked at Gu Jiao and then looked at Eunuch Qin behind Gu Jiao. She rolled her eyes and said, "Who told you to call him here?" Eunuch Qin was embarrassed. Gu Jiao pulled up the quilt for her great-aunt and said, "Eunuch Qin didn't call me. I came by myself." Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. "Have you taken your medicine this morning?" Gu Jiao asked. Eunuch Qin said, "Not yet. The imperial physician instructed me to drink it after the meal, but the Empress Dowager Zhuang looked coldly at Eunuch Qin. "Do you think your life is too long?" He even dared to complain about her. Eunuch Qin shrunk his neck resentfully. Gu Jiao said, "I brought food." Yes. Eunuch Qin hurried to the table and opened the food box that Gu Jiao brought. A familiar fragrance of chopped green onions floated out. It was egg drop millet porridge, brown sugar glutinous rice cake, pea pudding, and some homemade pickled dried fruits. The pea pudding was made by Yao Shi. The other three were made by the old chancellor and only half of the sugar was added. Empress Dowager Zhuang originally didn't have much of an appetite, but after taking a bite, she couldn't stop. Gu Jiao didn't let her eat too much. She had Eunuch Qin take the food away after a few chopsticks. Empress Dowager Zhuang smacked her lips with hidden bitterness. "Aijia is sick and you don't let Aijia eat until she is full." Gu Jiao said, "You also need to leave room for medicine." She didn't want to drink medicine. She wanted to eat until she was full. After about half an hour, Gu Jiao had someone bring the medicine. Gu Jiao tasted it first. It was the right medicine and the medicine was very mild. Empress Dowager Zhuang had a look of refusal. Gu Jiao took out 3 candied fruits. "Originally, I could have eaten 3. Empress Dowager Zhuang curled her lips. Gu Jiao said, "These 3 are extra." Before she finished speaking, Empress Dowager Zhuang picked up the medicine bowl and gulped it down. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, she decisively took away the 3 candied fruits. It rained for a while last night and cooled down the heat. Today, the sky was clear and it was very suitable for a walk outside. "Great Aunt, I will accompany you to the Imperial Garden," Gu Jiao said to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang was too lazy to move. Gu Jiao said, "I will come to see you tomorrow." Empress Dowager Zhuang, deal. The group went to the Imperial Garden. Gu Jiao liked to sit in Empress Dowager Zhuang's Phoenix sedan, but Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't want to sit because it was stuffy. Therefore, there was a very strange scene in the palace. Empress Dowager Zhuang held Eunuch Qin's arm and walked slowly in front. Gu Jiao sat in Empress Dowager Zhuang's Phoenix sedan and followed with a look of enjoyment. Her small head was shaking. All the palace people were speechless. The group went to the Imperial Garden. There was a pavilion in the Imperial Garden and a large area of shade. Empress Dowager Zhuang and Gu Jiao looked at the shade at the same time. Eunuch Qin understood and hurriedly had people bring in tables and chairs. After Empress Dowager Zhuang and Gu Jiao sat down, Eunuch Qin put tea and fresh fruits on the table. The snacks were for Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was at the age of growing and got hungry quickly. Gu Jiao picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and ate it carefully. She was sweating while eating. Empress Dowager Zhuang gave a look to the palace people. The palace people hurriedly took a fan behind Gu Jiao and gently fanned her. The breeze was gentle and the garden was full of fragrance. It was the same scenery, but because there was a different person, Empress Dowager Zhuang also had a different state of mind. Eunuch Qin looked at Gu Jiao who was eating snacks and then looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang who was quietly drinking tea. What did Empress Dowager Zhuang need? In fact, she just needed companionship. Miss Gu didn't need to do anything. She just needed to accompany Empress Dowager Zhuang and Empress Dowager Zhuang would be very happy. It was also at this moment that Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't hate the palace. However, peaceful moments were always short. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't enjoy the leisure for long before she was disturbed by an uninvited guest. I thought it was mother from afar. When I came over, it was really her. Yes, the uninvited guest was the emperor. Empress Dowager Zhuang's face instantly darkened. The emperor strode over and bowed to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Son pays respect to mother. And, you bastard. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes. She didn't want to have a good moment with Jiao Jiao to be interrupted by this annoying guy. The emperor was not alone. Prince Ning was with him. Prince Ning also bowed to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Imperial Grandmother. Empress Dowager Zhuang finally showed a good face to Prince Ning. Yes. She responded. Eunuch Qin and others bowed to the two of them. Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Highness. Prince Ning looked at Gu Jiao next to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Gu Jiao was eating half of the snacks and there was still foam at the corner of her mouth. She raised her head slightly and nodded to greet the Emperor and Prince Ning. Your Majesty, Prince Ning. Her expression was cold, but the foam at the corner of her mouth was too eye-catching. She looked like a little adult. Prince Ning wanted to laugh. The Emperor didn't mind that Gu Jiao didn't kneel to greet the Emperor and Prince Ning. Prince Ning naturally didn't mind. Eat your food. Empress Dowager Zhuang said to Gu Jiao. Oh. Gu Jiao continued to eat. Empress Dowager Zhuang and the Emperor didn't expect that Gu Jiao could accurately call out Prince Ning's name. They only thought that she knew Prince Ning's identity because she heard the palace people greet him. The Emperor automatically ignored the disdain on Empress Dowager Zhuang's face. He walked over and sat down on the other side of Gu Jiao, facing Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't even give him a look. The Emperor looked at the snacks on the plate and said, What's so good about osmanthus cakes? Are the cooks of Rinzhou Palace so negligent? If Imperial Mother lacks cooks, I can send a few over to Imperial Mother. Then, without waiting for Empress Dowager Zhuang to refute, he said to Gu Jiao, I have a new cook from Jiangnan. His lotus cakes are delicious, better than this. He acted like a human trafficker who wanted to kidnap a child. Empress Dowager Zhuang said angrily, Jiao Jiao doesn't like lotus cakes. When Prince Ning heard this, he looked at Gu Jiao in astonishment. The Emperor continued to guide Gu Jiao patiently, then there are other crisps. The desserts made by that chef are very delicious. See what Jinkong and the others like to eat and bring some back for them. These words directly hit Gu Jiao's heart. Gu Jiao didn't have much obsession with food, but her younger brothers were all foodies. Empress Dowager Zhuang felt a sense of crisis and used her unique skill. Jiao Jiao is sick. Jiao Jiao wants to treat Ai Jiao's illness. The emperor said, "What a coincidence. I am injured." The little magic doctor came just in time. "By the way, Eunuch Wei, I don't know how his arm is." "Eunuch Wei, my arm is very good." The emperor glared at him like a knife. Eunuch Wei said with a strong desire to live, "Ouch, it hurts. It hurts so much." Gu Jiao, Prince Ning, Empress Dowager Zhuang, the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang's murderous aura filled the entire imperial garden. It was as if they were going to draw their swords in the next second. Gu Jiao looked at her grandaunt and then at the Emperor. How about a rock-paper-scissors game?" "Ha!" Everyone laughed. "Girl, you are still too naive. Do you know who these two are? One is the Emperor of Zhao country and the other is the uncrowned overlord. Would they play rock-paper-scissors with you?" Ha ha ha. The next second, everyone was slapped in the face. The two top bosses of Zhao country actually rolled up their sleeves and played rock-paper-scissors in the imperial garden. The result was obvious. Empress Dowager Zhuang won for sure. The emperor gritted his teeth. 2 out of 3 wins. The emperor gritted his teeth again. 3 out of 5 wins. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at him as if he was an idiot. "Ai Jia has already won against you 3 times in a row." The emperor, who had 10,000 arrows in his heart, Jade Water Alley's #1 gambling god, was not casually called. Empress Dowager Zhuang had never lost in rock-paper-scissors games. Humph. Empress Dowager Zhuang valiantly brought Gu Jiao back to Renshou Palace. The emperor's mouth fiercely twitched. Cough. Prince Ning cleared his throat and asked, "Father Emperor, that Miss Gu she is my benefactor." The emperor sighed as he spoke. He was still wringing his hands from losing to Empress Dowager Zhuang. "She cured my illness. This assassination attempt was also thanks to her help. Also..." The emperor paused and said, "The glutinous rice mortar and the bellows were also made by her." Prince Ning's handsome face flashed with surprise. "Oh, it's actually her. That is to say, she is the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu." There were some things that the common people did not know, but they were spread throughout the imperial palace. Although Prince Ning had long established another residence outside the palace, he often went in and out of the imperial palace. He was not unfamiliar with Gu Jinyu falsely claiming credit for the real Miss Gu. Prince Ning's face was filled with realization. Sun saw her at the scene of the accident. She was saving a patient. In order to save a patient, she was almost caught in the explosion. Military officer Gu bravely stepped forward. No wonder she was so familiar with military officer Gu. It turns out they were siblings. Sun heard that she grew up among the common people, but I did not expect her to have such ability. The emperor said, Jin once asked where her master was. Jin originally wanted to ask her master to leave the mountain, but her master had already passed away. Prince Ning regretfully sighed. That's right, what about the matter I asked you to investigate? The emperor asked. Prince Ning asked the emperor tomorrow about the assassination attempt on consort Rui Wang. He had entered the palace today to report the results to Father Emperor. He said, Sun has investigated. It was not a hostage from the country of Qin. It wasn't him. The emperor was skeptical. Prince Ning nodded. The hostage from the country of Qin just lost a great general. He wouldn't dare to stir up trouble again in such a short time. He and his subordinates have been very well behaved in the palace these days. The emperor's gaze turned cold. If it wasn't a hostage from the country of Qin, then there is only one possibility. Prince Ning looked at him. Father, are you suspecting? The emperor said coldly. Is there a need to suspect? It's obvious that it was her. Jin understands that she is your grandmother and your great-aunt. You are more or less on her side, but other than her, no one else could have done this. Prince Ning was caught between the emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang, so he was in a difficult position. Of all the princes in the palace, only he was in such an awkward position. Rui Wang is on good terms with son, and grandmother dotes on him. Rui Wang was part of Prince Ning's line. Empress Dowager Zhuang had no reason to deal with the couple. The emperor snorted coldly. Have you forgotten how close old Third and his wife were to old concubine Jing? She was jealous of old concubine Jing. She could not bear to see anyone treat old concubine Jing well. Prince Ning, however, shook his head. Grandmother would not do such a thing. The emperor faintly said, have you forgotten how she poisoned Aheng that year? If the palace had not discovered it early, Aheng would have already died. The emperor had never said a single bad word about Empress Dowager Zhuang in front of the crown prince. On the contrary, he did not have any qualms in front of Prince Ning. How could Prince Ning not understand that this was a form of respect and also a form of probing? The emperor was probing his feelings, as well as his filial piety and sincerity. Prince Ning persisted, saying, it was not grandmother. Son is certain. The emperor was unhappy. How can you be certain? Prince Ning cupped his hands, because when third sister was attacked by an assassin, the daughter of Marquis Ding An's manor was also present. She nearly died to the assassin's arrow. Grandmother dotes on her and would not allow anyone to harm her. The emperor frowned and looked at Prince Ning. Why did you not say this yesterday? Prince Ning said with shame, son did not know of her relationship with grandmother and father emperor. I thought that she was just a normal female doctor and was not worth mentioning. No matter how deep the emperor's prejudice against Empress Dowager Zhuang was, he had to admit that Empress Dowager Zhuang truly doted on the young divine doctor. She would not choose to assassinate the young divine doctor while he was present. But, if it was not the hostage of Qin country, nor was it Empress Dowager Zhuang, who else could it be? Who would target imperial concubine Rui Wang? Thinking of something, Prince Ning said, Father Emperor, since the young divine doctor's identity is so special, could it be that the assassin yesterday was not targeting third sister and was instead targeting her? Targeting the young divine doctor? The emperor's expression immediately became cold. It was so cold that it was a little frightening. It was even more frightening than when Prince Ning had told him that imperial concubine Rui Wang had been attacked. Prince Ning was secretly shocked. Was the daughter of Marquis Ding An's manor that important to Father Emperor? More important than his own daughter-in-law and the unborn imperial grandson? Gu Jiao ate lunch at Rinshou Palace before leaving. Right before leaving, Gu Jiao asked Empress Dowager Zhuang, Grand Aunt, have you heard of Xianlu residence? Empress Dowager Zhuang frowned and thought for a while. I can't remember. Empress Dowager Zhuang's memories had been restored, but only the majority had been restored. There were still some memories that were missing. Because of this, Empress Dowager Zhuang could not guarantee that she had never heard of it, or that she had forgotten after hearing it. Jiao Jiao, do you want to inquire about this? Empress Dowager Zhuang asked. Gu Jiao replied, no, just casually asking. Grand Aunt does not need to inquire. So as to avoid inadvertently alerting the enemy. For Xianlu residents to know about the Qin country's assassination, it meant that Yuan Tang had some dealings with Xianlu residents. Yuan Tang knew the emperor's whereabouts like the back of his hand, so he must have spies in the palace. But whether the spies were arranged by Yuan Tang himself or through Xianlu residents, it was unknown. When the limelight passed, she would go to Xianlu residence again. Gu Jiao returned to the medical hall. Lu Yixing was also there. He waited for a long time. Xiao Sanzi whispered, he made a special trip to wait for you. I know. Gu Jiao nodded and called Lu Yixing into the examination room. Lu Yixing said, I'm not here to ask for medical advice. I'm here to tell you that yesterday's assassination has nothing to do with Yuan Tang. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. Lu Yixing was stunned. If you don't ask me, how do I know it has nothing to do with him? Evidence. Proof. Gu Jiao said, you said it has nothing to do with him. I believe you. That was all. There was no need for evidence and no need to explain other reasons. Lu Yixing suddenly choked. I believe you. Ever since the destruction of the Lu family, he had never heard these words again. Why? Why did she believe him? Why did she never doubt him? Gu Jiao did not speak. He got up and left. But when he had already walked out, he paused. Be careful. Gu Jiao watched his departing figure and thought of the dream she had when she returned to the Marquis's mansion. Why did I believe you? Because I only gave you a bowl of water, but you collected my corpse and buried my bones. Chapter 317. In the afternoon, a soldier came to the barracks to pass on a message for Dr. Lu. There seems to be a problem with the golden sore medicine in the barracks. Dr. Lu would like to invite you over. This was a big matter. The medicine shipped to the barracks was not just a few bottles, but hundreds and thousands of bottles. If something went wrong, thousands of lives would be lost. I'll go too. The second boss said. Gu Jiao nodded and got on the carriage with the second boss to the barracks. Medical Officer Lu waited anxiously in the military tent for a long time. When he finally saw Gu Jiao lift the curtain and enter, he took a few steps forward and said, Miss Gu, quickly come and take a look. After I gave him the golden wound medicine from your medical hall, he became like this. As Dr. Lu spoke, he brought Gu Jiao to a wooden bed for a wounded soldier. This bed was very narrow, just enough for a patient to lie down. The wounded soldier was about 17 or 18 years old. His leg was injured, but his face was red and swollen. He had fainted and his breathing was not smooth. Gu Jiao took out a stethoscope from the small medicine box and listened to his heart rate. She then unbuttoned his clothes and checked his body. Did his face become red and swollen and he fainted after using the golden sore medicine? Yes. Dr. Lu said, he accidentally cut his leg with a sword. I saw that the injury was not serious, so I didn't stitch him up. I only cleaned it up and applied some golden sore medicine. But in the time it took me to go to the toilet, he fainted on the ground and became like this. He doesn't have it on him. Gu Jiao paused and closed his clothes. Let me see the golden sore medicine he used. Dr. Lu handed the half-used bottle of golden sore medicine to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao first sniffed it, then dipped it in a little and smeared it on her injured palm. The second boss did not have time to stop her. This girl was too fast. Gu Jiao did not have any adverse reactions. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with the golden sore ointment. Could it be that he's allergic to something? The second boss asked. It doesn't look like it, Gu Jiao said. Did you eat something bad? The second boss asked again. It doesn't look like it either. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on the patient's swollen face. She thought of something and went to the patient's head. She bent down and untied the patient's headband. She began to carefully examine the patient's hair and scalp, not letting go of a single hair stubble. I found it. It's here. Gu Jiao pushed aside the patient's hair near the Baihui acupoint. The second boss and Dr. Lu came over and took a closer look. It was a small red bag. The second boss said, "This is." Gu Jiao took out a blade from the small medicine box. "It's a poisonous bug. A very powerful bug." The weather was hot. The Tiger Mountain Barracks was located at the foot of the mountain, so poisonous insects and snakes were not rare. Every year, many soldiers were bitten, but it was the first time Medical Officer Lu had encountered one that had bitten into his hair. He blushed with shame. He was careless and misunderstood the medical center. Gu Jiao treated the patient's wound and applied anti-inflammatory and anti-allergic ointment. The poisonous bugs coming down from the mountain are very powerful. You have to be careful in the future. Speaking of this, Medical Officer Lu sighed. In fact, I often remind them, but you don't know. This group of men are very afraid of the heat. They would rather sleep naked at night and be bitten by mosquitoes than hang a curtain. Thank you for today's matter, Miss Gu. If you hadn't come in time, I don't know what would have happened to this patient. After thanking her, Medical Officer Lu did not forget to apologize. The second boss said it was okay. The matter was solved. Gu Jiao and the second boss should leave. I'm going to the outhouse. You get on the carriage first. The second boss said to Gu Jiao. Okay. Gu Jiao walked out of Medical Officer Lu's tent and walked out of the barracks. When she passed by an open tent, as if it was attracted, her eyes could not help but look at the tent. With just a glance, her footsteps stopped. It was actually a small armory. There were all kinds of cold weapons inside. And among these cold weapons, there was a majestic red tasseled spear. It was a little longer than the one the old Marquis bought and gave to her from the martial arts school. The material was a little heavier, but the spearhead was really beautiful, with a sharp cold light. The red tasseled spear was also bright, like the blood of the enemy. Some factors in Gu Jiao's bones began to stir again. She walked in and took the red tasseled spear. It was heavy and thick. She casually practiced a few moves. Every move was full of murderous intent. She liked it so much. She fondled the red tasseled spear in her hand. Wow! Who is it? Accompanied by a dignified voice, the old Marquis walked in with his hands behind his back and a solemn expression. When he saw that the person who broke into the tent was Gu Jiao, his eyes turned cold. What is a woman like you doing in a place like this? Put it down. Is this something you can touch? Gu Jiao hesitated for a moment. She curled her lips and unwillingly put the spear back. The old Marquis looked at her resentful expression and his brows wrinkled. Ah, she felt wronged. Didn't he warn her not to come to this kind of place? Why did you come to the military camp again? The old Marquis asked in a cold voice. There's something going on in the medical center. Gu Jiao said. The old Marquis coldly said, if you want to be a female doctor, then obediently stay in the medical center. Don't show your face in public all day. The status of a female doctor was low. It was already shameful for a noble marquis's daughter to be a female doctor. How could she run to a group of men all day? Today's old man was not cute. Gu Jiao looked at him with disdain. She did not say a word and walked out with an expressionless face. This girl, the old Marquis was angered by Gu Jiao's look of disdain. This is not a place where women like you can come. After his anger subsided, the old Marquis's gaze fell on the red tasseled spear. He was used to using the 9-section whip and long sword, so he did not have much interest in spears and lances. But with that girl's interference, he could not help but look at the red tasseled spear a few more times. Don't say it. It was quite impressive. Actually, this red tasseled spear had a history. It was originally the weapon of the Yan country's famous general, Xian Yuanli. Xian Yuanli gave it to the Qin country's king, and the Qin country's king gave it to the Qin country's Wu Marquis. When the two armies fought, Marquis Xian Ping killed the Qin country's Wu Marquis and took the other side's weapon for himself. When the Qin country's king surrendered, he hoped to take back the red-tasseled spear. His Majesty agreed, but Marquis Xian Ping shamelessly refused to give it back. It was not completely true that he liked it. Didn't he just throw it into the armory to collect dust? Normal people could not use this red-tasseled spear. First, it was too heavy and hard to control. Second, they were worried that Marquis Xian Ping would suddenly remember it and ask them for it back. He was really capable of doing such a thing. The old Marquis held the red-tasseled spear in his hand and played with it a few times. Suddenly, he thought of his sworn little brother. He inexplicably felt that his little brother Gu would like this red-tasseled spear. What was going on? However, little brother Gu was too young. He did not know if he would be able to control this kind of Yan country's heavenly weapon that had been used with a blood blade and had a strong murderous aura. Coming out of the military camp, the second master said, "I won't be going back to the medical center in a while. I have to go to little brother-in-law's house." He told Xiao Sanzi the address, and coincidentally, it was not too far from Immortal Music House. Gu Jiao's original plan was to wait for the limelight to die down before going to Immortal Music House. But now that they were already at the door, it seemed that there was no harm in going. After the second master got off the carriage, Gu Jiao took out the men's clothing that was prepared in the carriage and changed into it. She also put on the mask. "Okay, just stop here." Gu Jiao said to Xiao Sanzi, "I will walk there myself." "Okay." Xiao Sanzi agreed. Gu Jiao got off the carriage, crossed a street, and arrived at the entrance of Immortal Music House. But Immortal Music House was closed. Gu Jiao was puzzled. She stopped a young man who was selling oranges on the side of the road and asked, "Why is Immortal Music House closed?" The young man said, "I heard that today is Immortal Music House's courtesan's birthday. Immortal Music House closed the door for a day and rented the largest pleasure boat on the lake to celebrate her birthday. If you want to see them, go to Li Lake. I don't know if the boat has left yet." "Many thanks." Gu Jiao thanked him. It was good that they did not close the business and run away. She would not go to the pleasure boat. She would come back another day. Gu Jiao turned around and walked back. She was used to walking on the right side of the road. The left side that she came from was now her right side. When she walked halfway, she saw an old beggar lying on the side of the road. The old beggar had fallen asleep and his face was covered with a tattered straw hat. In front of him was a chessboard. The chessboard was very old. It was drawn on a wooden board and the chess pieces were made of stone. They were randomly smeared with ink to make them black chess pieces. On the edge of the chessboard, there was a rag with a stone. On the rag, there was a line of crooked words, "One game, one tael." The implication was that one had to pay one tael to play a game of chess with him. The people passing by all laughed at this beggar for being crazy. He was offering one tael to see if anyone was willing to play with him. There was also a line of crooked words, "One loss, 10 taels." In other words, whoever won against him would be able to take 10 taels of silver from him. Everyone wanted to laugh even more. Did a stinky beggar know how to play chess? Still boasting shamelessly, 1 loss, 10 taels. Who did he think he was? The chess saint of the 6 countries? Besides, with his poor appearance, they were afraid that he did not even have 10 copper coins on him. This was a madman. Gu Jiao looked at the chessboard, took a black chess piece from the chess box, and placed it down. Then, she left. The old beggar slept until the sun was setting in the west before he woke up. Today was another day that he did not open for business. The old beggar yawned. Just as he was about to pack up his things and go back, he saw that the chessboard he had placed outside had been touched. He thought that it was another child who was bored. But when he took a closer look, he was dumbfounded. His chessboard had been broken by someone. Novels with connotations that could not be found online are all available here. https://www. Chapter 318. The Imperial Palace. The moon was above the branches. The Crown Prince consort sat on the floor that gave off a faint woody fragrance. In front of her was a short long table with a chessboard on it. The Crown Prince consort did not like crowds. The Eastern Palace was usually very quiet and would only be noisy when Qin Chuyu was present. However, Qin Chuyu had moved to the Emperor's Pure Flowers Palace these days. The Eastern Palace was as quiet as water again. The palace servants stood by the Crown Prince consort's side. They looked down and did not make a sound. Suddenly, with a clap, a chess piece landed on the chessboard. The Crown Prince consort smiled in relief. "It's done." Only then did the palace servants dare to look at her. The personal female official asked with a smile, "Crown Prince consort, what is done?" The Crown Prince consort smiled. "I finally solved this chess game." "Which game did you solve?" The Crown Prince strode into the room. The female official and the palace servants all bowed. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince consort also wanted to stand and bow, but the Crown Prince quickly walked up and stopped her. The Crown Prince held her hand and sat down next to her. He looked at the chessboard on the table and said, "You played again." "I had nothing to do, so I played casually," the Crown Prince consort said. The Crown Prince said with a smile, "We see that you play every day. Do you like playing chess that much? You spend more time looking at the chessboard than you do with us." The Crown Prince consort said warmly, "Crown Prince is joking." "We are not joking. We are really jealous." Although the Crown Prince said this, his gaze and actions towards the Crown Prince consort were full of affection. He held her hand tightly and asked, "You still have not answered our question. What game did you solve?" The Crown Prince really did not have much interest in playing chess, but if it was related to the Crown Prince consort, then he would be very attentive. The Crown Prince consort used her other hand that was not held by him to point at the chessboard and said, "It's this, the Kuan game." The Crown Prince stilled. "Kuan game? Which Kuan game?" "Sir Meng's Kuan game." In the chess world, it seemed that only Mr. Meng's game could be called a Kuan game. No matter how much the Crown Prince disliked playing chess, he had heard of old Mr. Meng's reputation. He was undoubtedly the chess sage of the Six Nations. He had set up countless chess games in his life, of which the 8 chess games were the most famous. Very few could solve them, but the Crown Princess had solved the first game at the age of 13. In the next few years, she solved 5 more rounds. This kind of achievement was rare even in the Six Nations, especially when she was so young. The chess expert of Jin Nation was already over 40 years old and had solved 6 games. However, he still couldn't solve the last 2 games, Qian and Kuan. The Crown Prince held her hand tightly in excitement and looked into her beautiful eyes. "Lin Lang, you've done something that no woman in the world has ever done. No, you've done something that no one else in the world has ever done. Even men can't compare to you." The Crown Princess lowered her head and smiled shyly. "While I was injured, I concentrated on studying chess in the Eastern Palace. Speaking of which, it was a blessing in disguise." The Crown Prince said seriously, "Where? Other people wouldn't be able to figure it out even if they studied it for a lifetime. You've solved it in just a few months." "No, this is such a pleasant surprise. I have to report it to Imperial Father." The Crown Prince did as he said. He really went to find the emperor immediately. The emperor was diligent. He ate and slept all day and night. It was already late at night, but he was still reviewing memorials in the imperial study. His expression didn't change much when he saw the crown prince. He just pinched his tired forehead and asked, "Why are you here so late?" There was a small couch for the emperor to rest on behind the screen. At this moment, there was an even snoring sound. Apparently, Qin Chuyu was tired from playing in the imperial study and fell asleep on the couch. The crown prince looked away and asked, "Imperial father, do you want me to bring little Qi back? I don't want to disturb you." That little snoring was too rhythmic. The emperor said, "No need. Tell me, what is it?" "It's like this. Lin Lang solved old Mr. Meng's chess game just now." The crown prince couldn't hide his pride. It was the Kun game. The emperor's hand paused as he read the memorials. Surprise flashed across his eyes. "Really? Really? If Imperial Father doesn't believe me, you can call Lin Lang here." The crown prince patted his head with a smile. "I left in a hurry and forgot to bring the chessboard. Guards, go to the Eastern Palace and bring the crown princess's chessboard here." "Yes." A eunuch outside the imperial study answered. The eunuch quickly brought the chessboard and presented it to the emperor with both hands. The emperor's chess skills were much better than the crown prince's. He looked at the game on the chessboard and immediately understood the mystery. He couldn't hide the amazement in his eyes. So that's how it was solved. Why didn't I think of it? The crown prince smiled with pride. "Imperial father, you are busy every day and don't have much time to play chess. Lin Lang has been recuperating in the Eastern Palace these days. When she has time, she carefully studied chess." These words were not only to excuse the emperor, but also to praise Wen Linlong's excellence. She didn't solve the game before because she didn't have time. Now that she had time, she solved the Kun game in just 1 or 2 months. Who else in the world was so smart? Perhaps his cousin who had passed away was one. His cousin solved Elder Meng's first game when he was 10 years old. Unfortunately, he died young. However, even if he was alive, he might not be able to do better than Lin Lang. Lin Lang had already solved the Kun game. Not to mention that Lin Lang was a woman. There was no woman more outstanding than Lin Lang in the world. The emperor nodded in satisfaction. He had some reservations about this daughter-in-law in the past. After all, she was once engaged to Xiaoheng. However, the crown prince insisted on marrying her. Moreover, she was indeed very talented and Empress Xiao liked her very much. Thus, the emperor agreed to this marriage. In the years after they got married, the crown prince improved rapidly. He grew from a reckless and ignorant boy to a reserved and steady man. The crown princess played a big part in this. Yes. The emperor couldn't hide his praise. The crown princess did well. "Imperial father, she is the first person in the 6 countries, right?" the crown prince asked tentatively. The emperor nodded with a smile. "Of course. Other than Elder Meng, your wife is the first person to solve the Kun game. I will write a letter to each country to announce this great news." The crown prince cupped his hands and smiled. This son congratulates Imperial father. There was no national boundary in learning and chess. This was not only the crown princess's glory, but also the entire Zhao nation's glory. The emperor was overjoyed. "I will think about how to reward you. You are basking in her glory again." The crown prince straightened his back and said, "This son has good taste and found a wife who brings good fortune to my husband." The emperor laughed. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. The memorial he received just now was related to the Eastern Palace, urging the crown prince to take in more concubines and expand the imperial family's bloodline. However, the crown princess suddenly made him proud, so the emperor temporarily suppressed this memorial. The next day, after Gu Jiao sent little Jing Kong to the directorate, she went directly to the medical center. When she passed by the female school, she heard about the crown princess solving the chess game. Did you hear? The crown princess solved Elder Meng's game. Didn't the crown princess solve it long ago? Not the 6th game, but the 7th game of the Kun game. She even solved the Kun game. Didn't they say that no one can solve the 2 games of heaven and earth? That's why the crown princess isn't human at all. She's an immortal. Of course, there were also those who were still brooding over the crown princess's broken bridge accident on the first day of the new year. Why are you so happy that she solved it? It's as if you solved the chess game. Moreover, how do you know if she really solved it or not? How can this kind of thing be faked? Just wait and see. It will be posted on the imperial list soon. Humph. Gu Jiao's expression was indifferent as she walked past the girls who were quarreling. She had no feelings for the crown princess and had no interest in her glory and achievements. She had recently obtained some saltpeter and wanted to try making something. She had never done it before, so she was a little unfamiliar with it. She poured out the saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal and placed them on the ground. She wanted to make gunpowder. She needed weapons to make up for her lack of martial strength. Before she recovered the strength of her previous life, she really needed something powerful. If she had gunpowder last time when the assassination happened on the cliff, she wouldn't have been forced to almost fall off the cliff. Gunpowder was one of the 4 great inventions of ancient times, but gunpowder didn't seem to have appeared in this fictional dynasty. With the raw materials she could currently find, she could only make black gunpowder. It wasn't as effective as yellow gunpowder and it wasn't a powerful explosive, but it was still much more powerful than silver needles and darts. Gu Jiao had a rough idea of the raw materials, but she wasn't sure about the ratio. The slightest difference could lead to a huge difference. A small change in the dosage could cause the black gunpowder's power to greatly decrease. So she had to be patient and try. The charcoal didn't have any smell and the sulfur was tolerable. But this saltpeter, the second boss used his sleeve to cover his nose as he came to Gu Jiao's small courtyard. Little Gu, You, what is this? Saltpeter. Gu Jiao said. Seeing that the second boss didn't seem to understand, she changed her words. It's soil with bird droppings. The second boss, the corner of the second boss's mouth twitched. You, what do you want to do with bird droppings? Gu Jiao said, boil. The corner of the second boss's mouth twitched again. He looked at Gu Jiao with an indescribable expression. It's not boiling, right? Boiling in a pot. Gu Jiao nodded. It has to be boiled to get the saltpeter. After filtration, it will be made into saltpeter. You came at the right time. Help me boil it. The second boss's whole body felt unwell. You're a young girl. You can boil anything, but you have to boil bird droppings. Saltpeter is clean. Gu Jiao said. I don't care, I don't want to boil bird droppings. After a quarter of an hour, the second boss miserably held a stick and began to boil bird droppings as if there was nothing left to live for. After boiling, the white foam was scooped out and filtered with gauze. Then, it was wrapped and buried in the ashes. The weather was hot, and the water evaporated very quickly. In the afternoon, a few heavy bags of saltpeter were ready. The saltpeter made by Gu Jiao was sparkling and translucent, with a faint white color. Gu Jiao was very satisfied. She looked at the second boss, whose face was full of disgust, and said, saltpeter is actually a very good medicinal material. The second boss, don't tell me you gave it to me before. On. Gu Jiao nodded seriously. Last time you had indigestion, I gave you a bag of white powder. Did you forget? So he ate bird droppings at that time. Ah. Let him die on the spot. The second boss was deeply shocked. He was carried back to his room by Xiao Sanzi to rest. Gu Jiao let the maid clean up the scene. According to the ratio of 50% saltpeter, 30% sulfur, and 20% charcoal, she mixed a black powder. Last time, little Dudu came in handy. She filled it with water and wrapped it in cloth to make a simple airbag. She put the airbag on her body and put on a helmet. After igniting it, she found that the blasting effect was not ideal. Gu Jiao raised the ratio of saltpeter and lowered the ratio of sulfur. Then, she was blown away. Marquis Xianping rarely passed by here today, so he wanted to see his daughter-in-law. The main reason was that last time he went to see his daughter-in-law in Bishui Alley, he met little Jing Kong. He was so abused that he did not even remember what he was doing. Today, he was smart. He did not go to Bishui Alley, but went directly to the medical center. This way, he would not let the little monk disturb him. He walked through the hall and came to Gu Jiao's courtyard. But what did he see? On a lush branch, Gu Jiao was tied up by a pile of cloth strips. She was wrapped like a small silkworm cocoon. She was hanging on a branch, making creaking sounds. Only her small head was exposed, and her expression was cold. Marquis Xianping could not help but laugh. Some people did not change their nature. They were obviously here to win people over, and they even thought of their lines on the way here. But when they saw Gu Jiao's miserable and cold appearance, they wanted to bully her again. Marquis Xianping raised his head and smiled. Little girl, do you want to come down? Call me father, and I'll put you down. Gu Jiao ignored him. She turned around and turned the back of her head to him. But she used too much strength and turned too big, so she turned back to her original position. Marquis Xianping looked at that cold little face and laughed until his body was shaking. If someone else laughed like this, they would have been greasy enough to make people want to beat them up. But Marquis Xianping was born handsome, and his smile was still pleasing to the eye. Gu Jiao looked at his handsome face and hesitated for a moment. Her expression softened slightly, and she asked coldly, "What do you want me to call you?" Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows. Father. Gu Jiao nodded. Yes. Marquis Xianping. Chapter 319. Marquis Xianping was hurt again. Were all kids these days so good at making people angry? Marquis Xianping clutched his chest. He was the Marquis of Xianping who could choke people to death without paying for it. He was invincible in the capital, so why was he being choked one after another here? Marquis Xianping couldn't remember what he was here for. He asked Chang Jing to put him down and left with a sad expression. It was time to end the shift in Hanlin Academy. Attendant Yang had recently asked for leave. He didn't have much work to do and there weren't many people who could share his workload. Among them, Xiao Lulang and Prince An were mainly responsible for teaching the scholars. Originally, Attendant Yang was responsible for mathematics and agriculture. Scholar Han asked them to choose one subject each. Prince An chose mathematics because he wasn't born and raised in the countryside and wasn't as experienced as Xiao Lulang in farming. Xiao Lulang didn't say anything and happily took over the agriculture class. He didn't have much experience in farming. When he was in the countryside, Gu Jiao had a few acres of land. Unfortunately, he and Gu Jiao didn't know how to farm and it was later abandoned. He wasn't as experienced in farming as little Jing Kong. At least little Jing Kong watered the vegetable garden every day and caught insects. Occasionally, he would follow Gu Jiao to weed. In order to teach this class well, Xiao Lulang had been learning how to farm recently. After the shift, he planned to go home and farm. Ning Ziyuan quietly came over and winked, drinking. Do you want to go? No. Xiao Lulang refused without hesitation. After saying that, he realized something was wrong and looked at him strangely. Why are you going to drink too? In his impression, Ning Ziyuan wasn't the kind of person who indulged in wine and women. Ning Ziyuan sighed. Isn't it because I want to enter the inner circle? Do you think I want to go? You've been giving lectures to the Crown Prince recently, and Attendant Yang has taken leave to stay at home. I don't think everyone is so blatantly targeting you anymore. Do you want to take this opportunity to win over a few people? Xiao Lulang paused. No, I'm going back to farm. Ning Ziyuan, Xiao Lulang left the Hanlin Academy. It wasn't too far from the Hanlin Academy to the Xuanwu Avenue. It only took half an hour to walk by the shortcut. After passing through the Imperial College, one would arrive at the vicinity of the Jadewater Alley. When he arrived at the Imperial College, he thought of something. After some hesitation, he decided to go to Minghui Hall. Outside the Radiant Hall, he unexpectedly met a familiar face, Zheng Sai. Zheng Sai had once been the substitute chancellor, and Xiao Lulang had suffered a lot from Zheng Sai when he was studying at the Imperial College. Now, the old chancellor had put them back on for him. Zheng Sai stood at the door as punishment. It was as embarrassing as it could get. Zheng Sai was a fourth-rank official. His rank was higher than Xiao Lulang's. Xiao Lulang saluted him with cupped hands and then went in. Zheng Sai looked at Xiao Lulang entering the Radiant Hall that he couldn't enter so easily. He felt so wrong that he was about to cry. Why are you here today? The old chancellor was reading papers. Seeing him come over, he put down his pen. Sit down. Xiao Lulang sat down on the cushion opposite the old chancellor. I'm here today to ask you about someone. Oh. Who do you want to ask about? The old chancellor asked. Someone from the palace, Xiao Lulang said. The old chancellor's expression became serious. Why do you suddenly want to ask about someone from the palace? Xiao Lulang hesitated for a moment and said, the person who poisoned me back then might not be Empress Dowager Zhuang. The old chancellor's eyes lit up. He was so excited that he almost stood up from the table. I knew it wasn't her. Xiao Lulang gave him an incomparably weird look. The old chancellor coughed lightly and sat down. He took a sip of tea and said, what I mean is, if she really wanted to kill you, she had countless chances to do so this year. Xiao Lulang said, she doesn't remember me. The old chancellor. Why is it so hard to refute? Cough, cough. Anyway, it doesn't seem like her. If she wants to kill someone, why would she leave any traces behind? He would never admit that he had any selfish motives. He and Zhuang Jintz had a pure monarch and subject relationship. Did you remember something? The old chancellor went back to the topic. Xiao Lulang nodded. He didn't say that he was stimulated by an unspeakable dream. I suddenly remembered that there was a mole on that person's left wrist. A mole on the left wrist. The old chancellor stroked his beard thoughtfully. I can still recall a mole on the face, but the wrist, back then, he was highly regarded by the late emperor and often went in and out of Pureflower's palace. Occasionally, he would bump into the concubines and palace maids. However, he wasn't the emperor after all and couldn't lift up the sleeves of the concubines or palace maids to look at their wrists. He originally wanted to say that he could ask his grandaunt, but when he was about to say it, he remembered that Zhuang Jin's had lost a lot of memories. Besides, even if she didn't lose her memories, she wouldn't pay attention to whether or not someone had a mole on their wrist as the Empress Dowager. Was it a eunuch or a woman? The old chancellor asked. A woman, Xiao Lulang said. It was a woman's voice, but he couldn't recall whose voice it was. He didn't even have an impression of whether it was old or young, crisp or soft. The only thing that was deeply engraved in his mind was that mole on the left wrist. A palace made from more than 10 years ago. The old chancellor sank into deep thought. After a while, he grabbed his collar with a headache. I know a person who knows the people in the palace very well. She's from the Shang Palace Bureau and often makes clothes for people. You can go and find her. Xiao Lulang looked at him with a puzzled face. Then your expression is, this. The old chancellor wanted to say something but stopped. Forget it, I'll go home with you. You can take the token and find her. I don't know if she still recognizes it after so many years. The old chancellor and Xiao Lulang left Minghui Hall. Coincidentally, the elementary school of the Imperial College was also about to end. The two waited for little Jing Kong to go home together. Little Jing Kong curled his lips. Why did brother-in-law come today? Why didn't you come from Jiao Jiao? Xiao Lulang was annoyed and amused at the same time. Someone came to pick you up and you still don't like it? Little Jing Kong thought for a while and said, if you buy me candied haws, I won't dislike you. Xiao Lulang. You can continue to dislike me. Little Jing Kong, the two of them arrived home. Gu Jiao hadn't come back yet. Xiao Lulang narrowed his eyes and his eyes fell on little Jing Kong who was sitting on the threshold eating a peach cake. Do you want to go to the palace to see your grandaunt? He was a foreign minister, so it was easy to arouse suspicion if he directly went to the palace to visit Empress Dowager Zhuang. However, it was much easier if he used the identity of little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong didn't expect that he would be used as a tool one day. He raised his face that was covered in snacks and nodded with the same serious expression as Gu Jiao's. Yes. Xiao Lulang smiled. Good boy. The aunt that Xiao Lulang wanted to see was surnamed Zhang. She was now old enough to be a nanny and was in charge of the Department of Palace Affairs. Before leaving, the old chancellor repeatedly told him, you, ask Empress Dowager first. If Empress Dowager doesn't remember you, then go to see her. The implication was that unless it was absolutely necessary, he shouldn't disturb this old friend. Xiao Lulang looked at him strangely. Is it Master's wife? What Master's wife? How could it be? The old chancellor almost jumped out of anger. Don't talk nonsense. But he and Manager Zhang did indeed have a little secret that couldn't be revealed to others. He hoped that she had already forgotten about that matter. Xiao Lulang took little Jing Kong and got on the carriage to the palace. Little Jing Kong was so excited that his little head shook, which was exactly the same as Gu Jiao's happy look.